Good morning, council members, members of the public. We will be resuming public testimony on agenda item C4. We have about 30 testifiers left signed up. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, organizations and associations 6 minutes. If your time comes up, I will offer a friendly reminder and ask you for a concluding statement. We will be taking our first testifier out of order due to some travel constraints. And so that'll be Gretar Goodmanson, followed by Joseph Henry.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman, members of the council. Congratulations on your appointment. My name is Greta Goodmanson, and I would like to testify on a small piece of this agenda item. It was an amendment put forth in the AP, and it had to do with the effects of the rest of the PSC if this were to go through for the chum salmon. And the amendment there was to include crab as a separate, distinct PSC piece instead of just relegated to other PSC. I think it's important with the status of our industry and the stock that it have its own place. And I've been informed with the people that know better. It's not going to probably make a whole lot of difference, but that's okay. I think it still needs to stand out on its own and be there and show those numbers and perhaps prioritize crab a little higher in the future. So thank you. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gretar. Just to make sure I'm following what you're talking about here, I just pulled up the AP minutes when you talked, and I see there was a piece in Amendment 4 that I think failed, but it's about this crab consistently occupying this other bycatch category. And it was important to elevate crab to a level of consideration of its own. Is that the bullet point that you're testifying to? You'd like to see that somehow back in a council motion, or
it was under number 5. I know we didn't give you the best motion to work off of, but it was under number 5 and the effects of, like I say, the rest of the PSC, and it starts with Chinook salmon, then herring, PSC, and then a group of other, and we inserted crab in there, and that passed, I believe, 11-5 or 11-6, something like that.
Thank you. I think I see what you're talking about. I think it is Amendment 4 but
that could be.
But I can follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you much. Thank you for letting me come early.
Actually, before we go to Mr. Henry, I will see if 2 individuals are here who we missed yesterday. So Melina Jordan or Faye Ewan. Okay, I'll circle back one more time before the end of the day. So next up, Joseph Henry, and I think he's testifying remotely and there will be no questions. I don't think we have him online yet. We'll circle back. Becca Robbins-Gisclair and Megan Williams.
Good morning, council members. My name is Megan Williams, and I'm here today with Becca Robbins-Gisclair. We are representing Ocean Conservancy. At this meeting, we asked the council to select a range of alternatives for a hard cap as outlined in the failed AP motion, 0 to 280,000, and to link a PSC limit with in-river abundance indices and IPA revisions. I've heard a lot of arguments at this meeting about how caps are not a useful management tool and or will cause a race for fish. And I think we all need to take a step back here today outside of the issue and remember that caps, that quotas, the 2 million metric ton cap, for instance, are not new concepts, and they are used in Alaska and elsewhere around the world in well-managed fisheries. I also went back and did a literature search looking 2004 to current, like about the efficacy of caps to reduce bycatch levels. And one really consistent theme was that caps and quotas can be really effective at reducing bycatch, and even more so when done in tandem with industry-led measures such as IPAs. I also want to discuss, I've heard a lot about the variability in the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon, which ranges from 9 to 25% annually. This variability should not be used as a justification for inaction. In my mind, the variability does provide additional support for an overall cap under alternative 2. I also want to address the issue of impact from a different perspective than we've heard about. And think about how we can really comprehensively evaluate some of the costs and benefits to Western Alaska communities and to salmon. I commend the staff for a thorough preliminary review. However, in addition to more traditional knowledge, this analysis would benefit from a detailed discussion of the importance of genetic diversity for dwindling salmon populations. So recent literature and science suggests that human impacts like bycatch can suppress salmon life history diversity, which can have really more serious consequences for climate vulnerable species like salmon that are persisting at their ecological and physiological limits in the context of climate change. So we haven't talked a lot about that, but when we think about impacts, we need to be thinking about genetic diversity. And there are new data that show that this is a real consideration. Lastly, I fully appreciate there are uncertainties associated with estimating an AEQ for chum, but there is uncertainty associated with nearly all management decisions, from stock assessment to catch accounting. The time is now for the council to move forward with this measure with a precautionary approach, to bring it back in April, and with the objective to conserve Western Alaska chum with the best available science, traditional knowledge, and Western science.
Thank you. And again, Becca Robbins, just Claire with Ocean Conservancy. And just reflecting on this, thinking about the council's history on chum salmon bycatch, and the council has really been working on chum salmon bycatch measures for at least the last 20 years. And we're here now today because the council has multiple times considered regulatory measures such as chum salmon bycatch caps and chosen a non-regulatory industry-driven system. The council did that with Amendment 84 with rolling hotspots, did it again with Amendment 91 for Chinook, and then Amendment 110 with the incentive plan agreements incorporating changes for chum salmon bycatch. So while that approach has a high degree of flexibility, I think we've now have at least 20 years of this adaptive management experiment and have proven really without a doubt that non-regulatory measures alone are not sufficient to reduce salmon bycatch and meet the council's obligation under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. During this time, when chum salmon were plummeting, we've seen some of the highest chum salmon bycatch on record. And yes, some of these salmon are hatchery salmon and not from Western Alaska, but the opposite is equally true. Many of these chum salmon are from Western Alaska, and at high bycatch levels and low chum salmon abundance, that these numbers are significant. We know the council has an obligation to reduce bycatch and contribute to the recovery of Western Alaska chum salmon. And the question is not, will this action alone recover chum salmon, but can it contribute to the efforts to recover this important species? At this meeting, we asked the council to select a range of alternatives for a hard cap as outlined in the failed AP motion, include a PSC limit linked with in-river indices and a PSC limit linked with IPA revisions as well for analysis. This provides for a reasonable range of alternatives with the bookends of 0 on one end and status quo, which is no cap, on the other. This will provide an analysis of the impacts and give the council the information it needs to make an informed decision when it comes time for final action. To close, we need an overall PSC cap and regulation managed by NIMS to ensure enforceability and transparency. This should be done outside of any incentive plan agreements and is consistent with both obligations under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as well as the recommendations of the recent State of Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force. Western Alaska salmon and the people who depend on them are in crisis. We can't continue the current failed experiment in which bycatch gets higher and runs get lower for another 20 years. So I'd ask you again to move forward now with an analysis that contains a reasonable range of hard caps. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. My question is for Ms. Wilson. Williams, excuse me. This is the first testimony I've heard in all of the stuff that we've done on this genetic diversity question. So I don't know if it's new or if I just missed it, but it's new to me, and I have read your letter along with the others. And so I think what you're asking is that as a part of this analysis going forward, that we look at this question, and you've got several citations in here I noted, but can you just explain to me shortly, recognizing that we've got a lot of people to testify here today, can you explain to me how bycatch of salmon affects diversity? You claim that it's especially important when a stock is suppressed and there's bycatch going on, that this is an important question. And that's the piece that I was having trouble connecting, is how does, I understand salmon diversity, and some salmons will leave and go spawn somewhere else. So we've got this genetic, I understand that part, but just how does bycatch in a suppressed fishery like the chum salmon affect stock diversity?
Thank you, the chair. Thank you for the question. I think so. Genetic diversity is understood to be really important to resilience and recovery. And so when we think about really depressed stocks like chum salmon or Chinook salmon, genetic diversity is going to be key in any recovery. This is all the more heightened through climate change. In terms of the way bycatch, I would link that to that. So you can think about a pulse event of catch on, for instance, on a migratory corridor, something like that. And you can really, these pulse catch events on a depressed population that has really distinct units, small scale genetic diversity that's very important to their resilience, can have a really big impact. And especially when noting that the fish that are returning that are likely to encounter, for instance, the pollock fishery, are the fittest individuals who have survived their marine phase. So this is acute. You have the fittest of individuals being caught in pulse events. And so I think bycatch is very linked to this idea of genetic diversity, especially when numbers are very low. And I think the analysis would really benefit from that. And I appreciate that, you know, the authors, ADF&G, are trying to get something like an AEQ, this more standard approach. But I would really urge the council, when we think about an impact and an impact analysis, which seems to be a big focus, as it should be, we also think about genetic diversity, and we also think about traditional knowledge. That's another avenue that wasn't really tapped in terms of the impact. And in terms of equity and justice, that should be a part of an impact. And I also urge to bring in genetic diversity, and it would really be the best Western science and traditional knowledge to inform a much more robust impact analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Williams and Ms. Robbins Claire. And thank you for the testimony. I'm still chewing around the points you were making about hard cap use and IPA reliance. And I think that's worth some additional discussion and debate, because you make a very good point that when we're properly constructing these two very different tools, there can actually, at times at least, we've been able to see instances where the combination has been stronger than either component. And from a fishery management, strictly from a fishery management standpoint, I think taking a harder look at that, there's some merit. Where I struggle some, though, is that we're not just managing the fishery here, we're also managing people and managing people's expectations. And there's a wide range of understanding of those two tools that I think was evident from a lot of the testimony yesterday. There's a huge amount of skepticism about IPAs. And there's a fair number of people who have a lot of faith in hard caps alone. If we look at a combination sort of approach, at least our experience has been that if you do set too low a hard cap, you can't combine the two effectively. They work against each other. That you have to find the point where the two don't work against each other, but actually can complement each other. That's often a point where, for people who don't understand IPAs, but do understand hard caps, they don't understand the role of the hard cap. They think it's meaningless. How do we address that conundrum?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Twite. And I think I would say overall, I don't see a cap and an IPA as an either or. I think they really can work in tandem. I think the important piece of a cap is that is essentially where the council is setting the absolute limit. So right now, we don't have a limit in place, and like we can have bycatch of 500,000 or 700,000 chum salmon in a year. And so I think setting that cap amount at a number that will protect Western Alaska chum salmon stocks is absolutely critical. And then I think an industry incentive plan can certainly operate under that. I've heard, I think throughout the debates around Chinook salmon bycatch, we heard a lot about the cap couldn't be lower or these numbers wouldn't work. And then we had Amendment 110 and we lowered the caps, and it sure still seems to be working. I don't think that there's some magic number. It seems that the proportion between the cap, the overall cap, and the lower level seems to be as important as the numeric value. I think the challenge here is transparency. And I think that's one of the big challenges with an incentive plan agreement, is that the only people who really can know what's going on are the same people who have an interest in having a higher cap. And so I think that's where it's the council's role to really look at your obligations under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, look at the federal trust responsibilities of the federal government, and put that regulatory measure at the right place. And then, I appreciate all the industry has done and trust that they have many tools available to be able to continue to reduce bycatch.
Thanks for that. I think I will take the advantage of being able to do one follow-up. Trying not to do this in the form of a debate, but one of the points you raised was the concern about transparency. And as I think about the Chinook bycatch reduction program, I have a hard time imagining what more I would want to know about it than we hear about it each year. And so I guess what I'm challenging you to do is describe to me, with the Chinook program, what's not transparent about that? Why would you have concerns that a chum program might be less transparent than that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Twite. I think I'll focus on chum since that's the agenda item before us today, and would say I think what I'm referring to specifically now is the process of developing incentive plan agreements and putting sort of all of our eggs in that basket. It's the industry developing incentive plan agreements. It's not people from Western Alaska, and that there is a real disconnect there. And I think that, I appreciate that industry is able to develop those, and I think it should be certainly part of this analysis. But I also, I think there's been ample opportunity over the past years to develop those incentive plan agreements and refine them to reduce chum salmon bycatch. And we're just hearing now. I also don't think it's fair to hold up this process to allow a significant amount of time. So I would urge the council also to move forward with this quickly. I think you can do an analysis with what you have before you now.
Thank you. Mr. Mesereau. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Next up is Caitlin Yeager.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Caitlin Yeager, and I'm the General Manager for Alaska Boat Company. I've attached a comment letter with my sign up that I'll be speaking to. We operate a fleet of 5 AFA shoreside trawl CVs jointly owned by 2 CDQ groups. Given the nature of our ownership, we do not take bycatch issues lightly. We've implemented a variety of measures in addition to those outlined in the IPA, SIP, and rolling hotspot agreements. We pride ourselves on the strides we've taken to develop alternative ways to modify fishing behavior, which I often like to think of as a carrot rather than a stick. I'd like to start by saying that we support the current purpose and need with specific reference to the conservation of Western Alaska chum, maintaining the priority of Amendments 91 and 110, and balancing bycatch reductions to the extent practicable with other national standards. Next, I'd really like to emphasize our willingness to provide both transparency and accountability in our current programs. The parameters of these IPAs are set forth in regulation. Our representatives report on the performance of these annually and weekly to the Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. We employ 100% observer coverage on both the vessel and at the plant, and we share our VMS data, also known as GPS, with Sea State to monitor our vessel movements and compliance with these programs. As concerns surrounding Western Alaska chum stocks have evolved, so have our programs. The inshore fleet implemented those advisory areas in B seasons of 22 and 23 with full compliance, even though they were voluntary. And while these programs have worked well in modifying the behavior of the fleet, it did not come without its trade-offs. First, the differences in overall chum bycatch and genetic composition between B season 21 and 22 were stark. This is an example of why overall reductions don't necessarily result in reductions of Western Alaska chum. Once again, this current B season, the fleet maintained its prioritization of chum, and we're on the brink of triggering the herring savings area. Additionally, movement of fleet away from cluster area 2 into cluster 1 has the potential to inadvertently increase fishing effort within the red king crab savings areas. I'd be remiss if I failed to mention my captain's favorite saying, I hear it often, a day in June is 3 in September. This is in reference to foregoing the higher pollock catch rates in the early season, pushing effort into the late season when we start seeing Chinook. We've said this many times before, but it still remains my ultimate constraint. In reference to a cap, I'd like you to consider the vessel level effects that this may have. For reference, some members of my co-op have less than 10 Chinook for an entire year. I don't know what this would look like for chum as it currently stands. But what I can say is that typically Chinook bycatch increases incrementally, whereas chum increases more exponentially. They behave differently when we're out on the grounds. Now, given that variability, if you're a smaller vessel with a low cap and you can't afford the long run to the Northwest or Zemchug, I'm not sure that you can even afford to leave the dock, unlike a larger vessel or a catcher processor can. And after some of the
Ms. Yeager, I apologize, but your timer is up. Do you have any concluding statements?
I do. I would just like to say that I believe alternative 4 has the potential to address the council's goals of reducing chum bycatch. And if the industry should be given the opportunity to work together, I think we could come to a common ground that can suit operational constraints, the purpose and need, and public concern.
See if there are any questions for Ms. Yeager. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that last comment, what is the timeline then for providing some potential changes for chum salmon reduction under the IPAs? Is that something that is being actively worked on that would be transparent through this process and then could be put into the analysis? And are some of those that are being considered regulations versus just in the private contract?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that regardless of whatever timeline is set forth, the industry will continue to improve upon its programs. And that even given the current time frame, we will be the entities responsible to have our due diligence and continue to work on these. I believe you've heard testimony that There is more efforts to increase the remote genetics testing. We have these avoidance areas that we're doing in lieu of a regulatory measure. And that we'll continue working upon these. And it sounds like we'll do a little more reporting so that the public can have some assurance that we are doing what we intend.
Just the second part of my question, what, do you foresee any of those being able to be put in regulation, or is the vision that those are all within the private contract?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I believe that the IPAs have the ability to change their requirements for their members and vessels on an annual, if not more frequent basis. So while the regulation for what the IPAs absolutely has to require does not change more frequently, what we can require can change, and we can come back and report on that.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Yeager. So as the kind of the fleet manager, you may be in the best position to just kind of walk me through how you figure out if a mistake has been made and what happens. What are the consequences?
To the chair, I'd be happy to. So quite often, before you even begin to leave for a trip, we have captains checking in with us twice a day, every single day. I'd say the only time they get rest is when they're full and on their way in, and it starts all over again. But to identify when that accident happens, typically the fishermen are dumping the bag. They look very slowly to see if any salmon is coming through. At that point, they report to the wheelhouse, and that captain is immediately reporting that not only to our co-op managers, but to other members of our fleet. It's almost like a fisherman's phone tree in a way. We just keep sending that information out as fast as we can. If it hits some amount of critical mass, that then further gets reported to Sea State. And regardless of whether it's anecdotal or through official fish ticket information, that gets sent out to the fleet. Furthermore, Sea State has the ability, because we share our VMS data with them, to show the exact track line of where that tow was incurred. And we even give depth, because sometimes if you're in 90 fathoms versus 55 fathoms, that makes a world of a difference. So I hope that gets to your question. There are a ton of layers. Like I said, this phone tree of information goes out because we want it to happen as quickly as possible.
So nobody can really hide.
No, no. We are kind of like little communities when it comes together, and there's no incentive to hiding. I think, if you looked at fishing behavior 30 years ago, everybody might have had their secret fishing spot and they didn't want you to know what they were doing there. That has completely changed. The culture of the fishermen has done a 180 since I've started. We used to really pride ourselves on being able to go out and find new fishing areas on our own. But frankly, and my captains will kill me, we've turned into radio fishermen because we're terrified of trying to go somewhere new. And what if it doesn't work out? What if you are the bad guy? Nobody wants to be the bad guy. And so we're constantly working to try and make that better. But at some points, it's almost too onerous for them to try and make out a good decision. They feel like they're going to trip over their own feet.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver.
And I apologize for asking maybe an open-ended question, or I might be conflating issues, but your testimony prompted me. I've been interested in understanding the difference under alternative 4, that decision point of whether NIMS as the managing entity or the IPAs as the managing entity, in terms of timeliness of response. Do you have any thoughts on that, or is that an independent issue?
Through the chair, I believe, and thank you, the timing really is key here. So we've heard about the bycatch spike that happened in BC season of 21. That was a 1 to 2 week period. I believe that might have coincided with like a weather window. Everyone went out, they fished all at the same time, and they quickly realized it was a bad place to be. That exact scenario is what implemented our bycatch avoidance areas, to be able to relay that anecdotal information rather than being reliant upon the catch accounting information. But if that scenario were pursued under a NMFS managed closure, figure 3 days from the time you're on the grounds until it clears catch accounting, maybe a couple more until it's warrants a closure. Then you tack on, I think it was a 7-day notice in the Federal Register, approval through GC and HQ, that's 10 days. But think about 5 shore plants and we'll say 2 million pounds of throughput a day, 100 million pounds of fish could be landed in that time. That is why we need closures that are very reactive and can happen quickly. I struggle to see how that could be implemented through regulation, but maybe the IPAs can be given regulatory parameters to operate within to give that confidence, but give us the flexibility to behave quickly.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Chief Karma Olvi.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Chief Karma Alvi. I am Hongwichin, that translate to people of the river. I am from the native village of Eagle, a small village on the Yukon-Canadian border. I also serve as the chair of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, where I'm here representing 33 tribes from Eagle to the mouth of the Yukon. Along the Yukon, there are many empty smokehouses, empty freezers, lost traditions, elders unable to pass down their knowledge of cutting fish, smoking fish, and putting it away for the winter. Children are growing with no knowledge of old traditions and lacking the pride that comes with living like our ancestors did. When we cut fish with our elders and hear stories of the old days, it forms bonds that keep our village healthy and content. Salmon have been our life source on the Yukon for thousands of years, and we have sustained these fisheries by only taking what we need, respecting our animals and fish and using every part of them for food and clothing. It's hard for me to understand how fellow human beings and Alaskans can hear our pleas that we need salmon for our communities and yet struggle with putting in regulation to limit overfishing. Where are the trust responsibilities that consists of the highest moral obligation that the United States must meet to ensure the protection of tribal lands and resources? Not just CDQs who are getting economic benefits of the trawl fleets, but all tribes throughout Alaska. The actions of the trawl fleet are affecting our people, and we need to have a seat at the table. Due to your lack of action, tribes on the Yukon and Kuskokwim have had to bear the burden of conservation, while the trawl fleets are still catching millions of pounds of prohibited species catch. Tribes should be the first priority for subsistence fishing. Our traditional and local knowledge can help in management. It is clear to us that the incentive plan agreements set up with the trawlers to manage themselves are not working. And we wouldn't be here continuously asking for regulation if it did. We strongly encourage the council to do an analysis for a meaningful chum cap, including the range of values that were presented at the AP and failed. It is reasonable for a fishery to take significant action to reduce harvest of non-targeted species that is in a low abundance, especially when it's a species that the whole region of Alaska is dependent on. It is reasonable to put in place regulatory measures that force the fisheries to reduce the prohibited species catch. I'm very discouraged by the comment a few days ago in AP that the Alaskan tribes are acting out of emotion. How we live and feed our families, our strong spiritual connections is not an emotion, it is our livelihood, our way of life and subsistence rights. The answer to these issues of overfishing is not to flood the waters with hatchery fish. Our ecosystem is in trouble and it is up to all of us to manage it to a level that we can all enjoy. We strongly encourage the council to implement the programmatic EIS in a timely manner and that tribes need to be included in this process. We live and breathe the same air you do. Our people are Alaskans, US citizens, and sovereign governments that deserve to be recognized and respected. We strongly encourage that the next council staff analysis and the draft EIS come back to the council in April 2024. I also have dual citizenship in Canada, where my relatives have not been able to fish for 20 years. They have stood down on fishing to try to make sure that the salmon come back in abundance for our future generations. Something we have had to do with strong regulation from the state on the Yukon and moratoriums that our people have implemented ourselves. Why is the Pacific Salmon Treaty not being respected? It states that the enhancement programs were to prevent overfishing and provide for optimum production, ensure that both countries receive benefits equal to the production of salmon originating in their waters. The system is failing our neighbors in Canada, our people on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, and we need the North Pacific to recognize that we are not going anywhere and our tribe should be heard. We need to see change before our resources are gone. We all have to cut back to conserve to make sure these salmon come back, not only for our children and grandchildren, but yours as well. So in my closing comments, I would strongly encourage a programmatic EIS to be implemented as soon as possible to include tribes. So there is current data to make these important decisions. I would strongly encourage the council to do an analysis for a chum cap that is meaningful and will help our tribes regain the small number of fish we use for subsistence. Also to implement local and traditional knowledge and consultations with tribes, working with us to make sure our resources are sustainable. Tribes have the knowledge and expertise to provide critical information to preserve our resources and support our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Chief Foley. See if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Chief Foley. So the struggle we have here in this process is that if we choose alternatives that don't fit within the laws that govern what we do, we end up getting an action remanded back to this council because it doesn't pass muster with the courts, particularly in terms of practicability, which is how much we can reduce bycatch and not have a dramatic impact on ability of people to still earn a living. And if we do too much of a reduction, we get that remanded back to us. If we do nothing or too little, then we will have failed to achieve our objective and will likely get it remanded back from the courts from the tribes. So typically what we've done in this council when we're trying to address issues like bycatch is do incremental reductions over time and see how it impacts everybody involved. And what this particular action is asking, particularly from your perspective, is to take a more dramatic action that will have a more immediate impact because it's a crisis in the river. And that's the struggle that I think we're all grappling with right now is if we do too much, and it has a dramatic impact on pollock industry, we'll get this remanded back to us, and everything we're doing here and all the testimony that's been made will end up coming back to the council and go through another multi-year process to achieve an objective. If we do too little, we have failed in our responsibilities to try to provide opportunity. And so I guess my question after that long explanation is, if we take an action that provides some opportunity for salmon to come back, is that enough? Even though it may not be enough to replenish the runs, because we know there's a variety of other factors that are impacting the salmon's ability to make it back to the river and to survive when they come out. In other words, is any amount of salmon that we can get back, give the opportunity to return back, better than none.
I think a lot of our people on the Yukon would be happy. I mean, even with 4 or 5 fish, you know, right now to get nothing. This summer, you know, we used to run down to the bank and catch chum with a dip net, and we can't, I had to tell my brother, like, we can't do that. You know, small steps and anything coming back would help our families. I mean, we used to be able to like survive on a few big kings, you know, sometimes not huge families, but you know, you can put something in the freezer, anything would help. But it's also just our ecosystem, and our state is such amazing with all of our wild stock salmon. And I hate to see all that be gone, you know, like, I mean, yes, there's hatchery fish and stuff, but what's so amazing about Alaska is all our moose and fish and everything that we have. So I think anything, I mean, if small increments I can see, but for 4 years, we haven't been able to fish. So whatever's working right now, or whatever is being tried right now, is obviously not working, and we need to implement something a little stricter.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Thad Tikiun. And there will be no questions.
Good morning. My name is Thad Tikiun. I'm from Bethel, which is about 60 miles up the Kuskokwim River and located about 400 miles west of here. I'm a tribal member of the Uluchurami Native Council and also the chairman of the Association of Village Council Presidents, which represents 56 villages in my area. But today, I'm here to give an individual testimony. In my native Yupik dialect, we have in our language the word naqa. Naqa is the word for fish. That same word also translates to food. That same word also translates to food. That is how important fish is to our diet and to our culture. In February, at the State Board of Fish meeting, there were a record number of testimonies made. I recognize many faces from just that meeting alone. Back in the late 1980s, these same issues were already being discussed in my region. Yet about 45 years later, we are still sitting on the table. In the February meeting, the State Board of Fish numbers were also produced and lengthy reports were also given out. But their data at the time showed Ketch was further back in time Most of these reports I'm hearing since yesterday or the last few days have been for the last 12 years. Main focus has mostly been on the last few years of unseasonably warm weather and the poor conditions of the ocean. 45 years ago, the main concern had been the interception of salmon, both on the high seas and also within the state boundaries. Nothing has changed. We still have the same issues today. Whatever plans were made then have failed. We need to take a different path, a different approach. I think about the end user who is getting the short end of the stick, the one that is not making the profits off the fisheries. We are still sitting here trying to figure out ways to solve a problem. We even ask those fishing if it is possible to work out a solution, and if by policing themselves, certain things can get done. We forget the end user who has his back against the wall, being regulated, being told when, where, and how he can fish, just so he can feed his family. If the table was turned around, how many of the other fishermen would be willing to fish with a net that's 60-foot in length, 4-inch mesh in size, and 28 meshes deep, or use the dip net just to make their living? On the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, this is already happening. As the gentleman stated yesterday, there is no longer any commercial fisheries on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim. Another also stated that they only have pollock fisheries. Yesterday, we heard from a community and they stated it will affect them. In my area upriver, this has already happened. There's a couple villages up there with only one family living in each village. We also talk about who has the right to fish in our waters and the allocations of the fish stock. But in this process, we tend to forget the end user, where the salmon were born. The family who had just the same rights to fish. We are at the end of the chain. Everybody is meeting their allocations along this whole chain. We get to fish whatever is left just before the fish go into the river to spawn. And lately, escapement has not been met. I'm concerned about the people who have relied upon these fish, which have fed them and provided them their subsistence needs and also sustained our culture. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Next up is Kurt Chamberlain. Can you turn on your mic, please?
Sorry, new to this. Good morning, council members. My name is Kurt Chamberlain. I'm Assistant General Counsel for Corporate Governance and Litigation for Chalista Corporation. I'm also a Chalista shareholder and a member of the Aniak tribe, which is on the Middle Kuskokwim. I was a commercial fisherman in the Middle Kuskokwim in the 80s and into the mid 90s until the commercial fishery collapsed and I had to sell out and become a lawyer. The Chalista Corporation is an Alaska regional corporation that encompasses 56 communities, the same as Mr. Tikiun before me, and in about 36,000 shareholders of Native Alaskan descent. All 56 communities we cover are facing crippling subsistence sanctions. On the Yukon River, there subsistence is nearly non-existent. On the Kuskokwim River, there were very few openings. And the subsistence lifestyle we've endured we've had for the last 10,000 years is changing. In the last, between 2010 and 2020, a large stretch of the Middle Kuskokwim experienced an outmigration rate of Native Alaskans of 30%, most of those being the young people. The long-term effects of that is loss of culture, loss of connection to the land, loss of language. Being from that region and having that connection to the land, it's very important to me. I grew up with that, and it's been severed for me. And every time I fly home, every flight out of Aniak, my voice chokes up. I have that hard time breathing where it's just, I feel like a piece of me is being pulled apart. This is what our people are enduring right now. This is a crippling, it's a crippling event that's tearing apart members, not only of our 56 tribes, but of the 120,000 people that live in the Yukon and Kuskokwim Basin, not to speak of the Norton Sound and in Bristol Bay, where they're starting to see chum collapses. And I think it's very important that this council understand what the implications of this. You know, I'm a lawyer. My family's very proud of me. And, you know, I have a brother who graduated high school and works in Aniak, and I'd trade places with him any day. This is a monumental thing, and so many other people have testified. Chalista's positions on this I was supposed to speak on have been submitted, and I strongly encourage you to read them. But other people have said that, and I don't want to cover new things. In the AP meeting on Friday, I do want to discuss one thing. There was a proposal for a lower chum cap, and that was dismissed as emotional, unrealistic, and impractical. As a Native Alaskan, my blood boiled on that one. And speaking with other Native leaders, I was not the only one. There was loud outrage among the Native Alaskans in that group, because what I just described is my connection to that land. And what that means to me was being dismissed in favor of money. As a former trial attorney, I'm well aware of what horrible things people will do to others for money, but when you're on the receiving end of it, it hurts. And so I want to spend what time I have going into kind of the basis of our connection to salmon. Before my grandparents were pulled out of their homes and put into missionary schools, our ancestral religion was focused on the people's circular connection with the land and animals. In this belief system, animals weren't caught. They gave themselves to the hunters and fishermen they deemed worthy. We were taught as children to treat animals we harvested with great reverence. Nothing was wasted. Everything had a purpose. Bones were used as needles, sinew as thread. We used intestines for raincoats and flotation devices. We didn't brag on our hunts. I was taught never even to say we were going hunting. We're going for a walk. And when we harvested an animal, we thanked it. And I still do that to this day. If I catch a fish, if I catch a moose, if I catch anything, it gets thanked first and foremost. So the waste of a single animal is unforgivable. It's about the biggest heresy you can do in our culture, in our ancestral religion that's largely been replaced, but those belief systems are still there. And if you look at the waste of 536,000, that's an abomination. And when you say that's emotional, you're goddamn right, it's emotional. It's a big deal for every one of us. And for that panel to have one subsistence member in a with just swarmed by industry insiders was more than insulting. As a former trial attorney, I'm looking at the billable hours that can come out of that. It's an abomination. And there's what I saw in that is, and forgive my language on this one, there was a judge in Las Vegas who once had to tell someone, an
Mr.
attorney,
Chamberlain, I'm sorry, your timer is up. If you have concluding statements,
yes,
please.
that there's an echo chamber in there. And what I'm seeing in this council meeting is what he referred to as people buying into their own bullshit. We need an outside perspective, and a lot of people need to take a deep look. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Glenn Merrill.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Glenn Merrill. I'm representing Glacier Fish Company. We are majority owned and operated by Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation. We have one catcher processor that's active in the pollock fishery. The issue that I wanted to highlight for you today is an important both communications issue as well as an analytic issue, and it's this. Caps are binding at the individual company or vessel level. That is how we operationalize. That is how we operate every single day to try and minimize bycatch. That is what will restrict or constrict a vessel's operation. So taking a hypothetical example, let's say that the cap is 100 at this higher level. It gets apportioned, 10 goes to the CDQ program, 9 to mothership, 45 to inshore, 36 to the catcher processor sector. Then within those sectors, it's sub-allocated among each and every one of the companies. Company may have 2 or 3 fish under this hypothetical example. That is their bycatch limit. Each and every company is going to be highly precautionary, wanting to conserve that bycatch limit. If another company early in the season hits their bycatch limit, other companies will be conservative, perhaps unwilling or unable to provide additional opportunity to that company. That limit, that cap, is binding on that company. Later in the season, as you know, and if you look at, I think it's addenda type table 319, you can see bycatch rates tend to increase later in the year. An early hit by a company will bind that company. You have a number of tables that have been produced for you to consider various impacts on the sectors at different bycatch levels. But underneath that is this vessel or company level specific implications of a cap. And understanding those dynamics and understanding how a cap can have an impact on a company at any level at which it is set, I think is critical for your understanding. It's critical as well for communicating to the public how these caps will operate and the fact that these caps can be constricting on these vessels at all levels of abundance. I'll also refer you to page 32 in the SSC minutes, which talks about the importance of the analysis considering these types of dynamics and how a cap operates and how a cap can bind at these lower levels of abundance. Thank you for your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon Aart.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Shannon Aart. I'm a Fairbanks resident and an Alado tribal member, which is on the middle of the Yukon River. And I work for Hendersheet, but today I'm representing myself. And I have a PowerPoint that I think is loading, but basically what I want to start off with today is talk about the life cycles of the salmon, which we hear quite a bit about because the ocean is affecting it. And when we talk about it and we say that we need help, I have a graphic here of the Kuskokwim and the Yukon River trying to show some of our main spawning streams that are not on the coast of Alaska, which I hear a lot of focus about our coastal communities that are being affected economy wise or anything else, how they'll be affected. And as we've been hearing testimony, you cannot forget about our in-river folks. And so these are just some facts. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to focus in a little bit more on the Yukon River and look at all those streams that are being affected, where these salmon go back to return to spawn. And when we got to think about chum bycatch levels, this is why, because if they do not go back to those home spawning streams, they're not going to make it back out to the ocean, and there'll be nothing for anybody besides hatchery fish. We are trying to protect our wild stock. So with that, if we do not do anything, what's going to come back to us is basically nothing. And when we look about our alternatives that are there, we want action. And when we talk about a range of bycatch limits, it's really hard. As some people say, it's emotional, it's practical. And as you heard from the previous testifier, it's against our beliefs. So that's why we say 0. And when we say, a lot of us are saying we want a range, what the AP motion that failed was 0 to 280. That's what we want. Now we leave it to your hands to come up with that modification, right? There's going to be something probably in the different range, but we have to have something because that's what we believe in our hearts. I also believe in time and abundance, and somehow we're going to have a perfect world with a hard cap and with time and area. We're going to mesh it, I think, sometime in the future, but we have to take action now because our salmon can't afford it. Our people can't afford it. If you go to the next slide, I went to Mountain Village, which is down towards the mouth of Yukon. I think we heard 80 miles from the mouth. And these are prices from their store. I want to see if you can raise your family with those prices for 4 gallons of milk for $27. Even powdered milk, which just 10 pouches, $33. The next slide, you could look at some of the other staple prices. But I want that to take effect. We hear about economies and the coastal people that are going to be affected. Our people are already being affected. We have to pay high prices. We have high prices of fuel, which you hear about. And so just keep that in mind when we talk about it. If we're not allowed to fish to feed our families, it's hard and our money's gone before we could even do anything else. The acronyms are really hard to keep track of for our people when we come to these, and we've talked about this. I've been working with people as outreach. PSC limits, we hear a lot about. That's a prohibited species catch. Nobody ever says that. What does prohibited mean? When we talk about it, we're supposed to be prohibiting those salmon that are endangered or in the low abundance, right? So I just wanted to point that out. We want progress, take some action. That's what we want. The PEIS, we know something's going to happen in April and we appreciate that, but we just cannot wait. We know it's a slower time. Take some action. And you said, I think you asked earlier, Mr. Mesro, about what can we do, but we have to take action now. Emergency orders, it's in place. We've been suffering for over 4 years. In conclusion, I'm of the middle of the river stream clan, or the salmon clan, which is all things to do with water. I'm here to advocate for my salmon relatives as well as my family who live on these rivers. The clan is known to be resilient and salmon can be too. Just give them a chance because every salmon counts. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Earhart. And I heard clearly your testimony on caps, but I didn't think you didn't have much time, but mentioned support, or in an ideal world, we would have time and area closures. And I wondered if you'd expand on that. We do have time and area closures currently through this hotspot program. Were you referencing something different or informed by traditional knowledge? These windows, I'd like to hear more about what you support.
Did go off. That's what I was wondering. That's my personal belief as I'm educating myself. We don't want to fight with people, and we don't want to pit anybody against each other. Hard caps, because you have to have regulation, you have to have checks and balances, but then you also just need time. And I mean, we're still learning about these rolling hotspots. Those of us that don't understand them, there's a lot of us. So, as we educating ourselves coming to these processes, but in reality, you need time. And we heard from a renowned scientist in February that you got to let the fish have a chance to get through. And yes, we need to incorporate indigenous knowledge and local knowledge of the people that are living and working in those areas, because I say the state of Alaska is big. We have family everywhere. We talk to people in the Southeast. We talk to people in the West. We talk to people in the North. And we always say, I'm in the middle of the stream. I'm in Fairbanks. We hear when that first salmon hits the Yukon River, through voice chatter, we hear about it. So when fish are moving from the Gulf over into the Bering Sea, people hear about it. And that's what I'm saying. If they know that they're starting to hit there, that means there's probably a pulse coming through. And so in my mind, that's what time and area is, and they should be able to know, and we should be able to try to adjust. So that's where I come from.
And maybe, thank you for that response. And maybe you don't have more to say on that, but I want to pursue it a little bit more in right now, the rolling hotspot program. And I appreciate you saying doesn't make sense to a lot of people or they don't understand it yet. But right now it's working on seeing actual chum rates. And that's how you respond. Oh, we have a higher chum rate than a base rate. So we're going to move out of that area. That area is closed to a number of vessels. They have to go somewhere else. What you're talking about, it seems like, is before you catch the chum, there is some understanding of windows or times and places in which you would expect, I hope, Western Alaska chum to be present. And my question is there a place in that process for Indigenous knowledge to then inform prior to the season, the bee season in June, maybe some of those times and areas, or is that down the line not something we could identify?
Again, sorry, I don't know how long it stays on. I think there is a time for it. I'm not sure. I don't live in that area. I only know kind of our region when people, and I listen to our elders and they say certain snow caps, certain this, and that we should start affecting when the temperature changes or if it's too warm. And so I'm sure there's local knowledge in the Bering Sea area, those coastal areas that would know more about those. And, you know, I'm not going to say it's hard for those of us when we're having to suffer so much to rely on industry that's based off economy. And I know we've had personal talks. We come here and we're all trying to be our best to do this. And we don't want to pit each other against each other, but we have to see some trust levels. And that's where I think we're all trying to work towards. And for us to have a regulatory requirement so that we can say that there's trust with the checks and balance. And that's where we're going to find middle ground at some point, I presume. But, you know, we also have to we all know, I mean, even if it's low abundance, big game, anything else, we have to let animals go so that they can make it and let nature take its course without being attacked by man-made efforts.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Marissa Wisniewski.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Marissa Wisniewski, and I am the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. My comments today supplement our written comment and are focused primarily on the framework that we have for future analysis. I wanted to start by admitting an oversight of my own that has been clarified as I've followed this conversation through the SSC, AP, and council. The purpose and need statement for this action is not inclusive enough to consider all benefits from chum bycatch reductions, including regions not considered to be Western Alaska, and undermines the assessment of the practicability of bycatch reductions. While the need to be responsive to the suffering of communities in Western and Interior Alaska is crystal clear and has been characterized on the record in terms of violated human rights, reductions in chum PSC would provide a multitude of benefits beyond that region that should be included in a comprehensive analysis. As just one example, reducing the capture of the adult Asian hatchery chum means more would return to their place of origin, which would increase their survivability rates and could in turn incentivize a reduction of chum fry released, reducing competition for food at the early life stage that is proving to be a bottleneck for juvenile chum survivability. Chum caught as bycatch have value to other communities along the West Coast as well. The purpose and need should be clear in that in the absence of adequate real-time data to minimize bycatch of Western Alaska chum specifically, which has been a substantial point of discussion throughout this meeting, then the council will achieve the goals of this action by effectively controlling chum bycatch of all origin. We add that this action should reflect the council's commitment to equity and environmental justice, promote regional food security, and strive to meet the needs of historically underserved communities. I've heard a lot of testimony from industry representatives about the dependence of their business models on substantial harvests of pollock. And my testimony is meant to elevate the legal protections that are afforded to people with protected, sacred, and irreplaceable relationships with resources held in trust. We encourage the council to develop on-ramps for traditional knowledge, part of best scientific information available, into future analysis. There was discussion at the SSC about the need to include traditional knowledge about chum abundance in a longer time series, as well as traditional knowledge around causes for current declines. Elements contained in a social impact assessment should also be part of this interactive and iterative process. For an example of a comprehensive SIA, I recommend looking to work from Boraz and Knott, who, in meaningful collaboration with affected communities, developed an SIA in 2013 for the EPA as part of the proposed Pebble Mine project. They carried out extensive field work and provided in-depth review of the history and cultural context of Yupik and Dena'ina utilization of salmon and how the residents themselves described they would be impacted if they lost access to this keystone species and subsistence resource. With its focus on impacts to fisheries, fisheries access, and the sociocultural, economic, nutritional, and spiritual importance of the salmon that provides perhaps the best recent model of an SIA related to these proposed management alternatives. There was an amendment to the motion that passed the AP, which supported the need to assess socioeconomic impacts to all communities affected by chum declines. This would also provide equitable consideration of all affected communities, particularly noting the breadth of analysis identified for pollock-centered communities and businesses. Additionally, AMCC supports the failed motion from the AP to analyze a range of PSC limits, including 0, 22,000, and 280,000. Industry made it clear that such an upper bound, which is roughly the average from the last 10 years, was unworkable, but has not, to my knowledge, offered a limit that they could work within for the sake of analysis. So as a result, I don't have an additional higher bound to recommend that is inclusive of industry input. National Standard 1 describes that optimum yield is prescribed on the basis of MSY as reduced by any relevant social, economic, or ecological factor. It references net benefits to the nation, benefits which include but are not limited to population effects for the bycatch species, as spoken to by a previous testifier regarding the significance of genetic diversity, ecological effects due to changes in the bycatch of that species. And I recall in a previous meeting, we heard about bears with less access to salmon, increasing their predation on other subsistence foods like moose. Changes in the distribution of benefits and costs, changes in the economic, social, or cultural value of fishing activities, and other social effects. Additionally, National Standard 9 states that the council should adhere to the precautionary approach found in the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries. One precautionary measure is to ensure that fishing pressure from other segments of the fishery does not deplete the resource to the point where severe corrective action is needed. Had action been taken for chum salmon when Alaska Native peoples first began the advocacy that continues today, PSC reductions may not have needed to be as severe, and suffering of thousands of people could have been prevented. Regarding the discussion of a 3-river index, it's important to not base the index on the strength of the Yukon alone, particularly when the relationship between the Yukon and other regions is more unreliable at times of low abundance, which is really when this index would be most useful to trigger measures for chum savings. And I see them.
Do you have a concluding statement?
I'll emphasize that the experiences shared by salmon dependent Alaska Native peoples in testimony at this meeting and for decades have not been effectively addressed in the years that have passed. And analysis must recognize and strive to remedy this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. I appreciate your comments on the connection between the lack of salmon in the rivers and the and mammals and birds and other animals that may suffer because of that. But my question is, and I've read your letter, I was hoping you'd speak to it in your public testimony, but in your letter, several times you use the term meaningful PSC and something that has a meaningful result. And so, but you didn't testify to the numbers. And that's one of the things that we're struggling with here is what is going to be the range? I mean, we're likely to take up a motion that will consider this. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to let me know and other council members know, what do you mean by a meaningful PSC reduction? What would you like to see analyzed?
Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question through the chair. I appreciate you highlighting the word meaningful, because I think that speaks to the range that we are in support of. The failed motion from the AP, which included 0, 22,000 and 280,000. I heard from industry that that upper bound was not workable, but didn't hear an alternative put forward. So I can't suggest another number that would be inclusive of industry input. But I underscore meaningful as it is part of the trust responsibility of the U.S. government to engage in meaningful and ongoing government to government consultation with tribes. And so in order for a meaningful range of values to be considered, it needs to include that tribal input, which for us clearly includes analysis of 0 and that lower bound 22,000.
Thank you. I'm not seeing further questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Therese Vente.
Good morning, and I think I have an attachment that I'm hoping could be put on the screen. Thanks. Oh, okay. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Therese Vente. I'm here with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, which represents 33 tribal communities in fisheries management, research, and monitoring. I'm non-Indigenous and have the great privilege of living, working, and learning with communities on Yupik and Upper Kuskokwim Dene lands and waters. There's a salmon disaster unfolding on the Kuskokwim and in western and interior Alaska that's having severe impacts on our ecosystems, our families, and our way of life. I have a reminder of this on the screen. The first 2 pictures are from smokehouses on the Cusco, and the last one comes from the Yukon during their first year of complete closure. This is what our community's smokehouses have looked like as abundance has declined and sacrifices have abounded. Remember this reality in our communities. This is food security, this is culture, this is language, this is what it looks like. The Fish Commission has stated this before and will state it again. Of the many, many factors cumulatively contributing to salmon declines, this council can control fishing impacts, and that includes salmon bycatch by the pollock fleet. Your decisions affect our communities from the coast all the way up to the headwaters. I also want to reiterate that the agency has a federal trust responsibility to our tribes and our way of life. Salmon critical to our tribe's survival are a federal trust resource. This council, as an advisory body to the agency, should do all that it can to help the agency adhere to this responsibility. The Fish Commission wants the council to move forward with an initial review and the EIS process. If you're looking for recommendations on timing in this process, it'd be most helpful to see the next iteration of documents in April 2024, as the June meeting in Kodiak will be logistically quite difficult for our tribal communities to engage in, and we want to engage in this issue. We ask that the council develop a broad range of alternatives for the next analysis, and this must include an overall PSC limit. The range of cap values chosen for this analysis must be broad, beginning with 0, to be responsive, responsible, and precautionary.
We support the numbers put forward in the AP. There were 0, 22,000, and 280,000. We support those for analysis. We also ask for analysis of linking these PSC limits to in-river chum salmon abundance, essentially linking management to what is happening in our communities and our ecosystems. We'd also ask the council to use the most comprehensive metrics available to determine abundance, rather than a single source of information. On the Kuskokwim, during our in-season management, our tribal in-season managers and Fish and Wildlife Service look at a holistic data set to make their decisions. This does include the Bethel Test Fish CCPUE, but it also includes Bethel Sonar. It includes in-season harvest information and attainment of harvest goals, weir passage and attainment of escapement goals, and especially traditional knowledge and observations. All of this is important to consider, especially in situations with limited data like this one, where we must be as precautionary as possible. The council, your staff, and NIMS should work with tribes to collate this data as we know our rivers best. Touching on the IPA alternative, there may be merits within the IPA system, particularly in their flexibility in season, but expecting IPAs alone to solve the crisis creates false expectations. I encourage you, don't just look at the past 2 years of bycatch reductions to evaluate the success of IPAs. They were supposed to be working in this way for the better part of 10 years. The way to ensure that IPAs are meaningful and accountable and never allow the fleet to reach the egregious level of chum bycatch that occurred in 2021 again is to reinforce them with a hard cap. Give the fleet a ceiling under which to be adaptive and flexible, and we reiterate that the ceiling must be low to be precautionary and responsive to our crisis. You've expressed your concern for our communities, and we are grateful for that. Now we ask you to please respond in a meaningful way with action that helps our region down to the tributary, down to the fish camp, down to the family level. One of our late elders on the Kuskokwim, Robert Lakander, would always say when he talked about bycatch and intercept of our fish, history repeats itself. The council has circled around the issue of chum salmon bycatch again and again. Don't let history repeat itself this time and end up with action that means little for our tribes. Move forward with the analysis and the EIS, uphold the federal trust responsibility, do everything you can to address the effects of the pollock fishery on Western Alaska chum salmon. We look forward to continuing to work with you on this issue and cooperating with the agency and the state on the EIS. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vicente, for your testimony. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask about your comments related to an abundance-based PSC chum prohibited species catch limit for the pollock fishery. And I really appreciate your pointing out it to really probably appropriately establish some sort of abundance-based index threshold. The more information, the better. It should be comprehensively look at all available information. But as I think you're aware, in terms of if we're looking at regulatory approaches to just as a requirement of our process and for transparency for the public, can you, if we want to look at a very transparent and perhaps overly simplistic abundance-based index to get the concept in this action, which to move forward with it, do you have suggestions for how we might potentially look at a more comprehensive abundance-based approach outside of a regulatory context that we could consider later in this action or as a follow-on? Or I'm trying to pick up the concept, but having trouble figuring out how we would fit it into our requirements for regulatory clarity and implementable possibility.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, and through the chair. I appreciate that question a lot because it really gets at the heart of the Cusco Fish Commission's purpose, which is to use the best available traditional knowledge, Western scientific information, comprehensively and holistically to make our decisions. And I will be frank, you all are the experts on how to write this into regulation. I would hope that there could be some space put into regulation, whether through the actual language that's written in there, through building some sort of iterative process where the sources of information could be reevaluated down the road as information becomes refined. So specifically on the Kuskokwim, and you all received the presentation and the analysis from your staff about the sources of information that were used to hypothetically create this sort of 3-area index. On the Kuskokwim, Bethel Test Fish CCPUE was chosen, and the Kagrugluck River Weir, which is our only established chum escapement goal, was looked at. But the Fish Commission has been working on and working towards getting a run reconstruction for chum salmon. And we have heard that Fish and Game is also doing that, and they found funding to do this. And that's really encouraging because that would really help both our in-season management and ideally this issue as well. But that's still a couple years down the road. And we're looking for action on this now. We'd hope that the council wouldn't stall any action to wait for better information, but would build a way to continue to evaluate that information as it becomes available. And I'll emphasize again that Indigenous knowledge is part of this best available information. And when our tribes are managing with Fish and Wildlife Service, there have been many times that Western scientific sources of information have been very, very off. But the knowledge of our elders, their observations at what's happening in their environment is always spot on in predicting how fish will come back, what it'll look like when they come back, how strong the run will be, how people will catch. So you need to include that in your analyses as well. And we're more than happy to work with your staff and with the agency to do that. I hope that answers your question. But
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Sante, for your testimony. And I would be remiss to not comment in some way on how far many of you that were starting to come here 1.5 years ago and had no idea how long the process took or how it worked, how fast all of you have learned your use of the terms and the process, and not just you, but the testifier before you, Ms. Aart, and others have come so far in understanding this complicated, slow, cumbersome process. And so you should be commended for educating yourself and being able to get up here and hold your own with people that have been doing it for a long time. My question for you today, though, is typically these actions, the way that they've been most successful is to have 3 pieces to manage bycatch. One of them in other similar fisheries is a hard cap. The other one is some sort of a performance standard, which would be the expectation of where the fleet might be able to perform and still be able to have a fishery. And so if the hard cap is too close to the performance standard, then it tends to erase the benefit of the performance standard and becomes a race for fish just to get what you can before you get shut down. And that's not a great way to achieve any of the objectives. Sometimes it even results in an increase in PSC because they can't fish selectively and be careful. And so what I'm wondering is with a higher cap and a workable performance standard, if we look at the last analysis, because that's the only real piece of information that we have, the last analysis showed that even with a higher cap, the benefit, the savings in salmon would be limited to maybe a few thousand, a couple thousand Western Alaska salmon that would actually not be caught with a higher cap. Now, when the performance standard works, more gets saved. But if there was that relationship between a cap and a performance standard of some kind to allow the fleet to operate and use their ability to avoid bycatch and still have a fishery, and the result was limited to savings of 1,000 salmon or 2 or 3, which in the last analysis of this showed a high cap would result in, that many less salmon, Western Alaska salmon, being saved. Is that meaningful? Is that are any amount of savings beneficial? Or is that not going to make a difference in people's perspective and hope for the future? And, because that's our concern, is that we don't want to do something that's going to not provide any reasonable assurance that we're working towards a better solution. And, I think from your last question, clearly the genetics and other information is coming along in the future that may result in the ability to do a more refined action in the future. But right now we're limited with tools that are more crude in nature to achieve the objective. And so I guess what I'm wondering is the savings of 1,000 or 2,000 salmon that would normally be caught as bycatch meaningful?
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question, and through the chair. My short answer is yes, absolutely. You heard from a previous testifier, Dr. Williams, this morning about the importance of the genetic diversity of even a single fish. And over the course of the past several years, you've heard from many of our tribes and tribal citizens about the importance of every single fish, because with the magnitude of this crisis, every fish counts. And I think it's important to just thinking about our rivers. The Kuskokwim is about 900 miles long. It's got dozens of tributaries, and people traditionally fished on those tributaries. And often with the timing of chum salmon moving through the Bering Sea and coming back to the rivers, they go first to those headwaters tributaries and then down to the lower river tributaries. Some of those tributaries, there's a fear that they're going to be extirpated. And even getting a single fish, getting 2 fish back, getting several fish back to make sure that those stocks stay intact, that matters. And it matters to the people too who fish those, and it matters to rebuilding stocks so that we hope one day the closures that we're experiencing now won't have to take effect and that people can fish and get the abundance that they need. So yes, every fish does count. And I want to say too that even without a cap, you're effectively just following status quo for how action has been over the past decade and more. So it may seem marginal looking at the numbers, but thinking about the life history of a salmon, the impact that it has on ecosystems, feeding other animals in the ecosystem, which is of concern to tribal citizens too, every fish does count. So I think in order for action to be effective, there does need to be some sort of cap put in, a ceiling under which the industry should operate. And when fishermen are given restrictions, they become adaptive. We see this on our river too. There's plenty of restrictions on our river and fishermen become adaptive. So I think there is room for a meaningful cap, and definitely in this analysis, there's room for a low cap to be analyzed. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Thank you for your testimony. And you mentioned briefly being a cooperating agency in the development of the EIS. And also from you and others, we've heard the need to incorporate more Indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge. So can you really briefly describe, your now direct role in providing some of that information, or at least characterizing subsistence use in your region?
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, and through the chair. And just to clarify, you mean through the cooperating agency process? Okay. Well, we've said this before too, but the best way to get Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous people incorporated into your management decisions is to have Indigenous people sitting at your decision-making tables. And right now, we found one of the best ways to do that is through becoming a cooperating agency. I will say the Indigenous knowledge that people have, and again, I am non-Indigenous. I have learned all of this in the few years that I've been living on the Kuskokwim. It's not something that you can just plug into a model or plug into an IPA. And it encompasses the entire ecosystem and how it's all connected. And I think that's something that a lot of agencies, a lot of Western science really lacks understanding of how holistic this is. So I would hope that through our work with the agency and the state in the cooperating agency process and developing this EIS, there will be a move towards a more holistic analysis. And I'll also say that the knowledge that a person holds influences their values. And it's been repeated time and time again at the council, at the AP, at other bodies, that Alaska Native people hold a huge value for not wasting. That is a part of knowledge. So the value to have no waste, not seeing that in any analyses, and for us trying to translate that, I shouldn't say for us, but for the tribes that I work for, trying to translate that into a number would be 0, a cap of 0, no waste. So I think that's really important to keep in mind. And it just, I don't know how else to say it is part of the best scientific information. And we hope to bring that to the table. So I hope that answers your question, but let me know if not.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Keenan Sanderson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. My name is Keenan Sanderson. My Haida name is Hunt Ingun Kangai Hoth. I was recently adopted into the Aquinas clan over the summer, which is Raven Doublefin Killer Whale, which my Haida name roughly translates to bright moon over the ocean. I come by way of Ketchikan, and I'm here representing the Ketchikan Tlingit Haida Community Council down in Ketchikan, of which I am currently the president, and I'm an elective representative that represents over 1,800 tribal citizens in Ketchikan. That's the only entity that I represent today, but I feel it's important to disclose the other entities I'm also affiliated with. I'm the president, or excuse me, the vice president of the Ketchikan School Board. I sit on the Ketchikan Fishing Game Advisory Committee. And I am also the head coach for the Ketchikan Ocean Science Bowl team, of which I'm honored to be able to say that I've been able to bring 6 of those students with me to this meeting. And a couple of them will actually be speaking later, right after me. I'm a lifelong subsistence fisher in Ketchikan and Prince of Wales. Most of my life I've been harvesting off the beach and on the boat with my father and my uncles for halibut and salmon. I'm a former commercial fisherman on a power trawler, again with my uncle, and also a former longline fisherman for black cod, also with my uncle. And the other thing that I think is relevant, just for a little bit of background for those who don't know me, I also have received a Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of Alaska Fairbanks in the College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, where most of my educational background is in salmon and groundfish ecology, primarily within Southeast Alaska. Today, I come forward to the council to support moving forward with alternatives that are going to, in essence, create effective changes within sustainability to reduce chum bycatch within the walleye pollock trawl fishery. And I won't really be into the reasonings why. I think it's been pretty well covered by plenty of other testifiers, but specifically I'm in favor of alternative 2, and with, I guess, some context, there's some aspects that I do agree with alternative 4. I want to put out a disclaimer that, and I've said this in previous meetings at the North Pacific, that I'm not anti-trawl. I I've been a former commercial fisherman myself. My entire mother's side of my family are commercial fishermen. A bunch of people on my father's side were commercial fishermen. And I know the value monetarily and otherwise that comes from commercial fishing. I don't ever want to see any opportunity be taken away from anybody if it can be helped. What I am is anti-unsustainability. I can get more into that later, but that's in essence what I'm all about. That being said, and I apologize, I mean to speak to you, but I have some notes. I just want to make sure that I cover everything that I want to say. But all that being said, we're right at a point in 2023 where we're going to be looking back in 20 years, and I see one of two things happening. We're going to look back and be able to say we came together as a council, as industry, as subsistence users, as sport fishers, that we were able to come together and come to the table and put together an effective management strategies that are going to be able to help mitigate the issue. There's no way that we're going to be able to preserve every single fish in the ocean. I'm not for preservation, so that's a whole different term. I'm all for conservation of all resources. Pollock, salmon, crab. Conservation is my goal. Or we're going to be looking back in 20 years and using this as an example as, what not to do when in the face of really tough decisions that we need to make. And I think everybody's fully aware of that, but I think it's just really important to say within my testimony on that. I'm not going to sit here and say, what numbers that you guys need to use. I'm not a full, seasoned veteran in this particular fishery to be able to say, we need to be able to reduce chum bycatch by, 20% or 50%, whatever. I'm not the expert in that. You have educated staff, you have educated other testifiers that are giving you numbers that I think you should take from them. And I believe them, or believe in them that they're giving you the correct and appropriate information to be able to make these decisions. Sorry, just making sure. Yeah. Again, I'm not an expert in this area. The people along the Yukon and the Kuskokwim, and that's what I'm referring to now. I've never lived there. I've never even been there before in my entire life. And I would really hope have the opportunity to go there one day, but their stories are very relevant to me. Not being able to harvest something that that your community and your ancestors have been able to harvest forever. I relate to that. And one thing in particular, and I'm not sure if I said this in the previous meeting, but in Ketchikan, I don't know what it's like to taste Unique River Ooligan smelt. I've never tasted one before, and that's something, and it's not super relevant to the chum conversation, but I think I am able to put myself in their shoes, even if it's very loosely related. Sure. One thing I definitely want, because I'm about ready to run out of time here, but I'll just wrap up with my concluding statements now. I want the council, and this is definitely, I said something in a previous meeting too, is I want you guys all to be aware of BS statistics. So the very first thing that they teach you at UAF is to be able to look at what numbers are being presented and why they're being presented the way they are. One thing that comes in particular, which is one thing that I'm actually very opposed to with alternative 4, is using bycatch rates as a means of as a management strategy. Just because you have 0.2 chum being caught per metric ton, that sounds great. And when you look at that number, but when you are extrapolating that over thousands and thousands of metric tons, you're adding up to these very large bycatch numbers. And I could have a lot more to say, but one thing, and I'm sorry for going a little bit over my time, but I don't know if I'll get asked this question, but I just want to recognize that the two testifiers that are going to be after me are from my ocean science team that I coach. And I want to clarify very well that I did not tell my students what to say. I did not tell my students to write the papers that they did. I did not tell them what to say in their public testimony. They did all the research on their own. They came to their own conclusions.
Okay, Mr. Sanderson. Appreciate
With that, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and appreciate and respect that you're not providing numbers, but you did mention support for alternative 2 and maybe some components of alternative 4. And I wanted to delve deeper into the opposition to using bycatch rates in alternative 4, in part because they're used to recognize a higher than normal bycatch rate of chum that closes an area to a large area for a week or more to a group of vessels. And so I'm trying to think of what other indicators we could use that would be as responsive to high chum in an area than a bycatch rate. And if you don't have ideas on that, fine. But that struck me in your testimony.
Through the chair, thank you. And I again, I only had 6 minutes and I could probably talk for a really long time. But I probably should clarify that though. I think that those statistics can be useful. But they have to be provided with context and cannot be the sole determiner of whether things need to be open or shut or have more restrictions be in place. I heard that a lot of, mainly through the advisory panel, on, in my opinion, the misuse of that information being broadcasted. And that's why I have opposition, or that's why I had the opposition. It just can't be a standalone metric of a management tool. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of, and a little bit further, I don't know what else could be used in. Like I said, I'm very new relatively into all this. I'm still learning on what can be done outside of, the basic cap or the basic regional closure or timing closure. With more time, I might be able to give more suggestions.
That does answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for your mentorship of young people into this process. Appreciate it. Kate Brown up next. No questions, please.
Good morning. My name is Kate Brown and I come from Ketchikan, down in Southeast Alaska. I'm able to be here because our ocean science team made the trip up here on Friday. I am here today because I am deeply worried about the lack of accountability and concern when it comes to looking at the chum salmon bycatch numbers in the walleye pollock fishery. As the daughter of a commercial fisherman, I know that the council is faced with a hard decision when it comes to regulating the walleye pollock fishery. However, action needs to be taken. When looking at the bycatch numbers of chum salmon and other marine species from the Bering Sea pollock fishery, it is clear that these numbers are far too high. This fishery is an extremely lucrative business that brings in millions of dollars a year for fishermen, and I recognize that this money funds salaries and families. I think that this fishery can and still should continue, but action should be taken in regulating the bycatch numbers of chum salmon. Money can still be made while keeping the salmon population safe and healthy. For millennia, Indigenous communities and peoples have relied on the opportunities that harvesting chum salmon brings. It is one of their biggest food sources, as well as some of their only food sources. It is also inexpensive when compared to other food costs in these areas. These communities have not been allowed to harvest chum salmon, as return numbers for these fish have been far too low. While climate and environmental changes can be seen as a cause for this happening, it is also clear that bycatch from trawlers are also hugely contributing to this problem. When evaluating the alternatives that have been presented, I believe that alternative 2 would be the most beneficial to implement by the council for the trawlers. Alternative 2 provides an effective management tool through the use of a chum PSC limit, and I do believe that this is the quickest route to achieving short-term sustainability goals. As someone who wants to live in Alaska after college,
I urge the council to take action for the future generations of Alaskans that will be impacted and affected by the decisions made in the next few months. I will not pretend to be an expert in this ongoing problem like many of the people here are, but I do know that something needs to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Really nice testimony. Thank you. Next up, Samson Oliver.
Good morning. I am Samson Oliver. I was born in Washington and raised in Ketch, Alaska. I am Chinook and Assetto Pueblo. I'm enrolled in Quinault Indian Nation. I am the son of Bridget Ellis and deceased Marvin Oliver and the grandson of deceased Emmett Oliver. I'm a senior at Ketchikan High School and do not have a degree or any major qualifications, but I am a passionate student for issues that deal with Indigenous people, and I am the future of Alaska. Living in Ketchikan, there are a lot of commercial, traditional, and sport fisheries. So I understand how important the walleye pollock trawling is and how if a bad policy is implemented, it can greatly disturb the global seafood market. I have been given the privilege to come here today and learn how this meeting operates. I was able to write a paper on this topic today. From what I have researched is that the chum salmon numbers are greatly diminishing, and this is due to numerous effects. One effect that we can mitigate is the walleye pollock trawlers, and you, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, are able to implement better and new policies. We all know that the Indigenous people that reside on the Yukon and Kuskokwim are facing the real effects of the lack of chum salmon returning. The chum salmon are vitally important to them because it is one of their few natural major food sources in these areas. With them not being able to harvest chum salmon, they are putting more pressure on other fish and wildlife. This also means they will have to spend more money on food for themselves. Realistically, it is impossible to have no bycatch of any species, but for sustainability to be an achievable goal, there needs to be a limit that can be caught. I would wish to see more pressure on alternative 2 to aid the chum salmon population in the Yukon and Kuskokwim. It is unclear when results will be noticeable when implementing alternative 2, but establishing a chum cap will limit and will give more opportunity for salmon to escape back to these rivers. This is a pressing matter that is going to take initiative by all stakeholders to compromise on effective and meaningful management strategies. If you wait too long to take greater action, it may be too late and there will be irreversible damage to the Indigenous people and ecosystem. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Oliver. So before we take our next testifier, I think this would be a good time to take our mid-morning break. Let's reconvene at 10:15. Thank you. And we'll resume public testimony at that time. Council members, please come back to order. We will be resuming our public testimony on C4. Next up is Susie Zagorski.
Morning, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, I'm Susie Zagorski, and I'm the AFA Catcher Vessel Intercooperative Manager, the Inshore Incentive Plan Agreement, IPA representative, and a former pollock fisherman. In reference to Table ES6 on page 34 and 35 in the document, the decision points before the council regarding alternative 4, I ask the council to consider the following to be included in the analysis. The IPAs would be the best entity responsible for managing the measures implemented under a new chum salmon reduction plan agreement, otherwise known as an RPA. The council and IPAs in collaboration should determine the trigger values. To do so, the council should expect a proposal from the IPAs and industry as soon as possible, but before February 2024, in which indicators, triggers, and other ways to enhance our current chum avoidance measures could be included and used in the analysis. Submitting a proposal is one measure of accountability we have offered via public testimony. Other potential enhancements and measures of accountability that could be examined are regulatory measures to the 679 regulatory language, reporting requirements, and other improvements to the transparency in the IPA. By allowing triggers and indicators to be assessed first by the industry and C-state for efficacy, we could propose a suite of indicators and triggers that inform dynamic chum avoidance measures. The dynamic aspect is important to the in-season ability to be responsive to weekly conditions, including balancing other bycatch species in a way that nymphs cannot, as we have read in a document and heard from staff presentation. You can find the list of potential indicators and triggers we could assess for inclusion in the proposal in the AP motion. This list is not limited, and there are many other factors that we could include in this proposal that are not necessarily indicator or triggers, but could be improvements and enhancements. I urge you to consider that the decisions you make on what is incorporated into the analysis and therefore what could potentially affect management measures not only impacts the dynamics and success of the incentive plan agreement provisions, but also impacts the dynamics and success of the AFA catcher vessel cooperatives. After the discussion at the AP, one of our co-op managers that you've heard from today did a quick exercise with one of their CDQ owned vessels. With the hypothetical cap of 280,000 that was listed as an amendment to the AP motion, a portion to the vessel level, pro rata with their pollock, this vessel would have been shut down 6 out of the 10 years. Now, bear in mind, they're already heightened sensitivity given their ownership. Those shutdowns would result in stranding anywhere from 30 to 50% of our bee season quota in each of those years. While I think the responses to the previous inquiries yesterday during public testimony are what we are expecting to come from this analysis in terms of the difference between Amendment 91 and a hard cap for chum, I'd like to just add to what you have already heard. A chum hard cap would not be as similar as one would think it would be to Amendment 91. Not only are we unable to control Russian hatchery releases, but since there are approximately 1 billion chum fry released each year, what happens when the Far East decides to increase that limit to 4 billion? And we've created a hard cap based on that already presumed 1 billion of releases. How will the analysis account for such high uncertainty and a variety of factors that are out of our control? Thank you for your time and considerations. I'll take questions if you have any.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony and your work on the AP, Mr. Garcia. As far as the regulatory indicators that were in the AP's motion regarding a IPA proposal I'm just wondering what the utility of including those specifics in a council motion, if that's what we selected to do. I guess just to break it down simply from my perspective, it seems like if the IPAs are generated by industry proposal and the industry is the experts in ways to control their encounters with chum salmon, why limit it or list anything at all? Why don't we just leave it up to the industry to generate proposals that they feel like will help them achieve the objective? It has worked in other fisheries to do it like that. And I'm just wondering what the utility of being specific about these is, or listing these and saying not limited to, but including these. Would it be because these might be fleshed out in an analysis so we could understand if there was any problem with considering these? Or I guess that's what I'm looking for clarity is, why would we include any of this and just say we want the industry to generate proposals and they should result in improvements in encounters with chum?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Mesereau. First off, there's the issue of transparency. We want it to be very clear what we are going to be potentially looking at first and foremost in terms of what could be effective and what could potentially end up in a proposal to the council. Some of the items that were listed in that AP motion and were discussed in the document, so the preliminary review document, as potential ways that could be assessed through the council staff, but would need to have additional clarity from the industry, because C-State and the industry have the ability to look at more specific data through using VMS, and whereas the council does not necessarily have that much detail. So by us including some of those factors in there, we already use them, so we already have a lot of data on it, and we know that they could be potentially enhanced or improved. And so those were kind of like the first easy ones to address. Additionally, there was bottom temperature. That's one that it was included in the document as a potential for alternative to be linked with a management measure and alternative 2. We think it would be much more appropriate that for us to look at it as an indicator that we could use within in-season management through the IPA or an RPA. So we put it in there to show that we are willing to look at that and to see if there are any trends that we could potentially use in season. There was also genetic information. While we already use genetic information, I think that is something that we are very willing and wanting to improve, to see if there is any way we can enhance our ability to use genetic information. We are limited by what genetics are available to us and the timeliness of that, but these were the ones that we can almost assuredly say we will look at these for efficacy first, and then come up with an even more specific way that these could potentially be enhanced or improved upon.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And you may not have a different answer, but it is a different question. I'm looking at table 315 in the document, and I'm trying to sort through how we prevent this situation. We're in 2021, there was over half of 545,000 chum taken in the bycatch. Of those, 51,000 was Western Alaska chum. In 2022, the fleet cut their bycatch by more than half, but the Western Alaska number even increased a tiny bit to 55,000. I feel like this is kind of the crux of our problem with trying to figure out how to focus on Western Alaska chum avoidance. And I don't know if you see anything in our current suite of alternatives, or is your focus on alternative 4 to try to get at that problem? How do we reduce that when we don't have in-season genetics?
Through the chair, thanks for that, Ms. Kimball. It is a problem that we're all trying to figure out. And I tried to allude to that a little bit in the fact that there is a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of uncontrollable factors that affect the chum conditions in the Bering Sea year to year. Every year we see not only different conditions and in terms of encounters, but where depths, temperatures, basically where the pollock fishery is fishing and where we're running into chum or chum encounters. So first off, it's not knowing necessarily or being able to control how much chum is going to be in the Bering Sea, or even have an idea of exactly how much there would be. There's a lot by not knowing what's being released via the hatcheries, because it is such a high amount. There's a lot of uncertainty there just going into a season and that. We use genetics to the best of our ability to get to understand where chum, specifically Western Alaska chum, have been in the past, because it is currently in the IPA that we do what we can, and I'm paraphrasing here, not using regulatory language, but we do what we can to avoid Western Alaska chum, and we do bring that back to the council annually in our IPA report. But we use that genetic data to the best of our ability, knowing kind of where it was in the previous year. But as we saw in the genetic reports back in April, that there isn't a specific trend. And I think a problem with this is that there is no survey of chum in the Bering Sea. We never know exactly how much is out there. The bycatch data is all fishery dependent data. So that means it's all coming from our bycatch. So it's very dependent on where pollock fishing is occurring. And so I don't know if I have an answer exactly to say that what will for sure protect it, but having the flexibility analyzed in alternative 2 would allow for the IPAs to manage to the best of their ability down to the fleet level, to move the fleet around to try to avoid where we think Western Alaskan chum might be. And so in that aspect, I guess I urge people to think about a range. If alternative 2 is going to be included in the analysis, which we do support because it is an important part of the analysis, is that high end of the range at least be a reasonably high end, so that we can examine that flexibility that would be necessary to balance out that uncertainty of not knowing what is specifically Western Alaska chum. I hope that got to your question enough.
Yeah, that was a hard question, but I appreciate you trying to answer. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Zagorski, for your testimony. I have a couple of questions about your testimony relating to alternative 4 in the action and the IPAs. Specifically, and I'm sorry if I missed it, in terms of the advisory panel recommendations for the list of potential measures to be included in the IPAs and or through regulation, in terms of the adjusted closure area size, did the AP discuss at all if those particular measures would apply over the whole area or just east of 178 degrees, or I just wondered if there was additional discussion about that.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I don't recall there being a discussion specifically about what some of those potential indicators or triggers could be specifically in terms of the clusters. I do think that it should be looked at both ways, either by the industry or by the council staff or both. But we should look at what the effects would be just east of 170 or in clusters 1 and 2 there, or if we could get refined clusters so that they match the fishing grounds better. And then also what would those size, so changing the closure sizes, the rolling hotspot closure sizes, what would that look like if we applied it to the entire fishing ground? So not just east of 170, but all of it. I think both need to come out in that so that there can be a true comparison of what would be the most effective.
Through the chair, thank you for that. My next question is probably a little more difficult, but I'm trying to capture what we're hearing in testimony and appreciate the suggestions brought forward from the advisory panel and that you provided in your testimony about how the IPAs could be supplemented in this particular action. But we've also heard a lot of testimony about the importance of considering approaches to include local and traditional knowledge in the development of the IPA management measures, and particularly from Western Interior Alaska salmon users. And so have you, if, as you suggested, the council adopts, industry comes forward with proposals in terms of IPAs, have you thought at all about how that could be accomplished or how that could be worked in?
Through the chair again, thanks, Ms. Baker. Yes, I actually have thought about this. It was heard loud and clear at the AP when this was being requested. So first off, I'll just go ahead and say that when we look at amending the salmon savings incentive plan agreements that is per sector within the regulatory language of the IPA, that's a fairly informal process, and where we have all the vessels that would have to agree to that final agreement. But in terms of deciding the provisions specifically to that sector, myself, the IPA representative, and Sea State and other fishermen and co-op managers are all included in that process. And so I think there would be ability for there to be more conversations. I don't have any ways or prescriptive ways at this moment thinking of what would be the most useful or impactful. But I would say that we do include fishermen in that, and knowing that fishermen are also included and their knowledge is included as local knowledge. We are trying to get as the most knowledge from at least the fishing grounds. Could we improve on that? Absolutely. And as you've heard from other testifiers, there are plans that we will be having we'll most likely be having some meetings and working with some of the other Western Alaska groups to start discussing maybe how this could happen in terms of when it comes to our IPAs.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Zagorski. The AP motion recommends the analysis examine some of the trade-offs that have to be made and provides a list of what some of those look like. I'm wondering, from your seat as the inter-co-op manager, what you think that discussion should cover, what elements should be addressed in that discussion?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Twite. That is one that I deal with on a day-to-day basis, honestly. So it was discussed in the AP and came through in the motion as just listed a few PSC species. There are bycatch species there. Through management, there is a priority set on certain PSC species or our bycatch species. So Chinook is our #1 priority. And but salmon being a priority as a whole. So then we go into chum as the next priority, and then herring. So we are in the fishing season, specifically the bee season, we are held to not only the chum cap, but also, the Chinook cap, but also maintaining our ability to avoid chum. And then on top of that, we have a herring PSC limit that then triggers different time area closures. And those time area closures were set 30 plus years ago for herring. Now this year, for example, and this is why I believe that there should be a strong look at these trade-offs, is this year, this bee season, our fleet, and I commend them, we're doing a great job at communicating, at contacting me, contacting Sea State, and really staying away from the chum the best that they could. We started running into some herring in some very different areas and depths and time that we've seen in the past. And we were up against this limit, and by moving the fleet away from herring so that we wouldn't trigger a herring closure area out in the west where there was clean, no salmon pollock fishing or less salmon pollock fishing, we moved the fleet off of herring which moved them to the surrounding areas so they could still make their deliveries to their inshore plants. And that resulted in higher chum encounters. We were able to react as quickly as we could because there has been a heightened communication. So by the vessel saying, oh, we're running into chum up here, rather than waiting for the next rolling hotspot to be put in place, we were able to tell them, hey, you got to get off those grounds right there, because otherwise this will increase even more. But it was a result. And so it's those types of trade-offs and dynamics that we run into on a day-to-day basis that don't necessarily show up in the data as just bycatch data. That is what's important to allowing our IPAs and our in-season management work. And when I say in-season, I mean all the managers that we have. Not just talking about nymphs in season. And so it's extremely important because it's just one of the many factors that we have to deal with on a day-to-day, week-to-week, seasonal basis as to how we move the fleet around so that we can not only prosecute pollock, but also keep all of our bycatch species as low as possible.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zagorski, for your testimony. Just a quick question, and this is my ignorance. In the example you just described about the impacts running into herring and all of those things, how quickly are you responding when you say we're going to move them off those grounds? Is it a day, 2 days, a week? How quickly are you able to move the fleet, or how quickly is the fleet able to move to avoid those kinds of things?
Through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Williams, for that question. So I can only speak on behalf of the inshore sector, since that's the sector that I am the IPA representative of, but I'll also, being the AFA co-op manager, I can give suggestions to the entire catcher vessel set of co-ops. So if we're just looking at the numbers of salmon that are coming through deliveries and catch accounting, it's about a week, which is why with Sea State, every week Sea State will put out an announcement of where to stay away from if there is a chum rolling hotspot or a Chinook rolling hotspot. The actual data that we get from those vessels, from the shoreside vessels, because it takes them takes some time to get out to the grounds, fish, and then come back and then offload. That's probably a 2 to 3 day lag that we see of what they're catching. They can dump the bag into their tanks, and they can communicate that information to us. It's not as accurate. It's not as definitive as what would be coming out of a delivery and fish ticket, but that's the information that allows us to make quicker moves and management decisions. So this year, during the herring example, I was sending not only regular biweekly updates to the entire co-op, all the co-ops, or what we call the inner co-op, and communicating with the co-op managers and the guys on the grounds is what they're seeing, where they're seeing it. But then once I heard that when we moved them out of the high herring areas, once I heard that information of what they were seeing within probably that night or weekend, because your job never stops in this one. We moved them probably just based on communication in a couple of days, but that information went out to them within the same day that we were getting information back. So by having that informal or non-prescribed communication channels, I'm able to react a lot quicker as necessary.
Thank you. Mr. Sakata?
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. Thank you for your testimony. I've been talking to some of the inshore folks, and we heard, I'm trying to get a feel for the genetics and the availability of that information. Do you feel that it's technically possible to be able to, I've heard that it's technically possible. I've heard that maybe there's some difficulties there. Do you believe that in-season genetics is a possibility that's coming here soon or shortly?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata, I would be careful to say that, to give any time frame on that. We don't know necessarily how it will impact or how it could even be used in in-season management at this point. I think right now we're waiting to see what the feasibility and what it looks like to really build just the collection and running the results is going to be. And I am confident that, you know, that we'll be able to start getting an idea of how feasible the operations will be. I'm hopeful that in however many years it takes to really get it nailed down, that we could potentially, however, it would only, the way that the program, in my mind, conceptually, and how the proposal was given to you in testimony, is that having real time or having genetics be sampled in season at the shore plants, that only affects the inshore sector. So that only affects our sector. And so I can see it being potentially useful years down the road once it's refined to that sector that's delivering inshore. But I would be cautious to put any specific amount of years on it at this moment, and just be hopeful that, you know, our technology and our abilities to get genetic data increases.
Thank you for that. Completely unrelated, but still on subject, I hope. You had mentioned that at a 280,000 threshold that you ran an analysis, I believe at the boat level, saying 6 out of the 10 years that there would be some restrictions. Can you just tell me what the initial allocation that was used in that example? Was it by AFA, 3-year average?
I can try to speak to that. Like I said, this was one of our co-op managers. So we all see the data for our co-op. Our co-op managers see the data for their co-op and vessels. So I will try to speak to it the best I can. If not, please feel free to follow up with me or a co-op manager that ran this quick analysis or exercise. But it's my understanding that they took the proposed 280,000 that was suggested in the AP and applied it pro rata. So basically that trickles down. So if it's a overall sector and then you take the pro rata to what the sector, or so it's overall fishery, you take what it has pro rata to the sector, and then our inshore sector has 6 co-ops plus open access. So then you pro rata apportion it to just that sector, just that co-op. And then if that co-op has 5 boats, say, all those boats bring a proportion of pollock into that co-op, it would then be constrained down even further and apportioned to that vessel level. So all of those vessels would have a very small fraction of that larger 280 that was in the proposal. And then I'll leave it at that for understanding, for purposes to understand, and hopefully that helps.
Through the chair, yeah, that does help, although yeah, I will follow up later with that. Thanks.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Zagorski. Just as you were walking through that, maybe you don't know since you didn't do the calculation, but at some point in there, I assume there would be a buffer consideration that would apply before it got to what the vessel could actually use. Is that how it works in most of your allocation programs?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes, that is probably the assumption that was used. So if we're taking a look at some of our other allocated programs, we have performance standards that are less than what a cap or a top tier amount would be. And so the co-ops themselves can place an extra buffer as well onto their vessels so that their vessel doesn't go out and have no room to actually go catch their directed fish. So yes, there are multiple ways that even if there was, in this example, in this exercise, there's probably multiple ways that there would have been an additional buffer there, because a co-op manager, at least the ones that I work with, they won't send their vessels out if they have very little bycatch in a cap or in a limit left to their vessel. Hopefully that helps. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you. Next up is Carrie Dodson, and there will be no questions.
To the chair and the council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide some testimony. My name is Carrie Dodson. I am a tribally elected tribal council member representing Ketchikan Indian community, roughly 6,200 members. We're the second largest tribe in Alaska. I'm also affiliated, I'm a Ketchikan delegate for Central Council Tlingit Haida Indians of Alaska, and I'm also the vice president for Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 14. Pollock often occupy chum migratory habitat in the Bering Sea during summer months, resulting in the take of significant numbers of chum from Asia, Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, and Russia by the pollock industry. Substantial proportions of the chum bycatch are from Western Alaska, often around 50,000 fish per year. Chum are normally the most abundant salmon species in Western Alaska and are critical for subsistence and commercial fisheries. But in recent years, there have been unprecedented escapement failures. I do not support alternative one, which would maintain current regulations that exempt pollock industry vessels from chum savings area closures, so long as they agree to avoid areas with higher numbers of chum per metric ton of pollock. As shown to the left in this management approach has failed to prevent increases in bycatch over the past decade. The idea that chum bycatch avoidance depends on the amount of pollock caught per dead chum is not a successful way to reduce the bycatch of Western Alaska chum. Alternative two would set an overall chum bycatch limit. The range of limits should include significant cuts to recent average chum bycatch levels. Otherwise, setting a limit status quo bycatch will simply mean the pollock industry can kill 50,000 Western Alaska chum in any given year. 50,000 or so Western Alaska chum is too much bycatch, especially under current low abundance conditions. I support further consideration of setting bycatch limits based on abundance in indices linked to the previous year's overall abundance, escapement, and subsistence harvests in 3 Western Alaska areas. The pollock industry has been doing chum salmon avoidance through their incentive plan agreements for multiple years, but their bycatch of Western Alaska chum has been unacceptably high, especially in recent years when Western Alaska chum fisheries have crashed. The pollock industry has been doing, given the impacts of increased bycatch of Western Alaska chum, consideration of another management approach is needed. Many of the bycatch fish would support recovery of runs at such a low abundance levels that Alaska fishery managers have had to close or severely restrict harvests. I think there needs to be an alternative that closes chum salmon migratory corridors for part of the summer, even if it means the pollock industry will need to take a timeout and share in the conservation burden borne by salmon fishermen and forego some corporate profits to save some salmon. Representatives of Western Alaska chum fishers participating in the Salmon Bycatch Committee previously developed such an alternative with multiple options for spatial and temporal closures.
The council did not move the chum fishermen's alternative forward for further analysis. However, this analysis, agency staff consulted multiple representatives from the pollock industry in the development of alternative 4, but did not consult with individuals who represent Western Alaska chum fisheries. The Western Alaska chum fishers alternative, because it is the most effective way to meet the purpose and need of reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch.
Thank you.
Dimishish Hawa. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Frank Hachatag and no questions.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Frank Ketch, and I'm the chairman of the Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation. I'm a resident of Unalakleet, Alaska, where I wear many hats. But today I'm here to represent the Norton Sound Region CDQ group. As a resident of Western Alaska, I grew up fishing for salmon. I still fish today. I echo the voices you've heard it and will hear about the importance of salmon to our residents and communities. The decrease we've seen in abundance over the years has had an incredibly negative impact on our people and way of life. I live there. I see it firsthand. I feel it firsthand. I fully support the position that this action should focus on saving Western Alaska chum salmon. This is the fundamental reason why this action should be taken. Thank you for your foresight in including this in your current problem statement. If you take one thing away from this testimony, please let it be that. NSCDC, like all CDQ groups, is extremely reliant upon pollock to provide benefits to our member communities. NSCDC is approaching 10% ownership in the directed pollock fishing. When combining our CDQ allocations and investments in the catcher processor and the catcher vessel sectors, as I've testified previously, pollock is now firmly a Western Alaskan industry. In our discussions at NSCDC, we continue to note the persistent misinformation regarding salmon bycatch in the pollock fishery. Thankfully, there appears to be a growing number of people who understand that pollock fishing has not caused the problem. It's a matter of equity and not causation. But there seems to be a continued lack of attention to the very real fact that the vast majority of chum salmon bycatch is of Asian hatchery origin. And we're concerned about an action that would largely go towards protecting those Asian hatchery fish. We're very supportive of a focused action that promotes savings of Western Alaska salmon and does not needlessly hurt the residents of CDQ communities. Our residents are already reeling from the loss of salmon due to changing environmental conditions. NSCDC is an economic powerhouse in our region and is often the first place people look for funding when need arises. For example, last September, the large storm Merbok hit the west coast of Alaska, causing major flooding and erosion in many CDQ communities. Within 4 days of the storm, the NSCDC Board of Directors acted, sending $100,000 to each of the 15-member communities as a rapid response, knowing that recovery funds would be coming from other sources, but none quickly enough. Projects like this and the annual tens of millions of dollars we inject into our region would not be possible without productive pollock fishing. When considering bycatch restrictions, please ensure that you consider the balance what CDQ brings to our community versus the benefits to Western Alaska salmon populations. We're concerned that a continued focus on the overall number of chum taken clouds the real issue at hand. Asian hatchery fish are coming into U.S. waters and competing with our Western Alaska fish for limited resources. It's difficult to understand why people feel Asian hatchery fish need protection. These are artificially produced fish that have a negative impact on us. We need to save our wild fish, not Russia's manufactured chums. If the council sets a constraining cap, it will affect behavior and vessels will fish where they avoid higher rates of any chum salmon. If the area with a lower rate of overall chum bycatch happens to be the area where a higher proportion of Western Alaska chum are, a cap would essentially conflict with your problem statement. This could potentially have a dual negative impact on Western Alaska, reducing the benefits we provide to our communities while increasing pressure on Western Alaska stocks. This is a lot of pressure to do something, and those who are truly hurting want the same thing as us, to protect Western Alaska stocks. As CDQ owners, our pollock companies have gone to great lengths to improve bycatch performance at great cost. With the goal of saving Western Alaska stocks in mind, I hope future versions of the analysis will help reflect that, and you will see that as owners with feet in both worlds, we're acting as responsible stewards. The council can improve upon that, though, by refining measures to focus on specifically saving Western Alaska stocks, not just overall chum numbers. Just as the incentive plans currently have functional mechanisms that mandate vessels move from areas with high overall chum rates, we can work towards having those agreements require vessels to move out of areas of higher rates of Western Alaska chum. Whether that's through rapidly developing genetic sampling or some other techniques, we're getting closer. We hope further analysis of these alternatives will stay focused on and provide further protections of Western Alaska stocks and bring balance to the dual worlds we live and operate. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ketchatag. Appreciate your testimony. Next up is Brooke Woods, and she's testifying remotely. We will circle back to Brooke. Doesn't seem she's online. Carrie Stevens is next, and she's testifying remotely as well.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank you very much to the chair. Really appreciate this opportunity to speak with all of you and appreciate everyone who has spoken before me. As you know, my name is Carrie Stevens, and I support moving forward all alternatives, but to include the failed motion at the AP, which included analysis of 0 to 280,000 chum cap. We are in great need of a trigger, a regulation, and an agreement. We know escapement goals are not being met. We're failing to meet our obligations to Canada with Yukon River Salmon Agreement, and the ANS has not been met for 17 of the last 22 years on the Yukon alone for fall chum. I find the staff analysis incomplete and misleading. The use of rates, I agree with the previous testifier, is all very misleading with all chum grouped together, and the rates are misleading. We need the use of raw numbers. To have a staff analysis with no cumulative impacts is frightening, at least. Each salmon that is removed genetically from the stock is 4,000 eggs. We are in a race to the bottom. We are in a complete ecosystem collapse. So I must say that it is hard to sit here and listen to your trade-offs, your incentives, your subsidies, while we see we're fighting for your scraps in the rivers. One rate I would like us to consider and move forward is that less than your 1% catch is the in-river 100%. That is the rate that we need to center. Industry speaks to disproportional harm, trade-offs, subsidies, incentives. It's funny, I think I have yet to hear about the $60 million alone this year the USDA is planning to spend on buying industry pollock. I do not see such incentives, subsidies for the people of the rivers. And of course, to them and to the salmon, every salmon counts. I have to say, I've been gravely disheartened by the appalling decorum in the AP. I think many people left offended. I think the council should investigate that. Many people have been very hurt in the hallways, hearing racist comments, and most unfortunately, direct comments made to myself by council members, saying perhaps this is just the end of a culture. These are the real trade-offs. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I'll see if there are any questions for you. It looks like we have one question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. We would expect at the next juncture, if a motion goes through, to get an impact analysis. And you started to talk a bit about the need for cumulative effects. And so I just wanted to hear just a little bit more about what you think needs to be in a cumulative effects analysis.
I thank you so greatly for the question through the chair. Again, as I mentioned, there are many pieces to the cumulative impacts that are not mentioned. For even the removal of tens of thousands of chum annually that are headed to Western Alaska, we never see a chart that says hundreds of thousands of chum, and in fact, millions over the life of the pollock industry of wild stocks that have been removed. And while that number has been removed, that obviously scientifically removes large genetic pools, thousands and thousands of egg per female salmon not making it to the spawning grounds. This is never mentioned. Not only in river are we seeing very few to no salmon, chum, chinook, or otherwise. We are seeing much smaller fish. We are seeing much sicker fish and much poorer quality meat. And none of this is discussed. It's basically a very simple rates percentage numbers game. And again, I have to say, when we are talking about less than 1% of billions of metric tons, that equates to millions of organic pounds in river systems. I really ask you to also look at those impacts. We've heard them again and again on Alaska Native peoples and Indigenous peoples, and that should absolutely be centered. But within the ecosystems within which they live, we are seeing wolves taking dogs. We are seeing starving large animals, which in my husband's way, I should not name. And even being here discussing that can bring bad luck on my family. They are starving. In our own area, in the Middle River, well, upriver, Dinit, Hutana, Stevens Village, we see no eagles. We used to have many eagle nests. The land is becoming barren. When the people they're on their knees. I see strong tribal leaders. They are salmon people. They are killer whale people, and they are on their knees begging you for scraps. It does hurt. I wish our words would bring you to your knees, that this is not just about a few fish that can be flown in from Sea State or elsewhere to feed people. This ecosystem collapse that we see in the oceans fur seals. Why is that not mentioned? They're starving. Bicaught killer whales. All of these animals, we know. We don't know all of their relationships, but we're not even trying to capture these cumulative effects. And I will say, when it comes to the foreign hatchery fish, we know that wild stocks are starving. I believe all Alaskans, Alaska Natives, CDQs, tribes would stand with you, Council, to go to the State Department and the Department of Commerce, because we see no action here, and it is hurting all of us. We want abundance together. We do not want to be pit against one another. We want solutions, and I think that is what everyone is trying to tell you. It's offensive, but we have to consider that bycatch itself, that term, PSC itself is it is an insult to a way of life, a way of knowing, a way of being. And all of these cumulative impacts are never mentioned. I would love to see a chart, a graph that puts, I can't even understand all of your catch by area, B, A, C, late season, beginning of the season. I can't even compare those numbers without spending time to make a chart or graph myself to compare that to the 750 fish caught in river. It's put down as 0.21% or something. That's tens of thousands of fish. So I very much appreciate your question. I hope I've answered some of those cumulative impacts to salmon stocks, but also to everything that is relying upon them. The land is quiet. Seagulls, migratory birds, we're not seeing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Ms. Stevens. Okay, next up we have Sinclair Wilt.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Sinclair Wilt. I represent Westward Seafoods and Alyeska Seafoods. We operate 3 pollock processing operations in Dutch Harbor, Alaska. Needless to say, we are highly dependent on pollock. While we also process cod, crab, halibut, and black cod, pollock makes up the vast majority of the volume of fish we process. Our pollock operations make it possible for us to be available to process the other species. I can remember being told over 3 decades ago by my boss at the time that it was Opelio crab production that was carrying the financial load of the plant. That was in an era when Opelio quotas were as high as 333 million pounds. We no longer have large crab quotas to sustain us, or in most cases, no crab quota to sustain us. We are very reliant on pollock to keep our plants open and available to process other species. A chum cap, especially a restrictive cap, would have severe economic impact on our companies and therefore our community, the support sector, and our fishing fleet. The community is economically dependent on the fishing industry and the fish taxes generated. Pollock is currently the main provider of fish taxes. I do know what it is like to lose the primary source of income for the community.
I lived through the crash of the king crab fishery in the early 80s. While at the time we processed other species of crab and other fish, without king crab, processing companies failed and disappeared. Support companies could not survive. The city and community were economically struggling. It was a severe financial impact to the community. It wasn't until later in the 80s, with the Americanization of the fishery, and we built pollock plants, that the economy of the community recovered. Most of the pollock trawl vessels that fish for our plants have significant CDQ ownership. We are dependent on them and they on us. The communities they represent are the beneficiaries of the pollock fishery. From the early days of their investment into the fishing fleet, they have always stressed the importance of minimizing salmon bycatch. This has been a constant message to their skippers. It has been their premise for how they operate. Our skippers early on embraced salmon bycatch excluder development and the other methods to reduce salmon bycatch. So we've been in this for a long time. It's not perfect, but I just want to stress the importance of pollock to the community that I used to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilt. Let's see if there are any questions. Appreciate your time. Next up, Steve Richie.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Steve Richie, quota manager for the Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation, one of 6 Western Alaska community quota groups. I appreciate the opportunity to comment, and I will be brief. You have heard from others about how the CDQ program has successfully provided stable resources for advancing economic development in Bering Sea communities through their participation and investment in federal fisheries. Like other groups, BBDC supports numerous initiatives in the Bristol Bay region, from education, scholarships, and technical training to direct support for a wide range of essential infrastructure projects. One of our hallmark programs is a vessel and permit loan program designed to support residents' participation in state water salmon fisheries. The recent decline of chum salmon runs in Western Alaska is devastating and has posed dire challenges for residents and communities. Everyone here believes that industry must do everything they can to avoid Western Alaska chum during these low levels of abundance. While bycatch is a contributing factor, and we support further work in this analysis to identify tools to minimize chum interactions in the pollock fishery, we also understand that the main drivers of these declines to be influenced by warming ocean conditions. Over the last 25 years, BBDC has invested heavily in science and management to help understand and affect natural and human-caused fluctuations in our salmon fisheries. Most recently, through our work on genetics and collaboration with another CDQ group, we remain committed to investing in research to help increase our fisheries adaptability into the future, particularly considering the salmon dependency in the Bristol Bay region and throughout Western Alaska. As the analysis moves forward, like others, we would ask that CDQ investment in the pollock fishery and relative dependence of the program on pollock be drawn out in assessing the potential impacts of alternatives. In response to some of the dialogue with council members yesterday, we would be happy to work with analysts to help point them towards public and other available information. Additionally, to the degree possible, we would like to see more context for pollock-related chum removals included in the next analysis iteration. While this body is focused on federal pollock fishery, there are many important commercial fisheries in the state, and their interests must be balanced. It could be informative to look generally at what the pollock fishery represents as a proportion of the total removals of CWAC chum when refining alternatives. This wouldn't absolve the industry from doing everything possible to minimize chum at these low levels of abundance, and we support incentivizing those efforts. It would provide some scale for the benefits and efficacy of the analyzed alternatives. One last thing is that we urge a close examination of the impacts of potential proportionment schemes between sectors in the next iterations. We would caution using just historical numbers for the CDQ sector, particularly under a constraining cap. The dynamics of the PSC associated with particular hauls with their CP partners could change under a cap, and the balancing of other PSC species could lead to higher rates associated with CDQ than we've historically seen. We ask that the analysis provide a wide range of options moving forward and attempt to capture these dynamics. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and your continued work on this challenging issue.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for Mr. Richie. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Richie, for your testimony. I appreciate it. On your last point, in terms of the apportionment options for any potential prohibited species catch limit, appreciate the recommendation for comprehensive evaluation of the different options we've looked at. But I'm also hearing quite clearly from staff that that results in a lot of tables and a lot of information in an already overwhelming analysis. I didn't hear you provide specific recommendations for apportionment approaches for the council to move forward. And so do you have those? And if not, can we assume that the options currently represented in the preliminary analysis are sufficient to move forward?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Baker. Well, I don't want to speculate and I'd look forward to an analysis, and I'm encouraging that to be done thoroughly. One thing I would suggest is CDQ and CPs operationally are very similar. So they're hauled essentially the exact same way. So that may be a possible avenue just to consider what operations look like in that analysis when thinking about the burden of conservation between sectors.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. So next up, we have Jeff Crane.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Jeff Crane. This is my first time, so bear with me. My name is Jeff Crane. I'm the captain on the Sovereignty for Trident Seafoods. I began my career in the fishing industry, butchering king crab, earning $2.10 an hour 43 years ago. Over the next 20 plus years, I held positions on numerous trawlers and longliners working on deck. In 1995, I obtained my master's license and moved into the wheelhouse fishing wild Alaska pollock. I currently reside in Washington State. However, I was raised in the state of Alaska, including the cities of Uzinki, Cordova, Kodiak, and Anchorage. While still a teenager and not able to fully comprehend the impact U.S. fishing companies had on the communities in which I lived, the demands, both negative and positive, were apparent. Having spent nearly 3/4 of my life working in the Bering Sea, the vitality of our natural resource, along with being a good steward to the communities in which we work, is of the utmost importance to me. While we still have room for improvement, our processes today are a far cry from common practice in the 1990s. Back in the day when we left the dock, captains would choose an area to fish based on their own historical record of a successful harvest. Communication with fellow vessels was non-existent as we operated in a derby-style environment. At the first sign of fish in a selected area, coupled with the least amount of vessel traffic, is where we would set the net and cross our fingers. We blindly towed with no knowledge of what we were harvesting until the net came on board. Today, before even leaving the dock, my general location is determined first by our newly established co-op for any imposed rolling shutdowns that go above and beyond government regulations. Next, I use data from our processing plant, most often from the past 48 hours for fish size and bycatch numbers. Finally, our established intercompany communication gives me real-time data of what is happening on the fishing grounds. While traveling to the potential area, I'm in constant communication with other captains. Any vessel reporting unacceptable bycatch in my target area is reason to change course. Until recently, salmon excluders were our only line of defense while the net was in the water. The addition of high definition live feed net cameras now allow me to see exactly what species has passed through the excluder and is entering the net. These new tools give me the option to haul back and leave an area or to decrease my speed, allowing bycatch to exit the forefront via the excluder area. Technology has come a long way, but there is still a human factor to consider. I'm tasked with catching an A-grade pollock while keeping my crew and vessels safe in rough seas. The most challenging aspect of my position is avoiding unseen bycatch residing deep in the sea that is intermingled with my target species, but salmon is always at the forefront. In my opinion, technology alone is not a guarantee of success. We need to couple our technology with honest and transparent communications so all sectors of the fishing industry and the communities in which we operate fulfill their needs and reach their goals. My time today is limited. However, I welcome your questions and will do my best to address any concerns with integrity.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Crane. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to testify. You mentioned quickly in your time using live feed net cameras, and I wondered if you could just explain a little bit more about how that works operationally. This is the first time we've heard that in testimony, at least for this meeting. How do those cameras work on the boat?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question through the chair. It is very exciting. It's new technology, just came out. The camera is about this big and it hooks directly. You can put it anywhere on the net, but we put it specifically on the excluder. At this point, we've done some different movements of that camera. It is live feed. It's instantaneous. It goes through a third wire, so we have 2 winches. It's expensive technology. Not all the boats have it, but more are getting it all the time. And it really does give you an instant idea of everything that's going in there. It's a game changer, honestly.
Thank you for that. And so I think I heard you say, but correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, does getting that live feed let you then, you can actually discern like chum salmon from pollock, and it would allow you to say, this looks like a lot of chum in here, so we're going to move to a different area, or actually change, I think you said, the speed of the boat in order to get some of those fish out of the net?
You can use either of those or both, and we use both. For me, it's as soon as I can. I've got some video of it, and I can show you later if anybody would care to see it. I've got some video on my iPad. It's just like you think. It's watching the TV, and everything that goes in, I see. Every fish that goes in, I can see. So as soon as I see salmon, chum salmon and Chinook salmon, the difference between those 2 things is stark. When we encounter Chinook salmon, it's usually 1, 2, 3. When you encounter chums, it's many. They come fast. And when you see that, the ability is I can haul back right away and get out of that area. It's, like I said, for me and for the guys that have that technology now, it's game changing. You're welcome.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crane, for coming in. What are the consequences to you as a skipper or to you and your crew of hitting a large batch of chum? How does that kind of play out? How do people figure that out? And what sort of happens to you, your ability to keep fishing?
There it is again. Sorry. The technology, the camera is at the forefront of that, right? And we're just learning. now what to do and how that's going to affect us and how. So the numbers are just coming in now. Our numbers for this bee season are great, but really have lowered a lot because of that camera. So we're learning. I think the important thing is when I leave the dock, when I'm getting ready to start a trip, you hear a lot of numbers and my goal when I leave the dock is 100% pollock. There's no incentive for me to catch anything other than pollock, right? We don't get paid for it. It gets donated. The salmon does get donated, but that doesn't help get it up the rivers, which is what I think all of our goal is to get those salmon back up the rivers. So when I leave the dock, my goal is none. And I think that's just important. We're always working to get 0 bycatch. That goal, is it attainable? 0? Of course not, but we're all trying to, because this is all our land.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crane, I'm quite interested in your description of the technology and hearing how that's helpful. So we hear a lot about the concern about lightning strike events, large slugs of prohibited species that are caught, and the difficulty that poses for vessels. Your description makes it sound like the technology may be useful in avoiding those kinds of incidents so that you can adapt very quickly in real time. And I wonder if you could just elaborate on that and how that might be helpful in mitigating the concern about these lightning strike events with large amounts of prohibited species catch.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the question through the chair. Absolutely. Like I said, it's new and we're learning. We're just getting it. There's a few boats that have it, more are coming all the time. I've seen a couple of those where it's a visual of you're looking at the screen and all of a sudden you see chum, you see them. There's 3 lights on the camera, bright LED lights. And I'm not an expert, but what it looks like to me is those salmon are attracted. They see those lights and they're binging all over the place. So as soon as you see that, you can haul back and those lightning strikes. All I can say is I think it's going to be incredibly helpful in what you're talking about.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Crane. Very good for your first time. My question is, how long have you had this camera in play on your vessel?
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the question. I believe it's a 1.5 years. So we've done 3 seasons with it.
Okay. One follow-up. So with what you're talking about, what you've explained so far, has it improved your ability to avoid chums or reduce your catch anyway?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Captain Crane. I want to commend you for testifying in your first time. And I have noticed you sitting there, and I think you've sat through every single person that's testified. And I really commend you on that for this and your testimony. I think this is a game changer. I think it's exciting technology. I think it's, I wish we would have heard more about that from some of the other industry reps. But from your perspective, here's my question. From your perspective, I understand that the third wire, of course, is used for other information other than is there any issues that you've run into with getting live stream from your camera out of the same wire that's giving you your sonar information from the net end and those kind of things? And how many vessels and if you can't answer this, okay, I don't understand your testifying, but I'm just curious as to how well this can expand to the rest of the catcher vessel fleet, because I think if everybody has something like this, it would be great.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down. I agree. It's a little technical, but to run the live feed camera, you need 2 winches. So you need 2 of everything. So you run a 3rd wire for a net sounder to go on the net to see fish going in like we've always had. And now there's this live feed. So everybody needs 2 winches, which is a lot. I think the number is somewhere around $350,000 to equip a boat with it, something like that. From what I know, I think there's 6 or maybe 7 boats, catcher boats, that have it. Most all the factory trawlers have this technology, most of them, as far as I know. And granted, I don't know it all, but I think 6 or 7 catcher boats that I'm aware of have this technology.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crane. So on that point, do you have any sense of realistically how much of the catcher boat fleet could even take that on? That sounds like a lot of extra deck space and a lot to add to what's already there. Do you have any sense of how many boats realistically or what percentage of the fleet could take that on?
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the question through the chair. I can tell you that every captain I know wants it. Everyone. So I think it's feasible that everybody could get it. Every boat could be fitted with it, I believe.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Next up, Tiffany Andrew and Landry Price.
Hello, Madam Chair and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on C4 salmon, chum salmon bycatch. For the record, my name is Landry Price. I am the quota manager for Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, otherwise known as YDFDA, which is one of the 6 CDQ groups. With me is Tiffany Andrew, and she is from the native village of Aluknak, one of our member communities. As I mentioned, we are one of the 6 community development quota nonprofit organizations. YDFDA represents 6 villages along the lower Yukon River, where over 3,200 people reside. To give some context to this, YDFDA's 13 board members and our executive director are all commercial fishermen, subsistence users, and call the lower Yukon Delta home. YDFDA is a long-time participant in the pollock sector. In addition to our program's 10% CDQ pollock allocation, YDFDA has invested heavily over the last 2 decades within the pollock catcher vessel mothership sector. With that being said, we are heavily dependent on the revenue that is generated from the Bering Sea pollock fishery. It provides the vast majority of the revenue that upholds our in-region programs, scholarships, trainings, and research. However, this does not change the fact that our member villages and their residents live and breathe for salmon fishing and the subsistence lifestyle along the Yukon. Because of this challenging balance, YDFDA is determined to do everything in its ability to both reduce our fleet's chum bycatch so that fishing can once again occur, and at the same time still continue to bring the much needed benefits back to our member villages. With that, now I'll pass it over to Tiffany. She'll share some highlights from the CDQ program.
Hi, we have a special loan program for the residents of the CDQ area to allow them to purchase boats and motors. Without the special loan program, the majority of our people will not qualify for a loan to conduct subsistence activities. As for wages and compensation, $650 million were paid out by the CDQ programs for our in-region wages and compensation over the last 10 years. YDFDA alone provided almost $8 million in wages and payments to fishermen annually from 2011 to 2020. Under training and education, over $25 million has been awarded annually in scholarships and training by the CDQ program. Research is also important. Over $5 million are spent annually by the CDQ groups to support ADFNG and NIMS service research and management actions. As an example, YDFDA spends over $700,000 per year assisting ADFNG and NIMS for conducting in-season management activities. And most importantly, that includes the Yukon Juvenile Outmigration Program.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'm going to have to speak kind of quick here now. At this point in time, YDFDA would like to see the analysis and the motion made by the AP be advanced for initial review. Additionally, we would like to emphasize 4 points. The first is that YDFDA would like to find a way to effectively reduce the WAC proportion of chum bycatch. The IPA and RPA measures are the only viable paths to achieve this goal with the available information at hand. Therefore, we'd like to stress that alternative 4 is the best route to take, although we accept it is not perfect. We also believe that alternative 4 is the most dynamic solution, as it will assist the fleet in finding a way to meaningfully reduce the WAC proportion of chum bycatch, all while balancing the need to avoid both Chinook and herring PSC. Lastly, alternative 4 has already exhibited its ability to bring meaningful reductions to chum bycatch as it did in 2022 and 2023. Second, the purpose and need statement specifically points out that we are here to reduce the WAC proportion of chum bycatch in the pollock fishery. With that, we do not believe that the alternative 2 is the most appropriate way to accomplish this while balancing the rest of the national standards and the prior salmon bycatch management measures. Alternative 3, on the other hand, is specific to reducing WAC bycatch, but it still is out of reach given the current lag in timely genetics. This again is why alternative 4, specifically option 2, can be responsive using the IPA and genetics to be the most effective. Third, if a cap is advanced, all options for transferable sector allocation options in the analysis should be retained, including an AFA split, weighting based on averages, and a weighted average based on AFA allocations and historical averages. Transferability exists in the Chinook bycatch fleets regulations, and it is my understanding that it is rarely used. Also, as to sector split analysis, we encourage the council to include in its initial analysis using the CDQ sector historical averages at or near the same as the CP rate. CP fleet, instead of the recent low averages. The CDQ sector has enjoyed low historical rates with our CP harvesting partners. This situation will likely change in the future as the CDQ groups continue to invest in the Bering Sea. Over time, this favorable low bycatch rate will disappear and our CDQ rate will become more in line with the CP's average. Any analysis should encompass this. Fourth, and lastly, the initial analysis should expand on the CDQ participation in the pollock fishery as addressed in the AP motion. Beyond our program's 10% CDQ allocation, the groups have continued to increase their pollock investments in order to support their nonprofit economic development mission, as well as to provide benefits to neighboring villages and others in the state of Alaska. The CDQ groups collectively now own an interest in over 30% of the pollock fisheries, including the mothership, inshore, and catcher processor sectors. The vast Alaska community ownership in the pollock fishery will be essential in understanding the trade-offs of any future action. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, Alexis Quka.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm getting old. I have to wear glasses now. My name's Alexis Quka. I grew up in Fairbanks, Alaska. My daughter and grandchildren are of Athabascan descent, and to say that genetics of these fish flow through their veins is an understatement. I began my fishing career fishing on the Yukon Tanana River, both with a fish wheel and gill net, both commercially and for subsistence. Fishing for kings, chums in my youth set what has turned into a lifelong passion. Fishing both commercially and sport fishing. Fish run in my veins as well. I encourage any and all efforts to increase genetic testing, get to and as close as possible to real-time information for the industry respond to chum and king salmon interaction. Bristol Bay is having some success in this area. The genetic testing is lagging a week or so behind real time, but still being used for run strength and river of origin. Statistics are used in testimony almost as a fact, and in fact, they are our best guesses. The glaring fact is that salmon are not returning, and we must all pay the price for this. You know, it's critical that we get these fish back in these rivers in Western Alaska. As I said before, the council should understand if pelagic gear is on the bottom or off. If pelagic gear is forced off the bottom, will this lessen king and chum salmon interaction or exacerbate one and save the other? You know, kings are really close to the bottom. And I know we're talking about chums in this action, but I mean, there's trade-offs and all these things that really need to be thought about. I think in the future analysis, you should look at the impacts of sea lion mitigation. I said this in Sitka, and the trawl fleet's interaction with salmon before and after implementation of sea lion action. By spreading the fishery out, has it created more issues with salmon or less? During my time in fishing out of Dutch, I went to the museum many times. Rick Knick was doing a lot of digging and studying on sites around Unalaska, and he said he could show 6,000 years of boom and bust of pinniped populations. Not sure if that was factored into sea lion recovery. My point is that action may have been harder on salmon than beneficial to sea lions. Also thinking about Amendment 91 and how we have helped king salmon at what cost? Chum salmon? What it looks like if we started January 20th and we're done by June, what are the trade-offs? Worse for kings, better on chums? Does the spreading of the season truly impact sea lions? My observations are we have seen decline in salmon since implementation. When you think about implementation 2000 roughly on sea lion, that's really 4 or 6 generations of salmon in Western Alaska. So, you know, we have these actions that have not long-term, but quick responses, and we're putting each one of these things in a silo now. And I don't know if we were really fully, factoring in how they affect everything. I'm trying to talk. I'm out of time here. I fully support Clark's comments. Charlie Wright had very powerful words and need to be thought about as well. His main takeaway, and this is, I'll quit here, is this is much bigger than just people. The ecosystems are being impacted, and we cannot quantify what those impacts are. And so we don't think about that enough. And final closing words. I was fortunate enough to fish in the Joneses fish camp. Benedict's wife Liza was my mother's best friend. They worked together, they loved together, they cried together. And you guys really need to speak with these elders and understand what fish camp means to these people. It is critical that we maintain these fish on these rivers, period.
Thank you, Mr. Quka. I appreciate your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
I just have hopefully a quick one. Mr. Quka, you started out your testimony on the real-time genetics. And so were you referencing the BBSRI project? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misconstruing that. Thanks.
Mr. Quka, I have a follow-up with that. As a salmon fisherman, wondering how you foresee the value in that, knowing that we're not quite there. I think everyone really wants to get to the point where we can have that information in more real time, knowing how quickly conditions change on the water. Do you anticipate that it'll eventually get to the point where it will inform movement of where the fleet can fish, or is the value more in informing in-season run strength or something else?
All of the above, but I was, listening to the some of the testimony, and I have not been paying full close attention to this issue, but genetic testing, if I heard, whether he caught 250,000 fish or 500,000 fish, the basic interaction was 50,000 fish. And I think that we can do better than that. And I think the trawl fleet's incredibly sophisticated, and the more tools we give them to mitigate that interaction, I don't think it matters if they're Western Alaska fish, Hokkaido fish, Russian fish, or whatever. Chum salmon matter, and they matter to the people that those fish are returning to. So we have to figure out how to hopefully have our cake and eat it too. In the interim, the cost to everybody is going to be a cost. I mean, I heard Unalaska yesterday speak to, don't put us out of business. I hear the CDQ group saying, don't put us out of business. But the reality is that the Kuskokwim and the Yukon are put out of business. And not only are they put out of business financially, they're put out of business livelihood wise and traditionally wise. So I think that the more genetic and the faster genetic that information gets to the fleet to be able to mitigate whatever those interactions are. I heard testimony yesterday that, oh, in the Northwest, we only catch X%, but when you're looking at a 10% sample or whatever the number truly is, and you're trying to project that out, if you're off by 10% or 15%, project that over 20 years, that's a big place to be off. So we need to pull that together ASAP. And we've come a long ways in genetic testing. We're going to go a lot further. It's just time to get it done.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, so looks like we are close to lunchtime here. We have about 6 more testifiers, and there are a couple of people that were not in the room when I called their names. So let's break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock, and I will call the 3 testifiers that we've missed first and then continue on our list. Thank you. Council, please come back. Council, please come back to order. We will resume with public testimony on C4. I'd like to call a couple names that we missed earlier on in the list, beginning with Melena Jordan, Faye Ewan, Joseph Henry, and I think he's online. Not online. Okay, and Brooke Woods. Do we have her? Good afternoon, Brooks. Brooke, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you
Good
hear me?
afternoon, Brooks. Yes, we have you. There may be an echo. I'm not quite sure. If you want to continue, I'll let you know.
I might have the YouTube up. Can you give me?
Yes,
Brooke,
we can hear you. Mhm.
Can you give me a moment? I think I have my YouTube on and Zoom. Yes. Can you
Good
hear me?
afternoon, Brooks. Hello, Miss Woods, are you on?
Yes. I'm trying to figure out my technical issue here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am ready. Are you ready for me to start?
Yes, whenever you are. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Brooke Woods. I'm from the Yukon. I support an overall cap of the failed AP amendment that specified a range for PSC values. This will be a quick, broken testimony, as 3 minutes is not enough time to speak to way of life and no salmon. These are real issues, not emotion, as stated by AP members, that you must address. And the public participation is a part of the process. But the salmon declines continue to get worse, and the pollock industry continues to control this management body with no action taken. I don't testify to the AP because of the hostility which warrants member removal, when in reality, Alaska is facing multiple salmon declines in a region that encompasses 40% of the state. That should matter to each pollock member and those who participate in that industry, not with acknowledgement and testimony, but acceptance of change in money, harvest, giving up a season, and management decisions here. I must share that YDFDA represents 6 communities when we have over 55 communities along the river, not including First Nations who Alaska has a treaty obligation with. One thing you heard in testimony is millions were distributed only until 2020, as stated in testimony. So lower river communities are losing income, chum, commercial fishing, and subsistence opportunity of summer chum, king, fall chum, like the rest of us. If bycatch is reduced, it will not hurt our villages. We have other organizations to provide essential services like the tribal governments, for-profit and nonprofit Alaska Native corporations, and the state of Alaska. We all must adapt. Self-regulation does not work, as seen this year with the chum chucking in Area M and the bad actors in the pollock sectors that was shared within testimony. Fishermen abuse that privilege. We need caps and triggers and regulations, or need a meaningful way for tribes to be a part of the AP IPA process the council creates, not me. I wanted to share that the traditional knowledge is in the room. It's the elders. We have one of the most well-respected elders on the Yukon in the room, and he was cut off in both AP and council. We have protocols and respect for our elders, and they are the traditional knowledge that you seek to understand. The only questions that I will entertain is explaining the extreme regulations on the Yukon to protect what is essentially a prohibited species catch. That's a part of our culture, wellness, and way of life.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Woods. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Okay, next on our list is Dr. Jessica Black.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jessica Black, and I'm from Glacier, Fort Yukon, but I now reside on Lower Tanana Dene lands in Fairbanks. Growing up on the Yukon, Tanana, and Nenana rivers, fish was life. Every summer, fishing and working on fish filled our days, our evenings, and our freezers. We dreamt of fish and were thankful for each fish we got, sharing our first catch with elders and those who could not fish. Our extended families would come together to live our ways of life, to teach our children and experience wellness. This way of life has fundamentally shifted. We just experienced the 4th year of no fishing on the river. I ask each of you in decision-making seats, how would not fishing impact you? Think about that for a minute. What if your children were unable to experience what is their fundamental human right, or the most basic expression of our culture? For us as Indigenous peoples, our salmon and our fishing way of life is our lifeblood of our culture. Where I come from along the Yukon River, we get Chinook and chum. In previous times of shortage of Chinook, we would be blessed with early fall chum. Both those species, as you well know, have experienced tremendous hardship, and we, the people of the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, have bore the brunt of conservation, while bycatch has continued to be allowed. Where is the equity in that? Entire ways of life sacrificed for monetary gain. Salmon to us Native people is not just a species to be managed, but a relative, a gift. We have a spiritual and connected relationship that dates back millennia. Their health reflects our health and vice versa. Their overall well-being and health is paramount goal of ours as people of the land and rivers. They are also a keystone species. So much of the overall ecosystem depends on them for balance and sustainability. When their population collapses, so does everything else. Isn't the health of our ocean, rivers, and all of life within worth sustaining? I ask that you include the 0 to 280,000 bycatch number in your analysis and really spend some time analyzing whether that will support the health and well-being of salmon, or more stringent measures need to be enacted. I personally believe that 0 bycatch is what is needed. Doing such will allow all salmon a fighting chance to make it to their spawning grounds and population health to rebound. Also, I want to say that it takes a lot of courage for us Native peoples to come into these spaces when our knowledge and 10,000 years ways of life is not given the same credibility and respect as Western science. We have all lived in relationship with these lands for 10,000 years in a symbiotic way. We could add more balance to this decision-making body and instrumentally help make decisions in the best interest of salmon. I will leave you with a question. In what ways could you strengthen decision-making at this governing table? My answer would be Indigenous knowledge holders and our sovereign tribal governments absolutely deserve seats at this table, and that would be an important first step towards equity. Masicho. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Black. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Next up is Brent Paylor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council. My name is Brent Paylor, and I'm the captain of the Island Enterprise, a 325-foot factory trawler for pollock and hake owned by Trident Seafoods. I want to say first that myself, my colleagues, owners in industry are very cognizant of and empathetic to the people affected by the collapse of the chum and the Chinook fisheries. And I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak on such a critical topic. In 1983, I graduated high school and set sail for the Bering Sea on the first factory trawler in Alaska, the Arctic Trawler, when I was 17 years old. I worked on numerous vessels of all shapes and sizes in my early years, and when I was 26 years old, I started operating the Seattle Enterprise, a pollock factory trawler owned by Arctic Alaska Seafoods. I'm extremely proud of my career and feel blessed to be part of an industry that has evolved significantly over the 40 years I've been a part of it. When I started, fishing was very rudimentary. We used cowhides and had zero communication with our nets. Today, we not only use technology to find the fish, we use a combination of technology, communication, and real-time data from sea state to avoid non-target species like salmon from our catch. For example, we have developed, tested, and improved upon excluders for salmon that take advantage of their strong swimming and ability to detect changes in water flow. Through these excluding devices, the pollock fleet has significantly reduced chum and Chinook bycatch. We do this not because there is a hard cap, but because we strive to minimize our impact to the extent that we can. My vessel was one of the first in the world to implement a live feed camera system over 8 years ago that provides real-time information about what is happening in my fishing gear. Currently, myself and others are developing an active selector that allows us to open and close the trawl while actively fishing. Utilizing cameras, echo sounders, and local knowledge, we're able to make split-second decisions to exclude non-target animals. This technology is evolving and will hopefully become the norm in the near future. As a captain of a pollock trawler, my primary job is to keep my 130 crew members safe at sea in dangerous conditions. Secondly, my job is to sustainably catch fish that help feed the world without impacting fish populations, communities, and fisheries. This is not an easy job. Bering Sea fisheries are extremely challenging and constantly changing. What is the norm one year can be opposite the next. Different species found in one place or depth and different the next. This year, for example, we found areas with good pollock fishing and little chum, but we struggle to avoid the huge population of herring that had shifted. We have to be both proactive and reactive on a daily basis, factoring in where to find our target species and non-target animals. Our efforts have been significant in response to the run declines in Western Alaska, reducing chum catch by over 70% since 2021. And while our efforts are not the sole reason, we are doing what we can to reduce impacts and take seriously our responsibility as stewards in this complex ecosystem.
Mr. Paylor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is
Yeah.
up. Do you have a concluding statement?
No, that was it.
Great.
I'm welcome to take some questions.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Paylor, I'm interested in your description of the use of the new technology camera in particular. And I wonder if you could give us a sense of how you and your vessel have been able to change your performance in terms of prohibited species catch in using this technology.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin from the chair. Like Jeff had stated earlier, on the sovereignty, this technology is basically become one of the most primary piece of electronics that we use nowadays. It not only, we used to had to decipher what we can see on the echo sounders and machines that we have, but now we see in real time what we are catching. And so with the use of excluders, we not only can exclude the salmon that have previously been caught, but and with utilizing cameras, we can also make split-second decisions to move locations or exclude the fish that we've already caught, whether it be salmon or herring. By slowing down our boat and bringing the nets in and out, we can actually purge out non-target animals.
And just to follow up, I wonder if you can give us a quantitative sense of that and how your performance has changed, how your PSC has decreased as a proportion of your target catch.
Mr. Curlin from the chair, I don't really have any definitive numbers, but I can tell you that it is with the use of excluders and cameras that our impact on the fishery it's exponentially better, and only getting better as we learn how to develop more technology and to use the cameras while they're being used to make our fishing gear more efficient than it comes out of the box from the manufacturers and such.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I understood the exchange on the cameras, but I didn't quite get whether I hadn't heard before of an active selector on the excluder. And so did you say that's in the testing phase or that's being used now?
Thank you, Mrs. Kimball from the chair. So about 4 years ago, we conceptualized the idea of being able to put a valve in the trawl so we could open and close the net remotely. And over the last year, we started testing, I believe, a year and a half ago in the Pacific whiting fishery technology that allows us to see non-target animals or hake for that matter, and be able to exclude them out of the trawl at fishing depth. We recently, in the last bee season, were able to do some testing up in Alaska in the pollock fishery to try to get that to work in the pollock fishery. It's going to be a really positive step in the right direction, and it is in testing phase. But we're making some strong headway in that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paylor, for your testimony. Next up, John Hendersheet.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. For the record, my name is John Hendersheet. I'm president of Phoenix Processor. We operate the Mothership Excellence, which is supported by 6 catcher boats. First, I just want to acknowledge the quality and the thoughtfulness of all the testimony that you've heard up to this point on this issue. From all sides, just very compelling and well-articulated comments. And in that context, I certainly understand and appreciate why the council may choose to analyze an absolute limit on the bycatch mortality of Western Alaska chum salmon in the form of a hard cap. That said, the introduction of a second hard cap, the first being that for Chinook, would create a new dynamic that could potentially undermine existing tools and incentives. And that dynamic really needs to be carefully analyzed. The fleet currently has the ability, and in my view, the responsibility to achieve chum salmon bycatch avoidance without ever compromising existing prioritization of minimizing Chinook bycatch. In a regime that potentially includes 2 hard caps for species whose abundance and distribution are quite variable each year, there is a clear possibility that the fleet could increase Chinook bycatch in order to avoid a chum salmon hard cap fishery closure, particularly in years of high chum abundance. And it is especially important to analyze this given that every year the majority of chum in the PSC are of Russia and Asian origin. Therefore, it is critical that the analysis look beyond the potential constraints resulting solely from a chum salmon hard cap alone, and also consider the potential consequences for increased Chinook salmon bycatch as vessels try to avoid a potential fishery closure resulting from achievement of a chum salmon hard cap. In my opinion, the application of a chum salmon hard cap is not the best way to avoid Western Alaska chum when and where they are actually on the grounds. And I also think it crosses a conceptual line that puts other council priorities, primarily the reduction of Chinook salmon bycatch, at risk. That said, to the extent that the council sees the need to analyze a range of hard cap alternatives, I urge the council to ensure that resultant potential impacts be considered holistically, including the tactical trade-off of multiple hard cap limits in response to potential constraints associated with the chum salmon hard cap. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kristen Stall Johnson, and I think she's joining us remotely.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I had to find the mute button. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kristen Stall Johnson with Ocean People Resources. I have a few short comments to make after listening to the council and staff discussion and the testimonies given yesterday and today. To begin, I would like to strongly request that you do not choose to extend this process by vacating the current NOI on the chum salmon bycatch EIS and restarting the NEPA process later on as measures to reset the clock. There are too many lives and valuable ancient cultures at stake here, and timeliness is essential. The iterative process began a long while ago, and we would not be where we are today with staff's incredibly detailed analysis for you to review. A 2-year time limit may seem too short and overburdensome for the council process, but the salmon people of the Yukon-Kuskokwim River systems and the Bering Sea coast have been carrying their burden for far too long without adequate attention from the government structures meant to protect their interests. They have been crying out for attention for over 10 years. Extending the timeline is inexcusable. If this is a staffing and resource issue, that's exactly what the IRA funding is for. Completing this process by July 2025 is doable, and you must act now. Agencies acting with expediency, I believe, was the intent of Congress. The fate of thousands of Indigenous people and unique cultural ways of knowing from thousands of years of living tradition are in critical jeopardy. I don't believe that you or this body wants to go down in history as presiding over the loss of the ancient cultural treasures and knowledge carried in the lives and hearts of Alaska's gentle, original salmon people. Next, I am in strong support of the analysis of 0 to a number much less than 280,000 chum and bycatch limit in the Pollock fleet. Even the upper numbers of the failed AP motion seem obscenely high when one salmon taken from the river by a hungry community is punishable by a legal violation. There is no equity there, not in the least. And is this in keeping with your federal trust responsibility? And forgive me, I'm sure I've missed something here, but I have yet to hear a proposal that the B season pollock fleet stand down in known migration corridors until the Western Alaska chum escapement has been achieved in the river systems, just like the salmon fishermen have done for decades. This is nothing new. If you're going to prosecute a fishery in the middle of salmon season, especially in the primary salmon migratory corridors into Bristol Bay and the Bering Sea, unfortunately, where the COV area is, COVA is, you need to be subjected to the same conservation measures as commercial salmon fishermen. This would also solve your Asian Western Alaskan issue on the source or the origin of the salmon in the bycatch. Obviously, the bee season is the bigger problem, so adjust the bee season around the real-time salmon closures until escapement is reached in the rivers. As we all know, time and area closures are classic fisheries management tools. And there's too much weight given to the pollock over right now, and we need to really get a handle on that. In the wise words of one of the native elders who spoke yesterday, big changes have come to the Bering Sea, some of which should have been addressed 20 years ago. And it's time to take a pause. Pollock trawlers need to cut back like everyone else. Why should the relatively new industrial pollock fleet have a stranglehold on the ecosystems while the people who have depended upon it traditionally for millennia for food and culture suffer? Terribly rhetorical question, but it needs to be considered. Which leads me to the question and the questionable concept of applying cost-benefit analysis to evaluate the trade-off between the wealth of pollock fishery and the health of the marine life and thriving salmon-dependent communities. This cost-benefit analysis always reminds me of the definition given by a woman that I'm proud to call a friend, Dr. Rosalie Pertel, who was given the Nobel Livelihood Award for her international work on environmental health, most notably in Chernobyl and Bhopal. And her description of cost-benefit analysis went like this: it's the cost to health, life, and livelihood for the benefit of the wealthy and powerful. I hope that definition had the same effect on you as it did on me, and that you keep it in mind, as well as your sworn obligations as council members, which means standing up to vested economic interests as you go forward in your deliberations. I personally value Alaska's children learning the traditional ways of their ancestors at fish camp on the Yukon River over the entire pollock fishery. Even though that is an unrealistic expectation, it doesn't have to be either or. The pollock industry needs to make sacrifices long overdue. They have had their impacts on innocent others for decades.
Ms. Stall Johnson.
Yeah.
Your time has expired. Do you have any concluding comments?
I couldn't see this. I'm on my last statement here. Thank you. The pollock industry has had multiple impacts on our ecosystem for 40 years. And regardless of the money that fishery generates, that's not where the value lies in Alaska's magnificent ocean ecosystems. Please remember, Alaskans don't eat pollock. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and best luck in dealing with this difficult problem.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Shannon Carol.
Morning, Madam Chair, Council. My name is Shannon Carol, and I apologize for taking up more of your time. I know it's been a long meeting, but I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of Trident Seafoods. And I'll just be upfront and say my primary ask today is that a wide range of alternatives be considered under Alternative 2. I think it's really important given the rushed statutory timeframe that we're under, as well as the need to consider the fact that chum bycatch is really variable on an annual basis, that there are times when millions of hatchery fish are on the pollock grounds, and that our most recent efforts to avoid chum have shown that we can achieve lower overall chum bycatch numbers, but not a reduction in Western Alaska chum. So I think all of that needs to be considered with a wide range of alternatives. For the remainder of my testimony, though, I want to talk about what I think will achieve the council's purpose and need. And I want to emphasize that I do support this analysis moving forward. that we want to do our part to reduce our impact on Western Alaska chums. You've heard from our skippers here today, and I can say on behalf of Trident that we're sincerely approaching this issue from the perspective that we can be solution oriented. So with that in mind, I've been thinking a lot about this issue in the context of salmon management, which primarily relies on time and area windows to achieve escapement. Salmon avoidance plans like the ones found in alternative 4 use real-time data based on actual presence of chums to close areas to fishing, thereby creating those windows to allow migrating chum to pass. And to me, this is really the best way to create those so-called chum corridors because they create corridors when and where chum are present and in a manner that is faster than regulatory action would allow. You can contrast this with fixed area closures, which rely on historical patterns of chum location and timing. But we know that chum location and timing varies, and where they were last year or even last week isn't an indication of where they're going to be tomorrow. So area closures need to be based on real-time data to be effective. We know that IPAs can be effective based on their success in the Chinook bycatch realm. And we know that fixed area closures and regulatory closures cannot be effective. So to me, I think really the crux of the matter is whether or not we can build trust behind our salmon avoidance plans. And I think part of the problem there is that they're often referred to as voluntary. And I think that there's some fair concerns that we're just patting ourselves on the back while we're self-regulating. That's not how it works, obviously, but I can honestly understand how people think that. We certainly take for granted that others have trust in our program. And I think that's because, for us, the inter-co-op rules effectively have the effect of law, and our skippers treat them as such. But listening to testimony, it's clear that we have work to do to build that trust. I guess I'll just close that and say that others have testified, and I'll echo that we're open to working with and learning from in-river users on how to sort of build that trust with specific focus on the salmon avoidance plans, and to figure out if there's other indicators that we can incorporate that would sort of highlight when Western Alaska chums are on the ground. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. So from a marketing standpoint, who does eat pollock?
Well, as I don't want to be glib. I mean, as an Alaskan, I buy our fish sticks and I eat pollock. I think pollock is consumed. A lot of our product goes to the lower 48 to be processed into value-added product forms and is sold domestically. It feeds people around the world, but a lot of it does go domestic. So it provides affordable nutrition for people. But I'll be honest, I'm hesitant to really respond deeper. One, just because I don't want to say something that's wrong, but I don't want to make it a comparison between meals and salmon because that's not what it is. But so I'll be honest with that.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. I don't know if you can tell me this, but the two captains that came and told us about this new technology, is this technology, are these boats, are these owned by Trident? Are you investing in this technology, or is this boats that fish for Trident and they're investing in the technology?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. So yeah, the two skippers that came up fish for boats that are owned for Trident by Trident. We have, I think you heard that all of the CPs and all across companies have live feed cameras on their vessels. It's relatively newer for CVs. I believe 3 of our company owned CVs have cameras, and we have in the budget for next year adding a camera on an additional vessel. I think the promise of those cameras has been demonstrated in the CP fleet. I think on the CV side, there's a lot of value just because of the nature of that fishery. There's more of a time lag between offload and getting the actual numbers. And I also don't want to have you guys walk away thinking that they're a magic bullet to achieving zero bycatch, because there's a lot of dynamics at play when it comes to fishing. But it's that and the work that Mr. Paylor mentioned with respect to the active excluder device. Those are all things that we invest in, as do other companies, because we think it's really important to continue to minimize our impact.
Thank you for your testimony. Our last testifier is Patrick Odonnell.
Yeah, good afternoon. For the record, Patrick O'Donnell, I've fished out of Kodiak for the last 34 years, trawling, done lots of different fisheries, but that's my primary means. Today, I'd like to speak about the AP motion that was put forward. I do support the motion as it was put forward. There was a question earlier as to the additional information that was requested. And in Appendix 1, at the back of the analysis, there on page 105, A12 gives a graph on Western Alaska chum from 1981 to 2022. However, all the other information on bycatch is from 2011 forward. So as an AP member, I felt that would be valid information to have in making a decision moving forward. What led up to that particular decline states in the document that was very similar to what's going on today in Western Alaska. And if you go to page 107, you'll see the Yukon table A, E2, I believe, and A3, the Kuskokwim, and it shows them similar trends. So I was curious to know what led to that particular issue back in 2000. Also, information on the intercept fisheries, the salmon fisheries itself. I think that will be informative in making a decision here at the next iteration of this paper. There was also on page 112 in Appendix 2 stating that there was declines in Canada, Japan, Russia, Korea, and Pacific Northwest, as well as Alaska. And other than circulation of ocean conditions, it didn't give any other information as to what led to that. And in fact, that was 2011 through 2017 that was referenced to the circulation of the ocean conditions. So I think it'd be informative to get additional information moving forward here, that so that we can make a better informed decision. And for the record, I do eat pollock.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. See if there's any questions for you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. But just in tracking, you're not asking for anything different in the alternatives and options. Everything you mentioned is in providing background information or context for the action. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. What I'm looking for is I was a little frustrated on the AP looking through the analysis and the graph that I mentioned on page 105 of the appendix, and that similar decline, which is, you know, this one is a third smaller than that. But if you look at that graph, that was a significant decline. And I think it would be informative to this body and the AP to have that particular information as to what led up to that. So data prior, data during, and data after, to see if there's any similar trend to what's going on 20 years later, which is now. That's my ask there. And of course, the other ones are sort of related to that. I think the more information we have, the better a decision we make. I mean, this body, for the best part, we always make decisions based on history, make decisions for the future based on history. So I think that sort of paves the way for our decision-making process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. O'Donnell. Okay, so that concludes our public testimony on C4. I'd like to ask staff perhaps to come back up. I'm going to see if there are any final questions from council members on the presentation that we received yesterday. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. I do have a few questions here just to, as I've been taking notes through public testimony to try and clarify some things after hearing that. So my first question, we've heard a lot about the advisory panel failed motion relative to a range of PSC regulated chum salmon prohibited species catch limits in alternative 2. And my question for staff is if the AP motion had passed and you were presented with a range that was included in the AP motion, 0 to 280,000, I think, how would staff analyze that in terms of the actual numbers if given a range like that? What would come in the next analysis?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair for the question. I think staff would take a similar approach to the other values. And so including the low limits or even the limit of 0 that was included within the AP motion, we would take a sort of a full and comprehensive approach to looking at the impact analysis. And so that would look at impacts on revenue and for vessels and pollock dependent communities, as well as the environmental assessment of what that change would be with operationally no pollock fishery occurring in the bee season potentially. So I don't know if Dr. Strand would have more that she'd like to add, but I think we would treat those values, those numerical values of a range in the same way that we would in the upper ranges as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, I think we would treat it exactly the same. We would look at all the environmental effects as well of no pollock fishing for the bee season on the other resource categories, as well as on resource on the pollock stock, as well as the other resource categories that we would look at in the environmental analysis part of the EIS.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. And then just more of a logistics question about a range in a motion in general like that. If there were 2 values for a PSC limit range presented in the motion like it was for the AP failed motion, in the next version of the analysis, do we only see those 2 numbers evaluated? Or if the council indicates it would like numbers within the range to be evaluated, what's the best way to communicate that?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question through the chair. I think if the council's motion has 2 values, but the council also specifies specific additional values within its rationale, that would provide staff the direction to be able to analyze and put forward at least a full picture of what the ranges are, as well as the potential allocation approaches or apportionment approaches that the council might be considering.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. My next question is a general question about the abundance indices that we're considering for PSC limit ranges, either overall or Western Alaska chum. And I'm trying to reconcile testimony that we received. Typically, when the council is establishing or developing an abundance-based bycatch management program, some kind of index, we're very specific about what the source of information for that index is. I'm thinking of the Chinook salmon bycatch management program, halibut abundance-based management program. But we did receive testimony for this agenda item that perhaps it's not appropriate to be that specific about a specific data source or a specific metric, and we should think more comprehensively about appropriately identifying an abundance-based limit. And I guess I just really, for the council members and for the public, is it necessary for the council for a regulated abundance-based management program to specify the source of an abundance index in a situation like this, or can we be more broad and more flexible to future changes potentially?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I'm hoping I'm understanding your question. Are you asking if we need to know which river system that we would be attributing a bycatch, a threshold for low abundance, the specific river system or the specific source of data going into that river system? I'm sorry, I'm just not sure what the overall question on that is.
Through the chair, thank you. I probably wasn't clear. I was thinking of the data source.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, that I can understand a little better. I think that if the council does go forward with considering all or any of the area indices that we put forward, I think we could specifically put together for you in the analysis all of the data streams that are encompassed in addressing those abundance estimates so that the council would have a more comprehensive view of the data sources going into it. I don't think you have to have that specified in order to select them, but I think it would help you for the context if you're picking amongst them or trying to, as we have faced recently, trying to address the lack of data in any given year or a lack of data that would go into something like a run reconstruction as opposed to an abundance estimate informed by a WEIR. If that helps with that.
Ms. Kimball.
I apologize if you were on a roll, but my question directly pertains to that question. Okay, I'm sorry. So I guess I was trying to track, but maybe didn't, Dr. Stram. My understanding from going through the Chinook analysis in particular was we needed to delineate the exact data source we were going to use to determine the index so that we knew by putting this in regulation that every year we would be receiving the same consistent data in order to put together an index that would then trigger some management action. So maybe we're asking two different questions, but my understanding is we need to delineate the data source when we're determining what an index would be in order for that to go forward in regulation, should it be chosen. Not a broad, we'll look at all data sources and pull from different things each year, but that we would have to be specific at some point.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I guess my understanding would be that the specificity would be for example, the run reconstruction estimate for the Yukon summer for the river, the information that goes into it, not specific to all of the pieces that go into it. You would have that information in front of you in the analysis so that you had the confidence to pick one river system versus another. But for using the Chinook example, when we had information in the analysis and taking Amendment 110, a couple of years after that, they changed the methodology by which the Kuskokwim River information was put together, and the council specifically asked that be reviewed by our SSC. I think we can have that discussion. Should you go forward with the reproach such as that, is that would like to have some sort of review should all the data sources change for the river system for which you selected or all of which you selected. But we would certainly provide you all of that information in the analysis of it. But I don't think that we, even in Amendment 110, specify what you specified was that should the information that we have in front of us to make this decision change in the future, that you would like to have an understanding from the department what that change is and what the implications of that change are.
Thank you. I think you're just answering almost beyond my question. So I think that now makes sense. We would specify run reconstruction for the Yukon River. We could always ask if some of those components or inputs change or our ability to collect data there change, that we get notified of that. But we specify the run reconstruction. We don't then get involved in all the details of each of those components. Thank you. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes. And just for a different example of that, I would say that, for example, if you were using the Kuskokwim as one of your areas, you would want to specify the Bethel test fishery, not the Congrigula, so that you knew exactly that was the data source that you were pinning it to, because there's a specific difference in the recommendation on which you would use, so that you knew going forward what comprises that data, and that was the data source that you were choosing.
Thank you. That answers my question. Okay.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, that was similar to my question. Moving on, I I did, Dr. Stram, and this was something in your part of the presentation. I'm looking at table 3-16 in the preliminary analysis, and I just wanted to make sure I understood some recommendations I think you were providing with respect to alternative 3. And I think just in terms of describing the current alternative 3, which is a Western Alaska chum salmon limit, and the options that the council has to consider, understanding that we cannot implement a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit in season, that if the council were to establish some sort of Western Alaska chum PSC limit, to consider that given the interannual genetic variability, the council should consider that in terms of setting that limit. And so I think, and so I'm looking to Dr. Stram to let me know if I am understanding that correctly. So for example, in that table 3-16, under the time period, the 3-year time period, for example, if the council wanted to consider a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit of 46,150, that is 1 point estimate within that range of 39,960 to 52,794. And so the council may want to consider in selecting options for a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit that range rather than perhaps just a point estimate. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's the way I would read it, understanding that if you put that in place the next year, both your point estimate and your range may change the next year depending on the proportions. But I think what we were trying to suggest is that to the extent that if you're trying to use that information to capture that variability around it, so that if that percentage, that's tied to a percentage of 13.8, if in the subsequent year it went up to 16, that you would still, at least within that, your variability around that will change, but you've set up a system where you have a much higher likelihood of falling within a broad range, even with the proportional change by year.
Through the chair, thank you for that. And just to close the loop on that, and that could be important for the council to consider if there is a management measure for the Pollock fleet tied to that particular Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes.
Through the chair, thank you for your indulgence. Finally, moving to the current alternative 4, I did have a question in public testimony. And clearly at the advisory panel, there was a fair bit of discussion about alternative 4 and potential changes to the incentive plan agreements and ways that those would be implemented. And then staff in the preliminary analysis, essentially, should the council request revisions to current alternative 4 along the lines of looking at potential changes, staff essentially said that you could work with industry to get input on what those changes might be, or the council could request a proposal from affected industry sectors. And if the council were to consider the latter approach, we don't usually talk about timing in motions. And so, Madam Chair, I don't, this is really just to think about for me about which one of those options I might consider. What would be, I can't remember if you outlined the timeline, Dr. Hoppala, in your staff presentation about what that might look like if the council did request a proposal from industry for that particular issue.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question through the chair. So if the council were to request a proposal from industry, and if the council were to request or to look forward to scheduling initial review in April 2024, which would currently be the meeting that the council would anticipate receiving the annual reports from IPA representatives as well as the salmon genetic reports. So we had looked at initial review occurring at that meeting, just trying to streamline your consideration of salmon analyses in sort of a broad way at one time. It would be Staff would need the proposal, the council would need to receive the proposal no later than the February 2024 meeting or in advance of that meeting, which would still be a fairly tight turnaround time for us to be able to look at that. But that would be the latest time that that could come forward.
Thank you. Let's see if there are any further questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hapla and Dr. Stram. My question, I think, is probably for Dr. Stram, but in thinking about some of the public testimony that we've heard here today, one of the items that was brought up was the genetic diversity, how important that is to the chum salmon population, and the effect that if there is an effect on the bycatch having an effect on this genetic diversity. It wasn't outlined in that topic wasn't tackled in the analysis. And I guess my question is that public testimony was there. There were several citations of papers that were there. I don't know if that leads to anything, but I'm just wondering as this analysis goes forward, would that be something that would be looked into by the analysts, or is that something that needs to be detailed in a motion? And I'm thinking about the details of the motion. The concern that I have is that if we were to detail everything that we ever wanted in a motion, we'd have this huge list that would take us forever to get through. So it's not something I would intend to try to put in the motion, but I'm just curious as to how you might, and that's just one example, of course, but it was an example that I picked up on, so I'm using that example. So if you could identify how that type of thing might be handled in the analysis or from an analyst standpoint.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Down. Staff were taking notes during public comment, and so we did pick up on a number of different things that the public was requesting be included, including that biological diversity and population diversity. So I can't tell you at this point how we would include it, but it certainly has made our list of additional items that we might not otherwise have highlighted, that we'll look into both the citations that were noted in the background and how we might address that in some form in the analysis that comes back to you in 2024.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any further questions, but we had a request from a council member yesterday to look at some various PSC limits based on apportionment options that were outlined in the preliminary analysis. I noticed that you posted an addendum, wondering if we could just bring that up quickly and make sure that council members had a chance to review that and ask any questions. Can you walk us through what you did here and remind us what the request was? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So yes, yesterday the council had requested staff to look at different apportionment options under 4 different chum salmon PSC limits. So these are overall PSC limits as considered under alternative 2, and the 4 values were 240,000 chum salmon, 350,000 chum salmon, 450,000 chum salmon, and 550,000 chum salmon. And the 3 apportionment options that were requested were based off of each sector's AFA pollock allocation, the 3-year average level of bycatch, so 2020 to 2022, as well as a pro rata approach that would weight both of the first apportionment options. And then what staff had prepared was a table, might be hard to see on the computer screen, but we just walked through each of those PSC limit values and provided you a table with the different apportionment options, and then highlighted in red cells those years where the respective sector or the fishery total may have exceeded that apportionment based off of their historical performance. So do you want me
can you start at the the slide before, Sarah, and maybe scale it down like you did. That would be helpful. So the next slide. Thank you. So can you tell me what the red signifies, just so I understand?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. So the red here signifies under the 350,000 chum salmon PSC limit, you have on the top left corner for you the apportionment option based off of the AFA allocations. The red cells are those years where an individual sector or the pollock fishery total would have exceeded. No, this is not. It's 240,000. I'm looking at this incorrectly. So it is, excuse me, it is a chum salmon PSC limit of 240,000 where you have the apportionment option by AFA on the left-hand side for you, the 3-year average on the right, and the pro rata approach, which is the 25% weighted to AFA allocation and 75% to the 3-year average. The red cells in each one of the table identify for you the years where an individual sector or the fishery total would have exceeded its apportionment based on these different options. And the same approach is taken for the various PSC limits that the council had requested. Would you like us to show the other ones as well?
I'll ask if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hapalesso. When I'm looking at this, I've of course just looked at this briefly. I see it was posted earlier and I should have probably looked at this earlier, but I appreciate you bringing this up. I appreciate you bringing this back to the council. So these are the in red are the years that they would have exceeded their apportionments and to the various sectors of AFA. And so, but I think what the red means is that at some point during the B season, those sectors would be closed, but it doesn't show us what the foregone catch or the percentage. It says they would have exceeded it, but how much foregone catch is not clear. It's just that at some point in the B season, that fishery would have been closed.
Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. Vanderhoven first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm getting a little lost in numbers at the moment, but can you remind me or help me understand how these compare to how we ended up doing this kind of allocation under Amendment 91 for Chinook?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. When we did Chinook, two things that are slightly different. We considered all of these approaches. The council eventually, I hope I'm getting this correct, went with a 5-year history pro rata compared with, so 75% pro rata history for a 5-year time frame, 25% weighted on AFA. We did, however, we did not use the straight history for CDQ, CP, and mothership because of the practice of attributing pollock hauls to CDQ or non-CDQ, an operational decision that's made, and when you attribute those to the different between the CDQ and the partner. So that we went and we blended the data for CDQ, CP, and mothership with the partners when they were fishing in order to come up with a blend, and then reassigned it based on their pollock allocations and the pollock that was fished in order to have a more true representation of CDQ rates. So basically in the CDQ was lower and was augmented by going back and readjusting it in that blended way. And then the CP and the mothership were also augmented based on removing those, attributing that portion of the bycatch that was fished by a CDQ vessel. This had no effect on the CV shore side. So that's how we did it for Chinook. This approach is most similar in the pro rata But I would note that that does not include that blended calculation for the history for CDQ, CP, or mothership.
Thank you. I was remembering there was a blend in there, but couldn't remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball, was your hand up?
It was, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've answered my own question. My question was a bit like Mr. Downs on you can't tell the timing of when that closure might have happened, but then I noticed the top row of numbers is the actual, like, for instance, I'm looking at the 3-year average. Is the actual bycatch attributed to that sector using that 3-year average? So we could see how far away, I guess, whether you just barely exceeded that number or whether you were well beyond that number. That gives me some semblance of how potentially early that closure could have occurred. Am I reading that right?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mesro, then Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, thank you for putting this together for us. If you look at all of them, it's pretty illuminating into the rough impact of what these would do. But I was in the same line of thinking as Mr. Down and Ms. Kimball, and I was just wondering that, like, in a impact analysis, when we get this document back, will we have some way to parse out what the impact of exceeding the PSC limit would be? I guess we could look at it like in this table, if you look on the bottom table under CP, the limit was 61,200 and they exceeded it in 2022 at 71,786. So you could, I guess, say that, well, they were pretty close. It wasn't that big of an impact, but it would be better, I think, if we're making these sort of substantive decisions, to know if that's really the case, or if they exceeded the 61,200 early in the B season. Is there any way in the impact analysis we'd be able to combine tables to sort of get an idea of what the real impact either to sector or vessels were before we made a decision, should we decide to go that way?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mesro, for the question through the chairs. So yes, noting that staff are still working out the full approach for the impact analysis, it would certainly be possible to look at pollock catches by week over the analyzed time period and try to get a sense based off of historical performance when the various PSC limits or the various apportionment amounts would have been reached. So yes.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question actually got answered with Ms. Vanderhoven. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your time. So I'd like to take I think the council would like to take some time to consider all of the thoughtful testimony that we've received today. And we'll come back to see if there's any action on C4. Let's break until 3:15 and resume discussion at that point. Thank you.
Test, 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 test. I'm going to read something for testing and see if it works. And we will talk about building tiny earth ships made out of tires. So if you have any tires to get rid of, you can make it into a house. And also for people listening online, we are just testing some audio. No. Okay. Why don't you check in the back and I'll read some stuff about the salmon bycatch. Let's see what I can read today. I'm going to check out our public comment. For those listening online, we're testing the audio in our room, and the council is going to resume at 3:15, taking action on chum 4 salmon bycatch. If you ever have any questions or need tech support or have problems signing up, you can email npfmc.admin@noaa.gov. If you're in the room, you can get on the Hilton's Wi-Fi. It's called Hilton Conference. The password is summertime. It's all lowercase. It's been summertime for the last 25 years. Well, at least since they had Wi-Fi. Okay, we are done testing. Okay, I'm testing now. Can you hear anything out of it though? Okay, cool. Then just leave that one alone and make sure that people can listen out of that last one. Can you can hear? And what if you sit at the back there? For the people who may not be able to hear really well. We will be starting at 3:15 and it is 2:47. That's almost a half an hour. And we have a half an hour to solve these audio issues that we're having. Oh, I don't think we're recording. Oh, we still are recording. Can you hear, Kayla? Is it, okay, great. I think we have it solved. Diana's complaining that she can't hear. She's being helpful and telling us they're static. She's observing that they're static. So, for you. So we'll see how this goes. Kayla is doing some adjusting. I don't know where Sarah went. She could maybe help with the audio, with the dials. If it's good for you, the people back there might not be able to hear. So we'll see what happens later. The brown noise is gone. I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of some of that because these are rented speakers and who knows what people did before we got them. Yeah, I can even hear it from here. New funding for fish passage projects totals 260 million. NOAA Fisheries is accepting applications through this fall for a total of 260 million earmarked for new fish passage projects that reopen migratory pathways and restore access to healthy habitat for fish across the coasts. I am testing. This is not part of our council meeting. I am reading Fisherman's News because I wanted something to read that was not about earth ships, which are made out of tires. The Biden administration acknowledging that millions of fish are often blocked by human-made barriers from returning to their spawning habitat is offering 175 million for restoration projects in coastal and Great Lakes regions, plus 85 million for tribal priority fish passage projects. Applications are due by October 16 for 175 million in funds from the Restoring Fish Passage through barrier removal. And in the back. Okay, Damian, can you hear any note? We switched out the speaker, so it doesn't seem like there's any feedback yet. Don't fall asleep then, if we made it so quiet for you. Okay, Kayla. We are committed to supporting the network's ongoing efforts to build the infrastructure and distribution systems needed to improve the resiliency and sustainability of Alaska's local food system. Okay. Okay, now we're back to our normal break and we will resume at 3:15.
Welcome back, council members, members of the public. So we've heard staff presentation. We've heard from our AP and SSC. We've had extensive public testimony on agenda item C4. So I'd ask if the council is interested in taking action on C4. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you everyone for your patience. I do have a motion that I understand has been sent to staff. I'll wait for that to be posted. I move that the council revises the alternatives for an initial review analysis as follows. Alternatives and options are not mutually exclusive unless otherwise indicated below. Alternative 1, status quo. All action alternatives apply to the entire Bering Sea pollock B season, the season in which chum salmon are taken as bycatch, also called prohibited species catch or PSC. Alternative 2, overall bycatch PSC limit for chum salmon. Option 1, chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers, range of 200,000 or approximately 35,400 Western Alaska chum salmon to 550,000 or approximately 97,350 Western Alaska chum salmon. Option 2, chum salmon PSC limit triggered by Western Alaska chum salmon abundance indices based on the prior year's chum salmon abundance. Sub-options below are mutually exclusive. Sub-option 1, 3-area chum salmon index based on Yukon River summer plus Yukon River fall run abundance. Threshold numbers 950,000 plus 575,000. Kuskokwim River composed of the Bethel Test Fisheries CPUE, threshold number 2,800. Norton Sound composed of summed escapement for the Snake, Nome, El Dorado, Quinnipiac, and North Rivers, and total Norton Sound harvest, threshold number of 57,000. If 3 of 3 areas are above index threshold, no chum salmon PSC limit the following year. If 2 out of 3 areas are above index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is X. If 1 or no areas are above the index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is X. Sub-option 2, chum salmon index based on Yukon River summer plus Yukon River fall abundance, run abundance. Sub-option 2A, Yukon River summer chum salmon, threshold number 950,000. If index is above threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is X. If index is below threshold, the chum salmon PSC limit the following year is X. Sub-option 2B, the Yukon River summer chum salmon, threshold 950,000, and fall chum salmon, 575,000. If 2 of 2 areas are above index threshold, no chum salmon PSC limit the following year. If 1 or no areas are above the index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is X. Option 3, and this must be selected with option 1 or option 2. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors based on sub-option 1, historical total bycatch by sector using the 3-year average from 2020 to 2022. Sub-option 2, the historical total bycatch by sector using the 5-year average from 2018 to 2022. And sub-option 3, a pro rata 25% AFA pollock allocation and 75% historical total bycatch from 2020 through 2022. The sector limits are further apportioned at the cooperative level in proportion to each cooperative's pollock allocation. Chum salmon PSC can be transferred between sectors and among vessels within a cooperative. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fishery sector to which the limit applies. Alternative 3, chum salmon PSC limit with an associated Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch annual limit. Establish an annual limit of 40,000 to 53,000 Western Alaska chum salmon PSC based on the 3-year average 2020 to 2022 range of historical bycatch numbers and an overall chum salmon PSC limit from alternative 2. Both the overall PSC limit and the Western Alaska chum salmon annual limit will be apportioned according to the options considered under alternative 2. Each sector's portion of an overall chum salmon PSC limit of option 1, 450,000, and option 2, 550,000 is in effect. If a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum salmon PSC annual limit in any 3 of 7 consecutive years, an overall chum salmon PSC limit of option 1, 200,000, and option 2, 300,000 is in effect until Western Alaska chum salmon PSC does not exceed the sector annual limit for 3 years. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements, IPAs, to be managed within the IPAs. Option 1, require a chum salmon reduction plan agreement to prioritize avoidance in genetic cluster areas 1 and 2 for a specified amount of time based on 2 triggers being met. 1, an established chum salmon incidental catch rate, and 2, historical genetic composition or proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon to non-Western Alaska chum salmon. Option 2, additional regulatory provisions requiring incentive plan agreements to utilize the most refined genetics information available to further prioritize avoidance of areas and times of highest proportion of Western Alaska and upper and middle Yukon chum salmon stocks. Industry should submit a detailed proposal of IPA changes under alternative 4 for inclusion into the initial review analysis prior to the February council meeting. The proposal should consider a process to include local and traditional knowledge from Western and interior Alaska salmon users in the development of IPA measures. The following is a list of potential measures that could be developed for incorporation into the IPAs and/or through regulation. Option 1, trigger 1 and trigger 2 values. Adjusted base rates to implement a closure. Adjusted closure area size. Adjusted closure duration. Application of the closures to all vessels, not just those above the base rate. Genetic data, genetic cluster thresholds, and additional vessel level incentives and penalties for chum salmon avoidance. With a second, I'll speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. Just a few general remarks, and then I'll walk through the details of the motion and take any questions. This motion takes action to move forward with changes to chum salmon bycatch management measures in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. And of course, moving forward with this action highlights the council's commitment to minimizing salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. And doing this could enhance salmon resources throughout Western Alaska, help meet escapement goals, and provide for essential subsistence and cultural needs that we heard so well described throughout public testimony on this agenda item. As we've been talking about for the last few days, the goal for this action is to balance multiple objectives, and that is the difficult challenge in front of this council. Including factors that the council must consider in terms of management actions, again, that can be taken to minimize chum salmon bycatch, with ongoing concerns of low returns to chum salmon to the interior and Western Alaska, as well as balancing those management considerations with the importance of the pollock fishery to the industry and also to Western Alaska and coastal communities and the state of Alaska. So again, just before I start, I think it's important to keep in context that the best available science suggests that ecosystem and climate changes are the leading cause of recent chum salmon run failures. However, chum salmon are taken in the Bering Sea pollock trawl fishery, which does reduce the amount of salmon that return to Western and interior Alaska rivers and subsistence fisheries. And in light of this, I just want to acknowledge the critical importance of chum salmon to Western Alaska and interior communities and ecosystems, and highlight the importance of this action in moving forward. My general approach to this motion is understanding that we're at a preliminary stage of analysis, and that if you recall, I think it's table ES6, there were a number of decision points for the council to weigh in on to move forward. I have not been able to answer each and every one of those questions. I have not been able to assign numbers in each blank, but I think because I think additional analysis is needed for me anyway, to recommend specific numbers. But with the information that we have, I think it was well done. I think it was what the council asked for. I have endeavored to provide as much specificity as I could to help the analysts move forward to the next version of this analysis should this motion pass, and to help the council and the public identify good management alternatives to move forward. So, Madam Chair, moving to alternative 2, there are 3 options in alternative 2. Option 1 would establish a chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers. I have identified a range of 200,000 total chum salmon, and I've identified an estimate based on the genetic composition information that we had. I've identified that in the motion as approximately 35,400 Western Alaska chum salmon as context, just to remind the council members and the public of the rather large non-Western Alaska component of chum salmon bycatch. So just to provide a little bit of information about what's included in the motion, those Western Alaska chum salmon numbers are provided as context. So I've selected the range of 200,000 to 550,000 to propose to this council. It would be my intention that those are the bounds of the range, and if this motion passes, that staff, as we discussed earlier, after public testimony, that staff would perhaps, if this analysis goes forward, look at a couple of PSC limits within that range, perhaps 300,000 and 400,000, to provide the council an example of the performance of different PSC limits within that range. I appreciate, Madam Chair, before we took the break, asking staff to display the addendum that this council asked for yesterday in terms of consider potential apportionment options for different PSC limits. And I would just note, we looked at those tables earlier, particularly caps of 240,000, 350,000, and 450,000 were provided in that addendum. And I think really informed my proposal of a lower end of the range of 200,000 in this case. If I looked at that table and the addendum of 240,000 and noted that, for example, all but 1 year of the time series from 2011 through 2022 for the inshore sector at that level of 240,000 PSC limit would have constrained the inshore sector. And while we had a discussion that the degree to which the sector would be constrained, I think that these tables clearly show, and I really appreciate the staff putting them together, that particularly at the lower range of 240,000, 350,000, and 450,000, there are constraints on the fisheries in the sectors to different degrees. I've selected 200,000 and to be analyzed as the lower bound of the range. I think we heard a significant amount of testimony requesting that the status quo in terms of bycatch chum salmon bycatch performance by the pollock fishery is not acceptable. And so in conjunction with the tables prepared in the addendum and considering the public testimony, that meaningful reductions in minimizing chum salmon PSC efforts are needed through this action, I'm proposing 200,000 as the lower limit of the range. I think anything below that would clearly be incredibly constraining for the pollock fishery and across sectors in different degrees. And I don't consider that consistent with the purpose and need for this action. And so I have, again, proposed 200,000 as the lower limit of that range. In terms of the upper bound of the range, again, our addendum tables do go up to 550,000. I recognize there is less constraint on the fishery at that level, but I think it is important to analyze the full range of viable alternatives for the council to consider. And I think these tables will help us provide contrast in terms of the potential impacts of a hard cap PSC limit on the pollock fishery, which we've heard significant testimony in terms of the lack of flexibility of a hard cap PSC limit, particularly once it is allocated out across sectors and to individual cooperatives and vessels. Moving on to option 2, this is where the potential for an abundance-based PSC limit is represented. I do have a couple of different sub-options, so that is a change to the alternatives that we have in the preliminary analysis. I have in sub-option 1, I am keeping the 3 area chum salmon index as we currently have in the analysis, but adopting the staff recommendations with respect to the Norton Sound area. And so I'm proposing that this sub-option would have the 3 area chum salmon index based on the Yukon River summer plus the Yukon River fall run abundance. And I am suggesting that those would be combined into one index for the Yukon River. So the threshold numbers I have selected to help staff go to the next version of the analysis. I will cite the staff presentation in terms of how these numbers were selected. And if, let's see, looks like slide 53 and on the staff presentation, the SSC had a good discussion about this, and we talked a little bit about staff in terms of if there's an accepted method or approach that the council has used before, similar to this in terms of salmon abundance, and if there's a particular percentile approach we should use to define low abundance. As we heard in the staff presentation, ADF&G does not have a definition of this type for low abundance for the stocks that we're talking about here. And so there's really no set approach or recommended approach that the council has at this point with which to identify low abundance. And as you see on that slide 53 and 52 and 53, staff have provided some potential threshold, the ideas that we could consider for the different systems that we're looking at here. And as we've talked about quite extensively in the staff presentation, for Yukon River chum salmon summer run, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to take a break. And for the Yukon River fall chum run stock, that is the only system or area, excuse me, for which we have a full run reconstruction, and staff described. And so the information on the right-hand side of those slides 53 and 54 in terms of, and I could have staff come, it might be a good idea to have staff come up here and explain if there are any questions, because I'm probably not doing a great job of explaining it. But the we've been advised to base our abundance thresholds on the actual index that we're looking at in terms of these different tables. So for the Yukon fall chum and Yukon summer chum, there is an index number. But recall that given that we want to consider the potential impacts of our actions, and in this case, an index threshold on amounts necessary for subsistence and potentially escapement goals for the particular area in question for the Yukon fall and summer chum, because we have that run reconstruction, staff did suggest on the right-hand side of those slides that they could calculate the lower end of the range of escapement goals and amounts necessary for subsistence. So you can see for Yukon River summer chum, the lower end of the escapement goal plus the ANS is, for example, 583,500. And the midpoint of the escapement goal in ANS is 962,846. So what I have selected for the motion for Yukon summer and Yukon fall is the midpoint of the escapement goal plus the ANS, rounded to a number that's a little easier to track within the analysis. And so 950,000 for Yukon River summer and 575,000 for Yukon River fall chum. And just in terms of the rationale for that decision, although again, we do not have an established definition of low abundance, after talking with ADF&G science research staff and salmon expertise, the midpoint of that escapement goal and ANS, which gives you an index number that I'm proposing of 950,000, is essentially the level at which there likely would be some subsistence harvest opportunities. But anything below that, and managers would start to be thinking about potential restrictions on subsistence harvest opportunities and might start to be concerned about meeting escapement goals. And so that seemed like, based on the preliminary information that we have at this point, and I will stress, this is quite preliminary and I would expect a much more thorough analysis in the initial review. This is essentially the first iteration of a reasonable breakpoint to identify for Yukon River fall and summer chum salmon, a threshold where our council objective would be to really conserve salmon, and that would be our focus in terms of a conservation threshold at that point. Moving on to the Kuskokwim index, which I am adopting the staff recommendation to use the Bethel Test Fishery CPUE and recommending a 2,800 threshold. And again, following down on the staff slides, generally Bethel Test Fishery CPUE below that level, 2,800, typically fails or starts to fail to meet the ANS and escapement goals, although we do not have the same metrics for the midpoint of escapement goal and ANS ranges like we do. And so because it's a different metric and different data availability for Kuskokwim, I am recommending 2,800 for that threshold. Similar objective for that to really find a conservation breakpoint for chum salmon at which we managers would start to be concerned about subsistence opportunities and meeting escapement goals. For the Norton Sound aggregate index, I am proposing 57,000. And again, same rationale. And I'm sorry, I should have said, I missed another. The number, I'm sorry, there's a lot of information on these slides. I apologize, Madam Chair. So for Norton Sound, I've selected, and as I did for the Kuskokwim, the Norton Sound number, I've selected 57,000, which is very close to the 25th percentile of the abundance index for both Norton Sound and the Kuskokwim River index. And again, I just using these tables and essentially looking at the clusters of red and orange and trying to determine where a conservation objective breakpoint might occur. It is very difficult at this point with the information we have. I am certainly not intending to suggest that these are the final numbers, but staff is really looking for information to be filled in for these threshold numbers to illustrate how the abundance index would work. And I have really tried to do that again with a fairly consistent approach for the Yukon, using the midpoint range of the escapement goal plus the ANS range, and for the Kuskokwim and Norton Sound, the threshold at which the 25th percentile of the index numbers. And I'm sure there will be questions about that. Apologies for the complication there. Moving along to the continuation of the establishment of the PSC limit under sub-option 1, consistent with what is in the current alternatives. I'm suggesting that if all 3 areas are above the index threshold, that no chum salmon PSC limit is in place the following year. I think I would like to note that that is an option that the council could consider. And I think this is where the council has a lot of flexibility within the current set of alternatives. I'll remind you that that is not necessarily the way this has to operate. The council can always consider a PSC limit to be in place under option 1. Just for comparison and contrast, I'm sticking with what is in the current analysis in terms of if all 3 areas are above the index threshold, no chum salmon PSC limit is in effect the following year. And then again, sticking with the current alternatives, if 2 of the 3 areas are above the index threshold, the chum salmon PSC limit the following year would be reduced. And then if 1 or no areas are above the index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year would again be reduced. I was not able to specify PSC limit numbers at this time, given that we don't have the range of PSC limit and apportionments that we're considering for analysis. And I didn't feel that I could put it in PSC limits at this time. I thought the threshold numbers were the important piece of information to get in for sub-option 1. And for sub-option 2, I am proposing, in addition to the 3 area approach in sub-option 1, we talked a little bit about this with staff, to analyze a chum salmon index based on Yukon River summer plus Yukon River fall run abundance. And the primary purpose of putting this in for, suggesting to put this in for analysis, is really for simplicity in terms of an abundance-based PSC limit. We heard broad-based support across almost all testifiers in terms of if there's going to be a PSC limit, in terms of some of the wide variability we have seen, and hopefully we'll see in terms of returns of chum salmon to these areas, that really looking at an abundance-based PSC limit approach is important. However, I was a bit concerned about the complexity of sub-option 1 in terms of the multiple decision points for the council. And I think I just demonstrated in my explanation, even trying to describe to you all of the threshold selections in there, that it is a bit complex. And I do just worry about the transparency of that, both for the council, for industry, and for the public. And so I understand that a Yukon-based abundance index, which would have, I have 2 sub-options here. Sub-option 2A, just Yukon River chum salmon with a threshold number of 950,000. And then again, since it's just one area, one index, if the index is above a threshold, we would specify a chum salmon PSC limit as I'm proposing. And if the index is below the threshold, a lower PSC limit. And another sub-option, Yukon River summer chum salmon, again, 950,000 using the same threshold number, and fall chum salmon, 575,000. And a similar approach, if both areas are above the index threshold, similar to sub-option 1, no chum salmon PSC limit the following year. And if one or no areas are above the index threshold, then the council would specify a PSC limit in the following year. And I just wanted to acknowledge the concern that I think many participants in this process, and perhaps particularly Western and interior salmon users, would be about a Yukon River abundance index not being representative of all of the areas that, of course, we are trying to impact with this action. And again, I think putting this forward for analysis, I think will help highlight some of those concerns as to whether the using a Yukon River abundance-based index could provide a signal at high levels, like I think we heard of from the staff presentation, if that is enough of a signal, if it's representative enough of the areas to give us a really broad-based signal, that bellwether signal that we have been talking about throughout the presentation here in terms of chum salmon abundance in the Yukon River area, and of course the Kuskokwim and Norton Sound areas as well. And so again, I'm just putting out there that I recognize that there probably are some concerns about both the 3 area in abundance index approach and just the Yukon River abundance index approach. But I really want to be responsive to the broad support in testimony of having some sort of abundance-based index. But I am trying to balance the complexity and transparency of that with the information that we have to include in a regulated program. Option 3 under alternative 2 would be required to be selected with option 1 or option 2, because it is the approach for apportioning PSC limits among the pollock sectors, the CDQ, catcher, processor, mothership, and inshore sectors. I've identified 3 sub options. The first one using the 3-year average of historical bycatch. And for contrast, sub option 2 uses the 5-year average. I've also picked up in sub option 3, the option recommended by staff to use a pro rata 25% AFA pollock allocation and a 75% historical total bycatch to balance some of the concerns that we've heard about in testimony. And we did receive a fair bit of testimony about the importance of this decision point for the council. And again, as demonstrated in the tables in the addendum that staff prepared, as you can see, the impacts of a PSC limit across the sectors can be quite variable depending on the apportionment method that the council selects. Moving on to alternative 3, this is, I tried to be as responsive to the staff identified decision points as possible. I recognize that there may be some challenges associated with this option, but I think, and we heard in testimony, and I agree that the primary focus of this action, and of course, this council, is to implement a chum salmon bycatch management measures that are focused on reducing impacts to Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And so I believe it is critical in this analysis going forward to maintain a very clear alternative that is focused on doing just that. And so this that I'm proposing is a chum salmon PSC limit with an associated Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch annual limit. And just for a little help in translating, I've heard a lot of feedback over the years that the term used in the Chinook salmon bycatch management program of performance threshold is quite confusing for members of the public and might contribute a little bit to some of the lack of understanding with that program. And so I'm proposing to adopt a somewhat similar approach here in terms of an annual limit of 40,000 to 53,000 Western Alaska chum salmon PSC. And that number is based on the 3-year average 2020 to 2022 range of historical bycatch numbers. And just for reference, that was the information in table 3-16 that I asked Dr. Stram about earlier, in terms of that is the range of Western Alaska chum salmon PSC associated with a 3-year average range of historical bycatch numbers, considering the variability of that genetic proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon over that 3-year average. And so each year, that annual limit within a range, the range would be established as an annual limit along with an overall chum salmon PSC limit from alternative 2. And again, both the overall PSC limit and the Western Alaska chum salmon annual limit would be apportioned according to the options considered under alternative 2. In terms of the annual limit that would be established each year, each sector's portion of an overall chum salmon limit of, I have 2 options in here, 450,000 and 550,000 would be in effect. If a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum salmon PSC annual limit in any 3 of 7 consecutive years, the overall chum salmon PSC limit would be reduced. And I have options here to 200,000 and 300,000. And that lower overall chum salmon PSC limit would be in effect until the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC for that sector does not exceed its annual limit for 3 years. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for IPAs to be managed within the IPAs. There's no change to options 1 and 2 that were in the current set of alternatives. We did not receive any recommendations for specific changes to those options from the advisory panel or in testimony. However, in this motion, I have picked up some of the recommendations from the advisory panel. And I just want to say I appreciate the extensive discussion that the advisory panel had about this particular issue. And I am clarifying that the council in my motion would request that industry submit a detailed proposal of IPA changes under alternative 4 for inclusion into the initial review analysis along the lines of the deadline that Dr. Hoppola spoke of prior to the February council meeting. I have added, as raised in public testimony, that the proposals should consider a process to include local and traditional knowledge from Western and Interior Alaska salmon users in the development of IPA measures. I want to highlight understanding that it's not entirely clear. I understand how that would work. I'm requesting that the proposals include and consider a process for how that would happen. And so the following is also a list of potential measures that could be developed for incorporation into the IPAs and or through regulation. And there are 2 differences between this bulleted list and what the the AP recommended to us. I have added option 1, trigger 1 and trigger 2 values. And that trigger 1 and trigger 2 refers to option 1 above. Just noting there that in order for this to be analyzed, the staff would need to understand what the values for those triggers are. And so that would need to be included in the industry. Those values would need to be included in the industry proposal. The rest of the bulleted items are the same in terms of adjusting base rates and enclosure area size and duration. I'm also suggesting to add an additional bullet for the proposals to include additional vessel levels, incentives, and penalties for chum salmon avoidance. And so, Madam Chair, that is a high-level walkthrough of the alternatives. I'm sure there will be a number of questions. And so I'm just walking through my, the one thing, I did want to note a couple of things, but I think I've already walked past it. So I'll just take any questions right there and assume that we're probably going to come back to it later. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker, for your very thorough motion and rationale. So there's a lot in here, and I'm wondering if we might be able to at least at first try to take an orderly approach, knowing that we'll need some flexibility to go back to certain issues if something new comes up. But maybe to start with, we'll just walk through the alternatives in order, see if there are any questions, and then we can infill with additional questions. So I'll ask if first if there are any questions on alternative 2 at this point. Mr. Sakata.
This is not so much an alternative to, excuse my ignorance as new to this process. So when we vote on these alternatives here, will these be the only alternatives that will be available to us at the end, or will there be potential for combination in betweens of the numbers, or in the final action that'll come late next year?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. And I think it is good to outline where we are in the process and what might happen from here. The action in front of us is to finalize alternatives for the next version of the analysis, which is what we call the initial review. And it is the more comprehensive, more thorough analysis. And at that time, the council can and often does modify the alternatives based on that thorough analysis. And so that, and then typically there will be another vote on alternatives at that point that could move forward to another analysis. So there are opportunities for changes to these alternatives in future analyses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. My question on alternative 2 is under option 3, the apportionment part of the motion. And the sub options that are in here are all pretty heavily dependent on historical performance. And I'm wondering why at this point in the process, the AFA apportionment is not still included in the options.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the question. I consulted the addendum tables that were provided by staff in terms of the example PSC limits. And those tables were quite illustrative in addition to helping home in on a range for PSC limits. Again, those tables show the differing impacts of PSC limits on the different sectors. And under all the example PSC limits that we were looking at and that staff put in this table, the impact of the AFA allocations under pretty much all scenarios were particularly detrimental to the inshore sector. And so as you know, the representative of the state of Alaska, that was very concerning to me. And so I was able to discern with the information we have in front of us that I would support the more historical bycatch apportionments, and as well as the pro rata. I understand the need to perhaps for some consideration of that, but I did not include just an AFA allocation apportionment for that reason.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker, for your motion. You put a lot of work into this. I really appreciate how this is laid out. So I just had a couple of questions. So when I'm looking at alternative 2 and I look at option 1, which is pretty clear, and I appreciate that you highlighted the Western Alaska chum salmon numbers under option 1 are for illustration purposes only, and I appreciate that. The question I have is when we're looking at the abundance, the index, I should say, and a chum salmon PSC under option 2, it occurs to me that it must have been difficult to write this and try to separate alternative 2 from alternative 3, because they're talking about PSC limits for chum salmon only under alternative 2, where And so I just thought I'd give you the chance to speak to that difficulty. It seems to me like partially where we're headed with this is some kind of a hybrid between alternative 2 and alternative 3, recognizing the difficulty it is to separate those two things. So.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Down. I think that's absolutely right. You have captured the challenge that we continue to face with this management action. Again, as articulated throughout the council's purpose and need statement for this action and our discussions around this table and in public testimony, we intend for this action really to be focused on minimizing impacts, reducing bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon in the pollock fishery. But I think we just continue to be challenged by the lack of our ability to have a Western Alaska chum PSC limit that can be implemented and in season. And so I am not ready to give up on that concept yet. I think what I have proposed here is not an in-season limit, but an annual limit with a performance period for the actual sector chum salmon PSC to fall within a range of a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC that we have seen in recent historical bycatch numbers, and to give the fleet a few years to evaluate whether Western Alaska chum salmon PSC for each sector is within that range, because that's really what we're focused on is reducing bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon PSC. But we are limited again by the management measures and the tools that we have in our toolbox. If the industry is not able to stay within our target of 40 to 53,000 Western Alaska chum salmon PSC, really the only tool we have at that point to limit overall limit Western Alaska chum salmon PSC is to take a look at implementing an overall limit. And so, Mr. Down, that's a long way of probably saying that I think I agree with what you were saying. We're limited in our ability to really focus in on minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. We heard about that extensively throughout public testimony, and I think the alternatives reflect that. But I think it's important, given our current purpose and need for this action is still focused on minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch to the extent practicable. And so I would like a full analysis of this alternative or whatever the council sees fit to move forward to see if we can make that work.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer very much. And I realize that the struggles of trying to separate out those two things. So my next question, again under alternative 2, is the PSC limit in the following year X and the 3 indexes that you've identified here. So X, of course, is a tough number to analyze, and so I'm guessing what that would become is some percentage of what you've identified under alternative 2, option 1. Is that kind of the direction you're going with that, as some percentage, or that's going to become a number? Or how are the analysts gonna analyze X?
Ms. Baker. Through the chair, thank you. And I was envisioning that to be a PSC limit number. And the direction would be to staff. I realize that's a bit of a challenge, but a PSC limit within the range that I've identified in option 1 would be what I was intending again at this stage.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for a really comprehensive motion. I'd like to follow up a little bit further on your answer to Ms. Vanderhoven's question about apportionment methods. And I believe what I heard you suggest was that based on just the tables that we saw today, as well as the material that was already in the discussion paper that we have in hand, from your perspective, going strictly with an AFA Pollock allocation as an apportionment method has really has distributional outcomes that are just not acceptable to the state. And so you've moved to 25%, a weighting of 25-75 AFA historical. I'm wondering why you thought that going from 100% AFA down to 25% just as the only option was right. Was there any thought given to taking a look at, say, one more sub option that would be something along the lines of say 2/3 AFA, 1/3 historical, or 50-50? And if there was, why did you decide not to look at either of those?
Ms. Baker. Through the chair, thank you for the question. I did put some thought into, I thought it was important to have a pro rata option, and staff did point out that the council could pursue that. Again, I was concerned about a higher pro rata portion of AFA Pollock allocation because of those distributional impacts. I was comfortable looking at the 25% AFA Pollock allocation and 75% historical, given the state's support of the inshore fishery and ensuring that those impacts are considered throughout this action. But I didn't really go much further than that. And I was a little bit worried about a large number of sub options for staff to analyze, but I recognize it's an important decision point for the council.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My question's on sub option 2 and the choice to include an index just based on the Yukon River. I appreciate the work going and your explanation of where you got the thresholds. We didn't receive testimony on thresholds, so I know you were using the staff paper to get there. And I guess I listened to your explanation, and I just want to confirm that we will get that back. I think my reservations about it are some of what you already explained, not being representative of all regions. So I'm hoping, and just confirming your understanding is, we could get this back and look and see whether there are divergences sufficient to move back to focusing on the 3 region index as opposed to 1 river system. That I think that's what you said. I just want to confirm, because there are some concerns, I think, with just using 1 river system, even though the data associated with that river system is excellent, having the run reconstruction. Could you just talk a little bit more about that opportunity to see that divergence?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Yes, you have described my general approach in terms of putting this together. And I was hesitant to move forward with sub option 2. I think in the next version of the analysis, especially since we're having this conversation, I think in terms of the data that's available and in some of the variance across areas, and is the Yukon, how can we say if the Yukon abundance index would be representative of all areas? I think it will be important to look at that information to the extent we can, and consider if the Yukon River information is sufficient to establish a threshold that we could use for management under this program. So I think there's sort of the data and kind of what's referred to as the Western science that we will be able to evaluate more fully in the next version of the analysis. But I also, I've talked with a number of Western and Interior Alaska representatives, and I think they have some knowledge and to bring to bear about the utility of either the 3 area index approach or just the Yukon River approach. And I anticipate that to the degree that staff is able and to incorporate that information to the next version, into the next version of the analysis as well, alongside with the data that are available, that will help the council determine whether it is even appropriate to continue considering a Yukon River Abundance Index, and or whether the 3 area index is appropriate as well. I'm going out on a limb a little bit more, I think, than we normally would at this stage with the information we have. But again, I just think it really highlights the importance of moving forward with this action and the across the board support that this council heard for including an abundance-based index in this action. And so I really wanted to incorporate the different ideas that I'd heard, carried forward and hopefully fleshed out a little more of the 3 area index, but also hearing a lot of concerns about the complexity of that and potentially that not even being representative enough of what we would need to have in an abundance index. And so just really trying to balance a lot of different concerns there, and understanding the next version of the analysis hopefully will help us filter through a lot of those factors in a more structural decision-making way, and determine whether an abundance-based approach is viable and really what is the most appropriate for our purposes.
Thank you for that response. And that triggered another question on the thresholds, which I do agree, probably difficult to put in those thresholds, but needed. Otherwise we couldn't analyze anything. And so I'm tracking back that for the Yukon River, you use the midpoint of escapement and ANS to determine those thresholds. So is it your anticipation that we may then generate more information through the analysis or through testimony, whether that's an appropriate threshold for that river system, and we could evaluate whether that needs to be modified?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for the very thorough motion. I have a PSC apportionment question for you. This is at the very bottom of alternative 2. Your motion states that chum salmon PSC can be transferred between sectors and among vessels within a cooperative. It doesn't speak to transfer between cooperatives. So I wonder if you could just clarify your intent there.
Through the chair, Mr. Curlin, thank you for the question. Just looking at some background notes here to see if that was an intentional exclusion. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the question. At this stage, my inclination was to take a similar approach to that used for Chinook salmon PSC, where transferability is limited to vessels operating within an IPA. And I am not remembering if within cooperative transfers, that might have just been an oversight on my part, but my intention was to follow the transferability approach used for Chinook salmon PSC management.
Thank you. We will, okay, Mr. Twite.
Sorry, Ms. Baker's answer to Ms. Kimball's question covered my question as well.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, just one last question on alternative 2. So thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Baker, back on the index, I think you indicated in your rationale for the motion that these indexes that you've used here were midpoints. Is that right? I'm looking at the reason I'm asking this is on the thresholds on the in these areas where you'd have no chum salmon PSC limit the following year. I guess that's my real question is in those, even though there would be under these scenarios, there would be no chums under those conditions when the thresholds are met, that there would be no PSC limit. You're really anticipating that there would still be the IPAs under alternative 4 would still be there. In other words, you're not anticipating a situation where there would be no IPAs required, or I'm just wondering if there's an interlink there. I think that might be concerning to some people, that they would see a situation where that will be back to status quo, which is that there's no chum salmon PSC limit at all under a certain under any condition. So my thought on it is that the fleet would still have their IPAs and be operating in the under those conditions. So
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Down. And yes, I think that actually gets back to your earlier question in terms of how the alternatives relate to each other and options. I'll remind you that for the index approaches where I've identified an option where if all area thresholds are met, that no chum salmon PSC limit is in place the following year, we always have option 1 to select in terms of a PSC limit. So I was trying to get at that compare and contrast idea in terms of trying to figure out how these abundance-based indices might work. So that's one answer to your question under alternative 2. We always have that option. And I have preserved that in this motion. I think with respect to alternatives 2 and 3 relative to alternative 4, I think my anticipation would be that the IPAs aren't going anywhere, and they've been shown to be a very effective tool. I think by members of this council have seen that. We hear about that every year. We've heard a significant amount of testimony about the power of those tools, particularly as demonstrated in the Chinook salmon bycatch management program. So I think that is what's on the table in front of the council. And that is the challenge of this action. Besides each alternative being quite complex on its own, there is the interplay of the different management tools that we have in terms of this action.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
So perhaps we're ready to move to alternative 3. We can always come back to alternative 2 if something comes up. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Again, my question is in the second paragraph, the 3 of 7 years piece. I apologize if you spoke to that when you spoke to your motion and I missed it, but it's new to me in the chum action, and my recollection from way back when we did Amendment 91 was that was in relation to cumulative impacts to the life cycle of a Chinook, was how we came up with the 7. And it's not the same life cycle for chum. So I'm trying to understand the 3 of 7 consecutive years.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for that question. This was a challenging one. We saw in the preliminary analysis that the council's alternative 3, as presented in that analysis, was not implementable because we cannot determine the component of bycatch that is Western Alaska chum within a season. So that moved me on to a different type of approach, understanding that if we want to keep that focus on the Western Alaska chum component of a sector's PSC, that we would need to sort of evaluate that Western Alaska component the following year. And we did not receive, and so I wanted to pick up on that concept, understanding that it's already been used successfully in the Chinook salmon bycatch management program. And I honestly thought that based on what was in the preliminary analysis that the council would receive recommendations for modifications to alternative 3 that would accomplish the goal to focus on Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, and we didn't receive anything. And so I understood, and staff and the preliminary analysis were very clear that we would need to come up with another approach for alternative 3 in terms of what was written. And so again, I based our experience with the Chinook salmon bycatch management program in terms of an annual limit that is lower than the hard cap, and to try to determine if there is a series or an approach that the fleet could take to give some flexibility within that annual limit to accomplish the council's target in this case, which is from 40,000 to 53,000 Western Alaska chum salmon, not to exceed that. And to evaluate, understanding that we'd have to evaluate that in the following year. And so I did not really consider the life cycle. That's a good point. And probably is something, if this moves forward, that should be considered. But I was really just trying to adopt the framework of that kind of approach without the benefit of specific suggestions from industry. But again, wanting to move forward with this analysis, given the importance of the issue.
Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is on the second sentence of the second paragraph. And the way I interpret that is if one sector exceeds their allocation, all the sectors pay the price because the overall cap is reduced. Am I reading that correctly?
Through the chair, I think I'm missing a overall sector chum salmon PSC limit allocation. So it would be if you look in the first paragraph under alternative 3, both the overall PSC limit and the Western Alaska chum salmon annual limit will be apportioned according to the options considered under alternative 2. And so that second sentence should read, if a sector exceeds its Western Alaska chum salmon PSC annual limit in any 3 of 7 consecutive years, the sector's overall chum salmon PSC limit, the sector's portion of that limit is in effect until Western Alaska chum salmon PSC does not exceed the sector annual limit for 3 years. Thank you for that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I appreciate that the concept in the motion of still trying to get to a limit on just Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. I guess the concept also of having an annual limit that you get some flexibility over a 7-year or other year time period, and then you're stuck with a lower limit. I see that as viable also. My concern, I guess, is what we heard in the analysis about trying to stay within a Western Alaska chum salmon PSC limit in season when you don't know what portion of the bycatch is actually Western Alaskan at the time. And so maybe this is a question for the future. If we find this not to be viable in some way, I suppose this concept could be applied to your overall chum limit. Did you think about including it in that way, or was this very purposeful so we'd have something in here with just a cap on Western Alaska chum salmon, even if we can't work with that in season at this point?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. I did think about that, but I thought it was very important to have an alternative that focused on Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And I recognize there may be challenges with this, but I think it's really important to explore for consistency with our purpose and need. And we had not provided enough details around that in addition to what staff needed in the current preliminary analysis we hadn't identified management measures that would kick in if the chum salmon bycatch limit was exceeded. And of course, we hadn't provided numbers. And so again, I think probably what you have mentioned in terms of this concept, potentially applying to overall chum salmon PSC limit may have to be something we consider in the future. But again, I just wasn't quite ready to give up on the idea of a Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch measure to really keep that focus on the component of bycatch that we're most concerned about.
Let's move on to alternative 4. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. Obviously, put a tremendous amount of work into this. My question for alternative 4 is I just wanted you to maybe elaborate a little bit on considering that the proposal should consider a process to include local and traditional knowledge. Let's articulate a little bit more about, just for the sake of industry, what that would look like in your mind.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question. I specifically requested that the proposal should consider a process for including local and traditional knowledge in potential use of local and traditional knowledge from Western and Interior Alaska salmon users in the development of IPA measures. We heard a lot of testimony at this meeting with respect to this agenda item in terms of there is a tremendous amount of local and traditional knowledge in terms of that could be shared in the development at the stage that I believe we heard from Ms. Zagorski in testimony, where the pollock fishermen are included, the co-op managers are included in terms of coming up with potential thresholds or trigger values within the IPAs that would trigger additional action, and what those actions might actually would be to avoid chum salmon. And this council just received really strong requests that in terms of really increasing the transparency and the confidence in those IPAs, that one thing that could happen, and that at least the representatives of Western and Interior Alaska salmon users indicated to us that they would be quite willing to share with industry in the development of the IPAs. When that brainstorming and those ideas are being collected and thought through in terms of development of changes to the IPAs, it would really be my hope that the pollock industry would be inclusive and try to identify pathways for discussions or, informal or formal ways to receive input that could be useful in terms of identifying salmon avoidance measures in particular circumstances, areas, times of the year, things like that I think could be really valuable. And I think some of the discussions that we heard about in testimony that are already starting to take place among representatives of the pollock sector and Western and Interior Alaska salmon users, I hope that could, that some ideas could be talked about there in terms of identifying a process for those communications to continue and knowledge to be shared. And I was hoping that the proposals could at least discuss that in a general way and maybe suggest a process for doing that. I understand the IPAs themselves are agreed to just by the vessels that are involved in those. And so I wouldn't expect any sort of approval or decision-making in terms of those IPAs, perhaps by local and traditional knowledge holders, but just in terms of the process that Ms. Zagorski mentioned, that is broad and open in terms of brainstorming those ideas. That's what I was hoping that industry would consider for including in their proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for a little, so you would imagine that it might be something like a co-op responding back and saying that their intention was to work with the, for instance, the Yukon-Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission to incorporate those that knowledge into the IPAs, or to use the local and traditional knowledge database to search for them? Or is that what you would imagine, that they would list like the willing partners to do that with as part of the IPAs? Or were you anticipating that they would actually do the work of developing these potential measures, then running them by like a tribal consortium or an organization with specialized knowledge of that, and then providing their input as well to the council? Or just to clarify for the purpose of industry as to how to proceed with that.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I was understanding, the time constraint here, and that the council would be requesting that these proposals be submitted prior to the February meeting. I was really hoping for more of the former in your example, in terms of industry consideration of the particular groups of representatives that they have already been in touch with, or could gain local and traditional knowledge in terms of developing these IPAs, and identify a process for engaging in that communication, and how to consider and share information. I understand it's a little bit nebulous, but I just think it was important to be responsive to the testimony that we heard. And another thing that I would add to your list, Mr. Mesereau, in terms of just the communication pathways with particular groups, or the local knowledge, traditional knowledge database, just would be testimony we heard at this meeting already, in terms of, particular testifiers, and perhaps that would provide some contacts to pursue, to identify a process that is, I recognize that's about as much as we can request at this stage. But I think it's important to lay down the marker that I would like to hear how industry members would approach that.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. Here under alternative 4, option 1, it's been long enough ago that you described that option 1. Can you describe that for me again, please? So I'm a little confused, I think, on what's the concept there.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. The very first bullet under alternative 4, the option 1, trigger 1 and trigger 2 values. If you look up at option 1, under the additional regulatory requirements for chum salmon reduction plan agreement, that option specifies that the agreement would prioritize avoidance in a particular genetic cluster, and for a specified amount of time, based on 2 triggers, and there's no specifics related with those triggers, but the first one is a chum salmon incidental catch rate, and the second is the historical genetic composition of Western Alaska chum. And I was just noting in that first bullet that to analyze that particular proposal, should this motion pass and industry come forward with a proposal, they will need to provide values for the salmon incidental catch rate and the historical genetic composition that they would consider using.
Okay. So any additional questions on alternative 4? Or any of the alternatives? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Sorry, I was trying to think through a little bit on alternative 3. And I'm assuming that we'll determine a sector's Western Alaska bycatch based on the genetics that come out of the Ocbay lab and that report that we receive in April to apply it to the correct year. And so then I'm trying to think through, because those are subsamples and things are extrapolated, we're not enumerating. I guess I'm just trying to think through if there are concerns or problems with the resulting action of shutting down the sector based on an extrapolated number. I know we had discussions about that with Chinook, and that was part of the census rather than an extrapolation. And I just don't know if the same conditions apply when we're doing this at the sector level.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the question. I don't have the answer to that either. I don't recall. I think there are some challenges, certainly, that Ms. Kimball asked about and that have already been identified even in the preliminary analysis, because again, we don't know, we will not know, and the fleet will not know of the chum salmon PSC they are encountering, what proportion is Western Alaska chum salmon. And so I recognize there may be some implementation challenges, but that was not, staff were not able to fully provide that analysis to us because they did not have this information that at least provides a management target, a range, and to account for that variability in the genetic composition from year to year. That's the management target. Understanding that, yes, the fleet and the council and the public will not know until the following year exactly what the Western Alaska chum salmon PSC component is. However, again, just given the importance and really, I think everyone interested in this action is most interested in that component. And I think it's important to get a full analysis on the different potential management approaches. This is what I'm putting forward. And I think we will need in the next version of the analysis to address exactly the type of issues that you are bringing up.
Any other questions at this point? Are there any amendments to the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one that I have sent to staff. And this goes under alternative 2, option 3, and it would be to, sorry, I feel like you can't hear me very well, to add a sub option 4. And I can't see if she has it there. That would be pro rata based on APA apportionment. And with a second, I can speak to it briefly.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think at this point in the process, including the AFA apportionment provides a better contrast between the alternatives. I expressed some concern about going too heavily on the historical versus the AFA. And I think until we see this a little bit further down the road in the next analysis, it would be good to include that because I'm also concerned that we'll be unnecessarily penalizing boats that have been, or sectors that have been better able to manage their chum bycatch in recent years that we're looking at under the historical options. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the amendment? I have a question. Ms. Kimball.
I blanked out on the last part of your statement in your rationale. Ms. Vanderhoven, did you say you're adding this so that we're not penalizing people that have done better chum bycatch management?
that we don't necessarily penalize those. That's always been a priority, is making sure that we're not penalizing good behavior and rewarding poor behavior. And not that that's necessarily been what's happening here, but I don't think we have enough information yet to make that determination. And so it provides additional contrast between the alternatives.
Are there any comments on the amendment? Mr. Twitten.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. As I indicated in my question to Ms. Baker earlier, I'm concerned that going all the way to 25%, and I fully understood her reservations about the full pro rata, and don't expect, based on that, for us to land there. But I think some additional width of the range for analysis is appropriate. And I'm thinking about it both just in terms of, I was wondering if 25 had gone essentially too far towards historical, and just wanted to be able to see that shown in analysis. Equally though, I'm thinking a little bit about our abilities to continue to take advantage of whatever tools we have at hand to minimize chum bycatch. And one of the tools that we have at hand is the more mobile fleets. And given that this is probably the single most determinative aspect of this motion in terms of how we have the shore-based fleets versus the more mobile fleets, how we would apportion between them, I didn't want to shut off our options at this point in the analysis relative to how we might want to be able to take advantage of their relative strengths in the future. So for me, at least, I don't know, again, I recognize that 100% is beyond where the state would be willing to go long term. That's fine. This isn't in there in order to keep that alive. At least my support for it isn't in there to keep it alive as a viable option. It's important though at this point to keep it alive as a just to give us a broader sense of this particular extremely important part of the overall action.
Thank you. Mr. Mesereau.
I just have a question for the amendment. Is it important to add a date to that? The other ones all have dates to look at for that. Is that important, or does it matter?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. No, those apportionments are set. They don't change.
So whatever date we select to look at. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on the amendment? Ms. Kimball.
Are you're taking comments? Not
Excuse me.
question.
I guess sorry, I went from comments and then had a question, threw me off. So any last questions? Okay, we're on to comments if you have any, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I appreciate the original motion. I think it's worth looking at for analysis. I would support it for analysis, but the CP sector and the document has been really clear that cluster area 1 and cluster area 2, where the CVs need to fish to be close to coastal communities, have higher rates for chum PSC. So I don't think it's for lack of trying. I don't like that insinuation. The offshore fleets can go way offshore and get into cluster 4, where you've testified that there is a lot lower bycatch rates. So I will do it for the basis of looking at a full range in the analysis. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. I appreciate the discussion and really will align myself with Ms. Kimball's comments. I recognize, again, the importance of this decision to the council and this action overall. And while I think Mr. Twite characterized my general support for this proposed sub-option in the end, since we are initiating an initial, or excuse me, finalizing alternatives for initial review analysis. I will support it for comparison and contrast to the other options.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the amendment? Okay, I'm going to try this. Is there any opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment passes without opposition. Any further amendments? Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another one that I sent to staff that's in the same section. In the opening sentence there, after inshore sectors, inserting parenthetically, using a blended adjusted CDQ bycatch rate as with Amendment 91 and parentheses, and the main motion would continue on then with based on.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the same issues that we dealt with in Amendment 91 for CDQ apply here as well. In rationalized fisheries like pollock, CDQ is harvested alongside the AFA pollock at the same time. Vessels have up to 2 hours after the bag has come on board to declare whether or not it's CDQ. And there are a lot of operational and other factors that go into that. We've seen repeatedly that when we look at these bycatch issues, CDQ rates are artificially low compared to their harvesting sector. And so as with Amendment 91, and as we discussed with staff in questions earlier, blending CDQ with the sectors that are doing the harvesting will better reflect the actual rates for those fleets going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. And I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Vanderhoven, I would assume the effect of this would mostly be a blended rate between CPs and CDQs, and maybe some outliers with mothership sector. Is that your understanding?
That would be my assumption. That's what it has been historically, but I don't know if there have been any other CDQ deliveries to the inshore sector through the inshore sector.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Any comments on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll give this a try. Is there any opposition to this amendment? Okay, seeing none, the amendment passes without opposition. Thank you. Any other amendments? We have an amended main motion. Ms. Kimball.
I don't know, Madam Chair, if you feel we need a cleanup amendment to the piece under alternative 3 that Ms. Baker spoke to, or Mr. Witherell maybe can answer that question, or if her response was enough. I can offer an amendment if that's needed.
It's always cleaner on a complex motion to make that as an amendment. Madam Chair.
Ms. Kimball, do you need some time to? Okay.
No, I don't. That amendment is, I need to go back to this. The staff has that amendment posted under alternative 3 there. It's adding in the second sentence, in the second paragraph, the words "the sector's portion of" an overall chum salmon PSC limit. With a second, I can speak to it briefly.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I think what I heard was that was just an oversight to carry through that it's the sector's portion of a chum salmon PSC limit that would be in effect, similar to the language in the paragraph above.
Any questions? on the amendments? I think we've had some discussion on this already. Any comments? And any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that amendment passes without opposition. Further amendments? Okay, we have an amended main motion. Are there any comments on the overall motion? Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Ms. Baker, for the detailed motion. I just want to express gratitude for the heartfelt testimony from those who live in Western Alaska and river communities. We benefited a lot from that testimony at this meeting. Also appreciate the knowledgeable testimony that we received from individuals involved in the pollock fishery and other stakeholders. This is an important step towards developing new measures to further minimize bycatch to the extent practicable as required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And that requirement applies regardless of how strong a contributor bycatch is to the current status of salmon runs. And as Ms. Baker noted when she was speaking to her motion, the best available science indicates that other factors likely associated with climate change are best available information indicates those factors are more responsible for the depressed state of the salmon runs. And bycatch is a very small contributor, but nevertheless, it's important and something that we need to continue to minimize to the extent practicable. I want to acknowledge that this motion doesn't go as far as many stakeholders would like to have seen to minimize bycatch. Ultimately, the National Marine Fisheries Service will need to take the council's recommendations into account and ensure that the environmental impact statement for this action includes a reasonable range of alternatives. And so I wanted to address a couple of facets of that. Many commenters expressed interest in a zero bycatch option, which of course would be best for chum salmon, but to me clearly would not be practicable. I do have some thoughts on how the analysis should discuss a zero bycatch option as an alternative considered but not carried forward for detailed analysis. And these thoughts are not meant to constrain staff. They're very professional and know how to address these things, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I think it would be useful to have a quantitative discussion of the expected benefits of greater chum returns to Western Alaska rivers in terms of number of additional returns we might expect, and some kind of a qualitative discussion of benefits to in-river users if there were no bycatch. It would be useful to have a quantitative but big picture discussion of the economic effects on the pollock fishery and dependent communities, including CDQ communities, if there were no bycatch. I would not expect a thorough analysis of environmental impacts, such as effects on predator-prey dynamics from essentially not having a pollock fishery. I think it should suffice to have some very qualitative high-level description that there would be more pollock left in the ecosystem with associated effects on ecosystem functions. In terms of how the analysis should treat other PSC limit alternatives that have been discussed in the council process but aren't being carried forward at this stage for further analysis, I think it'd be useful to have some discussion of the full spectrum of PSC limits, including whether lower or intermediate PSC limits would be expected to have materially different effects than the ones being analyzed here. So, for example, based on the best available information, should we expect the effects of a PSC limit of 200,000 at the low end of the range in Ms. Baker's motion? Are the effects of that level indicative of the effects of a lesser limit, like 150,000 or 100,000, such that there may be no need to examine other PSC limits in detail because the effects would be expected to be comparable? So some type of generalized discussion along those lines, I think, would be really helpful in the analysis. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Any other comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much. I also want to let members of the public know that I really appreciate the public testimony. I think we heard from more than 50 people in public testimony over the last couple of days, and I really appreciated it. And you know, and I do recognize that this is an emotional issue and that it's not, you know, I certainly you know, I took my oath here for the 4th time to uphold the Magnuson-Stevens Act and to use the best available science. But that certainly doesn't preclude me or any other council member from the necessity of and the impossibility of separating, you know, my heart from my mind and my intelligence. So I just, you know, had a couple of notes here, and I realize I'm taking up valuable time, but I think it's noteworthy. Some of the folks that we heard testify here, and we've heard this testimony over and over again. And, you know, Robin Samuelson's, you know, clarifications that, you know, food security is what we're talking about, but he talked about food sovereignty, which is something else. And, you know, one is literal a definition, and one is a spiritual definition, I think is the way that he put that. And that's, and, you know, folks like Therese Vente described that in the rivers, they know what's going on in the ocean, even though they're not ocean people, they're river people. They can tell what's going on in the oceans. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that Chief Summer mentioned that that, you know, that they had no fish to eat. That's a common theme that we've heard here over and over again. And Francis Thompson from St. Mary's, you know, mentioned that you know, left us with a question of, you know, what message should I take home? That was his question. What message should I take back to St. Mary's on this? And, you know, that's a difficult question to answer. You know, I would remind people that we're just moving into an initial review. There's going to be a lot more discussion. I hope that people will come back and continue to testify, even though remotely or in person. I know that this is difficult. You know, Charles Wright from Rampart talked about how this has an effect on all of the animals. We heard that in that the salmon don't just provide for the people, they provide for the birds and the animals, and some of the things that they've seen there. And I wanted to commend Keenan Samuelson on bringing his students here, and the ones that testified. I appreciate that. I did talk to him about the expense of doing that. You know, that's a big, he had 8 students here. I think that's something to be commended. And, you know, Chief Ridley's idea that we must continue to talk, that, you know, that I think that's really, really important. I would like to know more details on what's going to follow up from the lunch that I heard about in public testimony. I think that those kind of conversations are incredibly important. And, you know, he also mentioned that his kids are lost, you know, the children are lost there. And so, you know, I appreciated Dr. Williams' comments on the genetic diversity. I'm anxious to see what comes back on that. And, you know, listening to people on empty freezers and shuttered smokehouses. And we heard this deeply moving testimony of Attorney Kurt Chamberlain. You know, I just would remind people about that, you know, he would mention his public testimony. He'd trade places any day to be able to go back to just being a fisherman and fishing in his village and in his community. So, and I don't want to be too one-sided. You know, it caught my attention that, you know, I mean, Caitlin Yeager's testimony was excellent. I thought that on pointing out how the benefits of something that we can come up with an alternative for are going to really help and do what they can. And Susie Zagorski's timeline issues on getting IPAs in, and Frank Kochtag's testimony on the importance of this to CDQ people who, you know, that might, that, you know, I weigh those things out in equal balance. And I really appreciated Captain Crane coming. I said this I don't see him in the audience now, but Captain Crane sat through this whole entire thing, almost all 2 days to get his few minutes of testimony. And I really appreciate that. What I appreciated the most about that was his wife was sitting next to him. And I've been doing this for many years, and my wife has never lasted more than 5 minutes in a council meeting. So I really appreciated that as well. And Shannon Carol's testimony from Trident Seafoods on everything that they're doing. I appreciated that. So we got to do something, and we're doing everything we can. And I think all council members would agree on that. I think everybody's working hard to try to see what can we actually do to help. And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate Ms. Baker's hard work on this motion. I couldn't have done a better job at writing this motion myself. I know that to be the truth. And I appreciate all council members for listening to my rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite, was your hand up?
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I support the motion at this point, and think that it's well crafted. I do want to briefly mention that alternative 3, as it's constructed, is certainly an improvement over our previous attempt. And it needs to be in here because ultimately we need to keep our eye on the primary objective, which is improving bycatch, reducing bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon. And so alternative 3 is the vehicle. I have grave concerns about it as it's currently constructed. But I'm not at all interested in removing it at this point. I'm interested in continuing to work with this concept, and I want to encourage those who are going to be working on alternative 4 to avail themselves of the invitation that you have in this motion to include genetic considerations in alternative 4. That may be the best place for them to achieve our objective. With that, I wanted to just step back and, as have other council members, first acknowledge the expense, the difficulty, the courage that it takes to come here and speak on this issue in particular. This is clearly a crisis. It's clearly a humanitarian crisis. It's clearly a cultural crisis. And it's really hard, but absolutely necessary for all of us in the council to hear firsthand how it's affecting the peoples of Western Alaska. And so I want to thank you for your efforts. As I've listened to the testimony, I've heard some themes that I think I would like to briefly address. One of them is a hope, I think, that through managing bycatch alone, we can solve this crisis. And I wish that were true. But as this analysis, particularly the Appendix 2, makes it really clear, the crisis that we're facing is a crisis of a changing environment, and the fortunes of both Chinook and chum are currently not good as this environment is going through these changes. Improved bycatch can certainly help soften the impacts of these declines that we're witnessing, but it cannot remedy them. And that's a difficult thing to face. It's difficult for all of us up here because I know every single council member, if they had a way of changing the trajectory of those declines, if there was an action that we could take that would do that, we would do that in a heartbeat. Sometimes this issue is described in stark terms as money versus culture. The council's not treating it that way because we understand that that's not what it is. It's a far more complex issue. As I've said, we're all keenly and painfully aware of of the impacts to the culture and the traditions and the history and the food security of Western Alaskans. We're also expecting this analysis to help us come to grips with other impacts of these potential actions, impacts to people who work in the pollock industry, impacts to people who live in communities that are pollock dependent, impacts to people who are affected by the tremendous imprint of pollock on the economy of Western Alaska more generally, impacts to consumers throughout the US as well. It's a broad range of potential impacts on all sides, and we're looking to the analysis to help us understand those better. But it's not a simple money versus culture. And it's a mistake to view it as that. I heard a lot of discussion of wastage, and I understand just how abhorrent wastage is. But this isn't all wastage. It is correct that federal regulations require chum to be discarded at sea if, and it's a capital if they cannot be donated to food banks and tribal communities through the Sea Share program. And while I understand that those donations are by no means in any way a substitute for the ability to catch your own fish, to have your fish actually swim back to you, to offer themselves to you, and the ability to process those fish and pass on techniques that are eons old now and have stitched together cultures for eons, it's not wastage. And finally, there's a lot of skepticism about IPAs and industry managed programs, starting with the conception that they're voluntary and therefore they can't be relied on. They're only voluntary if a harvester, for some reason that I could never understand, actually wishes to fish for pollock in the essentially non-existent open access fishery. If they choose to avail themselves of all the benefits of a co-op, then IPAs aren't voluntary, they're mandatory. Before a harvester can avail themselves of the benefits of fishing within a cooperative scheme, they have to sign every year a legally binding civil contract that's enforceable under civil law. The co-ops themselves have considerable resources for managing issues, complex issues like bycatch. The structure of these agreements that have to be signed, though, is first off specified by the council and then required by NIMS. So this is not independent at all of council scrutiny, agency authority, and ultimately your understanding as stakeholders, because there's a thorough reporting set of requirements. Every year, you have the opportunity to learn what worked well, what didn't work, how compliance was through the co-op reports. Every year, the council has the opportunity to suggest modifications in response to what you learn from those co-op reports as well as from what we hear. It's a system that is accountable, and I think you've heard a lot about the reasons why I find it preferable, particularly when we're dealing in changing environments such as we are now. Again, my deep thanks to everybody who took the time and effort to contribute to this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any additional comments? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise I will keep it much shorter. I just want to thank everybody that has come here and put forth their best effort to share their perspective, and also give my thanks to the staff for the work that they've done and now for the daunting task they have to get done, and for Ms. Baker for a motion that did her best to thread the needle and balance everybody's concerns.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm glad each of us can speak for ourselves when we speak to the final motion. I'm supportive of this action to move forward with alternatives. I actually align myself with how Mr. Curlin thanked everyone for coming. I think we received so much value from the testimony in the last couple days. And I also appreciate people using their time and resources to provide input and share their experience. I think one thing that isn't in a motion ever is the time frame, but we did receive some testimony on the time frame. We always deal with that at staff tasking, and the council itself can't actually control when staff gets the work done. But I do think we heard a lot of push to try to move this to an April 2024 timeline, just because the difficulty of getting to Anchorage is one thing, and the difficulty of getting from Eagle to Kodiak is a whole nother deal. So it's not addressed in the motion as it normally wouldn't be, but I sure hope we come back to that in staff tasking and can do that as best we can. I am supportive of the whole motion. I know I expressed some hesitation about alternative 3, but Ms. Baker, I do appreciate the inclusion of measures that really focus on the Western Alaska component. I hope in the next iteration, when we see an actual impact analysis, we can have a better discussion about whether the thresholds for those river systems as proposed are appropriate. And then we'll need to put cap levels if we retain those options under alternative 2. So looking to do that work between now and after we hear testimony the next time around. I also hope that we can put some substance to alternative 4 and that the time frame provided allows time for a proposal or proposals to come forward, because otherwise that alternative or any changes to it are really not viable. So we need that feedback. Again, thanks to everyone. I really learned a lot and gained a lot from everyone's testimony, and appreciate the motion that you put forward.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments on the motion? I'd echo my appreciation for the public's thoughtful testimony over the last 2 days. And I will be supporting this motion. I do think it reflects the council's commitment to minimize Western Alaska chum bycatch in the pollock fishery. And I look forward to the analysis coming back, and I'm confident will help inform next steps, and would really like to thank Ms. Baker for all of the work that you've put into this. So with that, I think we will take a roll call vote.
Calling the roll on the main motion as amended. Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Curlin. Yes. Mr. Mesro,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down, Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Well, with that, that concludes our discussion on C4. Let's break for the day, and we'll come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning and begin presentation on C5. Thank you.